welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the final part of Naruto, Rise of the Emperor. In this story, Naruto's loyalty to Konoha was repaid with betrayal. After the brutal battle to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha from Orochimaru's influence, Naruto barely survives. Gravely wounded, his lung pierced by Sasuke's Chidori, he still succeeds in fulfilling his promise and brings his former teammate back to the Hidden Leaf. But while Naruto fights for his life and recovery, forces within the village begin to move against him. Fearing the power of the Ninetales and the influence Naruto might one day wield, the Konoha Council makes a shocking decision. Naruto Uzumaki is banished from the village he swore to protect. Cast out and alone, Naruto journeys west, far beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf, where destiny has something far greater waiting for him. In a land of war, opportunity, and rising powers, the boy once rejected by his own village will forge a new path, and perhaps rise to become something far greater than a Hokage. The Emperor of the West. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Snafu the Great, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. I am trying out a new narrator voice during this series. Let me know your thoughts about it in the comments. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 3: Infiltration and Plans. 5 days after Kakashi's party had left for the Western Empire, the Konoha Council received an unwanted guest in the form of an envoy from Oto. Escorted by guards enhanced with the Cursed Seal and ready to attack at a moment's notice, Kabuto Yakushi scanned the faces of the Konoha High Council, both shinobi and civilian. The Konoha Anbu stood close by, along with several of Danza's root Anbu, katanas drawn. The right-hand man of Orochimaru smirked to himself. Even Konoha had to follow the rules when it came to visiting diplomats, and despite being from the Sound, Kabuto was no exception to the rule. "What are you doing here?" Tsunade demanded from her seat. Now, Kabuto chided. "There's no need to be rude, Lady Hokage. I bring greetings from your former teammate, Lord Orochimaru, as well as a message. In 3 weeks' time, Lord Orochimaru will return to Konoha, and finish what he had started, along with the Tsuchikage and the Reikage backing him up as support. In other words, this is a formal declaration of war on the Leaf. The will of fire will extinguish your master," one civilian shouted. "Konoha is the strongest of the shinobi nations," Kabuto scoffed. "Konoha is a disease. Face it, you basically alienated each and every single ally you had when you banished your trump card. Oh yes, Lord Orochimaru knows that you have banished the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Because of that, no other village will not come to your aid. In any case, Lord Orochimaru and his allies from Stone and Lightning are hereby giving you a chance to save your pathetic village." Orochimaru offering terms? How thoughtful of him. Tsunade sneered. "Name your terms." "For simple requests, no, make that demands," Kabuto replied, knowing full well that Konoha would not accept the surrender offer. "First off, Konoha is to surrender Sasuke Uchiha to Oto. Second, Kyumo wants a Hyuga. Not one with the caged bird's seal." At that, he paused so that he could face Hayashi when he told him of the demand. "But one from the main branch. Your remaining daughter, Hanabi." In a rage, Hayashi was out of his seat. "You will not take my daughter!" he bellowed as Suminosuke, Asuma Sarutobi, and Shikaku Nara restrained him. Kabuto ignored Hayashi's outburst. "Third, IWA wants the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. As it was the property of Minato Namikaze, IWA wants the scroll so that they can destroy it, and with it the legacy of Konoha's Yellow Flash. And finally, Konoha must recognize the Sound as a major shinobi power, while at the same time, step down as one of the 5 major villages." With a roar, Hayashi threw off the other jounin and despite his bad leg, charged at Kabuto, who made no move as Hayashi grabbed him and was preparing to turn his brain into jelly from a Juken strike. "You kill me, Lord Orochimaru will find out," Kabuto threatened. Pulling down his shirt so that the shoulder is exposed, he showed Hayashi the curse seal, which was activated. "Yes, strike me down, and you will condemn your daughter, your clan, and all of Konoha to the sword by the end of the day." With a growl, Hayashi released Kabuto, who merely adjusted his clothing. "Good, Lord Hyuga. No one doesn't have to die today." To Tsunade, he said, "These are our terms. The choice is yours: destruction or sacrifice." He mockingly bowed to Tsunade. "You have 3 weeks to make your choice. Failure to comply, well, you know the consequences." Imperial Complex, the morning after Jiraiya's visit. Naruto was in the training hall of the Imperial Complex. He was alone. A day had passed since Jiraiya's visit, and Naruto had a lot on his mind. Which is why he was meditating in the dojo at 6 in the morning. He had long since closed the book on Konoha. His life as a Konoha shinobi was long over. He was even more powerful than the Hokage, and both him and Hinata were seen as heroes to the people of the unified West. And yet half of him wants to protect Konoha, while the other half wants to see it fall. The proverbial angel and devil were on his shoulders. "A Rio for your thoughts?" Naruto opened his eyes. Kneeling in front of him, in his robes of state, was the Sandaime himself, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Sarutobi-sensei," Naruto whispered. "You seem troubled," the old man said. "You can say that," Naruto replied. "But I got to know. You knew that my father was the Yellow Flash, yet you kept that from me. Why?" Hiruzen sighed. "I suppose you have every right to be mad at me, Naruto. But I did it to protect you. Had IWA found out that their most hated enemy had a son, then you would be in danger. So I had you take on your mother's last name in order to throw them off. I guess that's understandable," Naruto said, his rising anger dissipating. "Dad was pretty infamous during the last Shinobi War. And now you're trying to avoid a fourth Shinobi War by decapitating the head of the snake," Hiruzen said. "You may not be Hokage, but you are a true leader. The people here look up to you and see you as something that Konoha has failed to do, as a hero. And sometimes being a leader means you have to make the most difficult of choices. And here, I thought paperwork was bad," Naruto sniped. "That's what the shadow clones are for," Hiruzen said as he lit his pipe. "I wish I had figured that out sooner. You may hate Konoha, but you are still divided over what to do." Naruto nodded. "I can just as easily do nothing, and let Orochimaru raise the leaf to the ground and kill everyone, or rescue the clans and grant them asylum. Shikamaru told me why the clans betrayed me and voted for the banishment. All because of Danzu." The elder Sarutobi sighed. "In some cases I agree with you. The corruption within Konoha is far too deep. Minato had planned on reforming the civilian council and to strip it of its power, but those plans had died with him when the Ninetales attacked. You once asked me what was the will of fire. Remember what I told you? That it was the life philosophy of Granny Tsunade's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, the Shodaime Hokage," Naruto replied. "The will of fire states that every ninja, from the lowliest of genin to even the most experienced jounin, must believe, cherish and fight for the village's sake, just as their predecessors had done before them. The will of fire gives the ninja the strength to fight against overwhelming odds, while at the same time builds willpower and strength of character. It also symbolizes the hopes and dreams of the previous generation being passed on to the next. Whether you believe me or not, you are the very essence of what the Shodaime had fought for," the old man pointed out. "Even when you were banished, you never lost your way. The will of fire is all but diminished in Konoha, but it lives here. It lives in the people that you have united. It lives in your wife. And it lives in you. Minato and Kushina would have been proud of you, had they lived." Naruto smiled. "Thanks, old man. I know what to do now. I know that what I am doing is the right choice." Naruto opened his eyes. He was still in the training hall, but this time around, he was alone. A vision? He wondered as he rose from his kneeling position. From the look of things, he had been inside the training hall for an hour. That and his knees were sore. Hinata and Kitami would be awake soon, and today was an important day. Hall of Sovereigns, Imperial Capital. Naruto Namikaze sat at the head of the table. Hinata Namikaze sat at his left, while A was on his right. Kitami sat next to Hinata. The gathered council members sat at their usual positions, only with a slight difference. Seated on the left side was the Suna representative, Temari. Sister to the Kazekage Gaara and Kankuru, she was chosen by Gaara to act as Suna's representative while in the west. The Suna consulate was located several blocks away from the Imperial Palace and was guarded by a garrison of Suna ninja. On the right side was the adopted brother of the Mizukage, Takeshi Terumi. Takeshi was a former ninja who was forced to retire due to injury. The Mist Consulate was located on the same block as the Suna Consulate, and guarded by a garrison of Mist ninja as well. As part of the alliance with both Mist and Suna, the Imperial Empire also had 2 consulates set up in both villages. The Imperial representatives were handpicked by the Emperor himself. So far, none in the East knew about the secret alliance between the 3 of them. Aside from the Imperial Council, Naruto had requested that the Jinchuriki save for Gaara, who was still in Suna, should be present for this meeting. Standing before the Emperor and the Imperial Council were the 6 Jinchuriki which Naruto had rescued. First up was Yujito-ni, container to the 2-tailed monster cat, formerly of Kumo, and commander of the elite all-female fighting force known as the Hellcat Unit. Because of Naruto's actions years earlier, she was his biggest supporter, as well as having fought alongside him during the Unification Wars. Her base of operations was in the Imperial capital. Next to Yujito was Rashi, former IWA ninja and container to the 4-tailed monkey, and his partner, the brooding Han, also from IWA and the container to the 5-tailed dolphin horse. Imagine their shock that the young emperor who had saved them from a gruesome fate was the son of Iwa's most hated enemy. But once Naruto had told them his story of how he came to be the emperor, the older men could easily sympathize with his plight. And given the choice of trusting the son of the Yellow Flash or facing certain death at the hands of the Akatsuki, the 2 ex-IWA ninja chose the former. After all, the old saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend does ring true. While Han made his home in the Laja Mountains, he serves as a guardian for one of the mountain towns there. Rashi was the leader of a shinobi village in the southern region, training and practicing his arts. Next to Han were Utakata, former missing ninja from Mist and Jinchuriki to the 6-tailed slug, and Fu, formerly of Waterfall and the container to the 7-tailed horned beetle. While Fu worked with the Empire's spy network, Utakata had decided on a more peaceful life, training his student, Hotaru. Utakata had fought Naruto once when he was younger, but even he owed the Emperor his life for saving him from the Akatsuki. Fu, on the other hand, was the only member of the Jinchuriki to seek the Emperor out, having enough of her hellish life back in Waterfall. She found him in Suna, where he was a guest of Gaara while Suna hosted the Chunin exams, and requested that he take her with him. Naruto agreed. Last was A's brother, Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki to the 8-tailed giant ox. While A served on as Naruto's senior advisor, B was assigned to look after the trading town of Rera, located at the base of the Laja Mountains. Like his brother, B owed Naruto big time for saving both their lives. Following Jiraiya's visit the previous day, Naruto had convened an emergency meeting of the Council and of the Jinchuriki, nicknamed the Imperial Six. Unlike the East, the Jinchuriki were seen as genuine heroes, protectors of the people, something that was foreign to Han and Fu, given their past experiences back home. But they warmed up to their new status of protector instead of pariah. For the past year and a half, Naruto and Hinata had came up with a plan to neutralize both Konoha and Orochimaru without destabilizing the East. Using Hinata's original plan as the base, Naruto and Hinata had added on to it. The spy network inside Earth and Wind Country were quite useful in gaining information in regards to the movements of Kumo and Iwa's shinobi forces. Orochimaru did not step foot out of Oto, leaving his right-hand man to act as proxy. Apparently, the snake was occupied with burning Konoha to the ground once and for all, and dismissed the Pecora merchants as a threat, allowing them to conduct their business in peace. That would prove to be his fatal flaw. It was shortly after their first wedding anniversary that word came from the Pecora branch in Earth Country. A new Tsuchikage was in power, and he too was a puppet ruler, Orochimaru pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Fu herself had verified the reports and passed them on to both Rashi and Han. The two Jinchuriki had respected Inoki a great deal and were outright furious upon hearing of his assassination. With the death of Inoki, Rashi and Han's last known link to IWA was destroyed. The plan was then revised when it became clear that Orochimaru had two powerful shinobi nations under his control. The way to stability became clear for Naruto and Hinata: sabotage the fragile alliance between Orochimaru and the two villages. If Orochimaru was killed in the ensuing crossfire, it would be a bonus. Naruto brought meeting to order. Council members, Representatives Sabaku and Terumi, fellow Jinchuriki, I thank you for coming on such short notice. So what's the problem, sire? Lady Ehara asked. Yeah, Chief, Eiji Kibagami said. You got all of us up here cooling our heels. That earned him an elbow to the side from the Chiba clan head. An old acquaintance of mine has passed on grave news. There is war brewing in the elemental countries, a 3-on-1 attack on Konoha. The reports I've received from Kumo and IWA have all but verified it. Konoha? Lady Ehara parroted. The same place that has banished you. If anything, you should just let the place burn for the slights against you. Even a blind man can see that you are not the Nine-Tails reborn. Otherwise, you would have long since destroyed that place. The other members nodded at her statement. Believe me when I say that the thought crossed my mind, Naruto replied mildly. But my source told me that I owe my life to the Fire Lord, as he was the one who stopped the Konoha Council from placing me into the bingo book, as well as sending Hunter Ninja after me. That I already know, since the Fire Lord told me himself, but he remained silent as to who was the one who kept me out of the book. No, my main concern is our allies in Suna and Mist. They may be dragged into this war against Kumo, Oto, and IWA. But my brother is not allied to Konoha, Temari pointed out. Not after what they had done to you. Why would Oto, Kumo, and IWA attack Suna? You of all people know that the snake is petty, and will not let grudges go, Hinata explained. That and since Suna despises Orochimaru for killing your father, Orochimaru may try and destroy Suna before it can ally itself with Konoha. Temari knew exactly what he was talking about. You think that the Hibi would attack Suna before moving on to Konoha as payback for botching the invasion 8 years ago? If I was him, I would, Naruto replied. I'll send word to Gaara and tell him to be on his guard. The same with Terumi as well. If the snake attacks either one of them, then our consulates will be in danger. Excuse me, sire, but who is this snake you are talking about? Ryuji Shinzen asked. Naruto replied by creating a shadow clone in the middle of the room and placing it under a henge to make it look like Orochimaru. This is the person who is spearheading the invasion, the snake sage Orochimaru. One of the 3 legendary sages, the others being the toad sage, Jiraiya, and the slug sage and current Godame Hokage Tsunade Senju. All 3 trained under my mentor, the late Sandame Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Orochimaru held the most promise. He was also the most corrupt of the 3. Sarutobi found out that Orochimaru was conducting illegal experiments involving the Curse Seal, as well as trying to find the secrets to immortality. Orochimaru escaped, and after a brief stint as part of the Akatsuki, seized control of Oto and Rice Field Country, changing the name to Sound. The Emperor paused for a moment. This man killed Sarutobi during the Chunin exams 8 years ago. Every 3 years, he needs a new body in order to live forever. With the snake, it's always personal for him. He may have either IWA or Kumo attack Suna and miss to knock them out of the war before moving on to Konoha. The snake has a plan, B said. Forget destroying Konoha. He wants to rule the eastern land. That could be a possibility, Han said, stroking his chin in deep thought. He could also subjugate the smaller villages like Rain or Waterfall to his side. Given the fact that most of us are either shunned or have death sentences on our heads, Orochimaru can also see us as a threat. You're thinking about going to war, aren't you? Sunsure asked. Not to save Konoha, Naruto replied. I was thinking of something a bit more subtle. As you already know, I have a prior agreement with Tsunade Senju, as she is not only my godmother, but also the granddaughter of my great-grandmother, Mido Uzumaki. I will not save Konoha. I will cripple it by other means, while at the same time, eliminate the threat of Oto without raising a sword. IWA and Kumo may have puppet kages that answer to Orochimaru, but the alliance is still a weak one at best. And Nada continued. The Cloud and the Stone have always been bitter rivals, but are only united in their hatred towards the Leaf. Our original plan was to in fact unleash Kitami upon Konoha to finish what she had started, but after what we had learned in regards to my husband's banishment, we decided on a second course of action. Which is? Lady Ehara prodded. Operation Susanu's Wrath, Naruto replied. In the Pekora branch of both Earth and Lightning Country are two sleeper cells consisting of members from Zabuza's Demon Brigade and Yujito's Hellcat unit. On my command, the cells will attack both IWA and Kumo in a sneak attack designed to eliminate the senior members of IWA and Kumo without eliminating the Kages themselves. It was a protocol which Naruto and Hinata had been planning on ever since the Tsunakatsuki War. They knew that Orochimaru was a threat to the region, and both had planned accordingly. Using the spy network in the east, they had gotten detailed accounts of IWA and Kumo's shinobi forces. It's a brilliant stroke of genius, if I may say so myself, Yujito added with pride in her voice. The cell in Earth Country will be disguised as Kumo ninja and the cell in Lightning will be disguised as IWA ninja. Kibagami put the dots together. And when the shit hits the fan, one side will blame the other, and Orochimaru can hold the alliance together if the two villages end up fighting each other. He guffawed. And you hope that Oto would be either wiped out and Orochimaru killed, or crippled to the point that he would never be a serious threat. He cackled. You were always a sneaky little shit, Chief. Glad to see you haven't lost your touch. Coming from you, I'll take that as a compliment, Naruto replied, used to the older samurai's foul-mouthed tendencies. This, coming from the same guy that came up with a thoughtful, albeit crude description about his wife's demeanor. The only thing bigger than her tits is her heart. That comment earned him a whack on the head by Kasumi Ehara. What about Konoha? Haruka Shinzen asked. I've been in contact with the Fire Daimyo, and he agrees with me. The village is beyond hope, beyond saving, Naruto replied. As per our agreement with Senju, I will allow the shinobi clans and any ninja that support the Godame Asylum within the Empire. Someone once said that no one is beyond redemption. I will put that to the test. Hate Okajima rubbed his chin. And by allowing a sizable number of ninja to resettle here would all but cripple Konoha's ninja forces overall. Maybe to the point that they would no longer be recognized as a hidden village. He smiled. Boss, have I ever told you I like how you think? Actually, the idea of offering the Konoha Ninja Asylum was her idea, Naruto said, gesturing to Hinata. I can't take credit for something my wife has done. He pulled out a second report. One of General Kazuma's men stationed at the Pekora Merchant House in the Fire Capital had sent this to me. Orochimaru has sent in an envoy to Konoha to negotiate terms of surrender to Konoha, led by his right-hand man, Kabuto Yakushi. Now would be a good time to strike, Sunsure suggested. While the envoy is away, you should give the order. There's no need to, Naruto replied. I gave the order yesterday. Operation Susanu's Wrath will be executed as per to our orders come midnight, when the Unification Festival concludes. The spy network has gotten the routines of both IWA and Kumo down to a T. After all, no one will ever suspect the Empire of pulling off such a feat. Is there any other business? Kitami asked. There was none. We will see all of you at the Unification Ball, Hinata said. You are dismissed. The council and the Jinchuriki piled out of the room. Naruto and Hinata remained behind, the former thinking about his encounter with Jiraiya. Flashback. Hall of Sovereigns, the previous day. If anyone was present, they would have seen the Emperor of the Western Empire on the floor, laughing his ass off at the fact that Jiraiya was 1 second away from having a heart attack for being in the same room as the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Hinata, in the meantime, looked amused at her husband's antics, as well as the fact that the Toad Sage was about to have a coronary. You, the Ninetales? Jiraiya managed to get out. How did you get out of the seal? Easy. The kid here broke it, Kitami replied, giving the man a fanged grin. She then turned to Naruto, who had finally gotten himself under control. Good thing that the room had a soundproof seal, otherwise anyone who had entered would have been greeted with the sight of the Western Emperor laughing his head off. You okay there, kid? You almost made Pervy Sage shit his pants, Naruto cackled. Naruto, you know that this the nine-tailed demon fox, right? Jiraiya said cautiously. The same Ninetales that turned Konoha into its personal stomping grounds. The one your old man sealed inside of you? Of course I know, Naruto replied, rising to his feet. He dusted himself off and took his seat. And for the record, the tailed beasts are not demons, as most people would think. As one would think, Kitami is the most powerful of the Bijou. She, along with several others, helped me in my quest of unifying the continent. The people here know about my past in Konoha and do not treat me like a monster. What do you know about Madara Uchiha? Kitami asked the older man. Madara Uchiha? Jiraiya repeated. The same Madara who had fought Tsunade's grandfather for the position of Hokage. I thought he was dead. Kitami shook her head. Hardly, she replied mildly. At least until 2 years ago. Madara was the leader of the Akatsuki. A sadistic smile crept across her face. That is until I tore out his heart and destroyed his eyes. It was because of his hatred that Madara had brainwashed me into attacking Konoha in an attempt to destroy it. Prior to that, Kushina Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki. Seeing as how Jiraiya was paling visibly at Kitami's sadism, Naruto gave Jiraiya the entire story, with Hinata and Kitami putting in their 2 cents. Naruto told Jiraiya about the first Jinchuriki to the ten-tailed beast, the six-paths sage, and of Naruto's connection to the Senju, to how upon his death, he split the power of the ten-tails into the 9 Jinchuriki and left the ten-tails' body on the moon. Kitami continued where Naruto had left off, about how the Akatsuki were hunting down the Jinchuriki and Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, and it was Naruto who had reached out to his fellow Jinchuriki, offering them protection and asylum from the Akatsuki, save for Gaara, who was the Kazakage, which led to the Akatsuki's full-scale invasion of Suna. While Kitami was credited with killing Madara, Naruto was the one who had killed Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's older brother, and had decimated Nagato, while Hinata had killed Deidara. Half of Suna was left in ruins, but in the end, all of the members of Akatsuki were wiped out. Jiraiya was impressed. Very impressed. Minato, if you had seen what your son has done, he thought wistfully. He is truly a leader. He then decided to get back on subject. Naruto, about Konoha. My answer still stands, Jiraiya. I will not aid Konoha, nor will I outright destroy it, but I will not give Orochimaru the pleasure of destroying it either, Naruto replied. But you just said. I know what I said. You didn't let me finish. I will not let Orochimaru destroy Konoha. I will simply cripple it instead. But why? What would Tsunade say if she knew about this? Naruto smiled. Tsunade supports the idea, as does the Fire Lord. Jiraiya blinked. Huh! Only 3 other people know that I am the Emperor, aside from you. The Fire Lord, Granny Tsunade and Shikamaru. The slacker? How did they find out? And Naruto told him. How they stumbled upon Naruto's identity in the wake of the failed Akatsuki invasion of Suna. How no one would suspect Shikamaru as Naruto's inside man. And of how Danzu, Koharu, Hanmura, Asana and Hayashi had orchestrated Naruto's banishment through bribery and blackmail. That pretty much made Jiraiya very angry. Naruto had never seen the super perv angry. But Jiraiya looked pissed enough to summon Gambunta and the rest of the toads and raise Konoha himself. "And just how do you plan on dealing with Konoha and Orochimaru?" Jiraiya asked. "By turning Iwa and Kumo against one another and fracturing Orochimaru's alliance," Hinata replied. "If they end up killing Orochimaru, then that's a bonus. Second, we allow the shinobi clans and any Chunin or Jounin that support Tsunade Asylum into the west, therefore crippling Konoha's shinobi force. And the Fire Lord? As it turns out, the Fire Lord has been making some plans of his own. He sees that Konoha is not worth saving. Once the exodus is complete, he will notify the Leaf that he will strip them of their remaining financial aid and strip them of their hidden village status. The Fire Lord has been secretly constructing a new hidden village near the capital for the past 5 years and is actively recruiting shinobi and civilian alike, mostly refugees and mercenary ninja looking for a new home. This time, he is making sure that the civilians do not get themselves involved in shinobi matters. And Konoha does not know about this. They will soon find out, after the Fire Lord notifies them of the change," Hinata said. "The corruption in Konoha is too deep. This is the only way it can be stopped, by stripping it of its so-called honor and allowing a new breed of ninja to defend Fire Country. Clans handpicked personally by the Fire Lord himself. Mist refugees with bloodlines, ninja from defunct villages, mercenary ninja and even samurai looking for a permanent home, the like," Naruto said. "As long as they swear loyalty to the Fire Lord and follow the law, they can stay." "I knew things were bad." Jiraiya shook his head. "Do you have a timetable for when Tsunade will arrive with the others?" "I told her to wait 3 days after I dealt with Orochimaru and his alliance, then resigned the seat of Hokage," Naruto replied. "By that time, I will be ready to get the clans out of Fire Country. The Fire Daimyo's given us a 14-day window for the clans and ninja to make it to Wave Country, more than enough time." "What about Kabuto?" Jiraiya asked. "Same as Orochimaru. He's also a credible threat," Naruto replied. "Sooner or later he will have to be dealt with. But first, we must cut off the head of the snake. My informants in the east has notified me that Kabuto is on his way to Konoha to deliver Orochimaru's ultimatum. By that time, the 2 sleeper cells in Earth and Lightning will strike. And you made sure that no one will suspect the Empire?" Jiraiya asked, concerned with the risk that the Emperor and his wife were taking. "Positive," Naruto replied. "The sleeper cells are special Jounin-level ninja, whose specialties are Genjutsu, Earth and Lightning Jutsu. All are veterans of the Unification Wars and they have been briefed on their mission." He smiled meanly. "They can and will wipe the floor with Danzu and his root Anbiyu. That tough, huh?" Hinata nodded. "Very. By the time of the Unification Festival, Orochimaru will no longer be a threat, and soon Konoha will fall." End flashback. Jiraiya had left Kimen City to prepare, leaving Naruto and Hinata to oversee the final preparations for Susanu's wrath. Once everything was in place, the order was given, Hinata using a fox summon to deliver the classified messages to the sleeper cells in Earth and Lightning. Now, all they had to do was wait. Most of the day went by with Naruto and Hinata going through their paperwork for the rest of the morning, followed by lunch in the town. The Unified West were in the final preparations of the Unification Festival. On a boat, en route to the Western Empire. The Konoha team led by Captain Kakashi Hatake and Captain Kurenai Sarutobi traveled for 3 days, crossing the bridge into Wave Country. There, while in Wave, Kakashi received a cold reception from Tazuma and his family when Kakashi greeted them. Tazuma refused to allow them to enter his home, slamming the door in Kakashi's face. Come to think of it, the people of Wave Town were cold to them, as they were the first to drop their trade agreement with Konoha once their debt for the mission was paid. Dejected, but not deterred, Kakashi and the others boarded a Pecora merchant vessel heading for the west. After a brief layover in Tea Country, where the crew picked up supplies and tourists for the trip home, they were on their way to the west. It would be 4 more days before they would reach the imperial capital. The Konoha team only knew about the Emperor from either second-hand knowledge or from when Tsunade had ordered them to bring him in for questioning. He was a skilled fighter, as most of the ninja who had fought him could attest to that fact. And given that there were branches of the Pekora merchant houses in most of the villages, save for Konoha, but rather at the fire capital, the emperor was very savvy when it came to business agreements. They had been out on missions before, but never this one of such great importance. No one in their group has ventured out of the elemental countries and into the west, and for good reason. But now, things had changed, as they were on a mission of great importance. Of course, sneaking in was a bad idea, but Kakashi took nothing to chance. The imperial capital loomed in the distance. The sun was starting to set as Kakashi and the others gazed in awe over the thriving port. "Attention! We will be docking in 30 minutes," the first mate shouted as he moved along the deck. "Upon docking, you will be asked to produce identification, so have your ID cards out and ready. Anyone who does not comply will be taken to jail for the night, and you will be sent back east the following morning. Let's not get arrested tonight, people. It looks very bad on my record." Kakashi Hatake was on deck, standing at the ship's bow, watching as the port drew ever more closer. He was already in disguise, dressed as a tourist. He was unmasked, his Hatayate gone, the Sharingan covered with a headband. "The others are getting prepared," Kurenai said as she approached Kakashi from behind. Like Kakashi, she was also dressed incognito. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, while she used a genjutsu to change her eye color from red to brown. "I never told anyone this, but I screwed up big time," Kakashi confessed. "Being in the ANBU is a lot easier than taking on a squad of genin. Obito and Minato-sensei would be ashamed as to how my team ended up." "So what caused this change?" Kurenai asked, curious. "After we had left from Suna, Sasuke and Anko were both right. I am an asshole," Kakashi admitted. "After returning back to Konoha, I had time to think about Naruto. And to tell you the truth, we did abandon him. I guess it took more than enough time to realize that I royally screwed up by focusing solely on Sasuke instead of the entire team. I just hope that we do see him again, if only to apologize for how I treated him, how we threw him away." The copycat ninja sighed. "At least your team came out somewhat okay. Hinata's stronger from what I have heard about her encounters with her former clan, despite being labeled a missing nin. Kiba's on his way to becoming a special jounin, and Shino's expertise in recon and medicine is the best I've ever seen. And look at my team, Sakura's a certified sociopath, Sasuke hasn't spoken to me ever since the Tsunakatsuki War, and Naruto was banished for doing his job. Can't say that I haven't gotten out of this unscathed," Kurenai said. "You were there when Konohamaru abandoned the village for Suna. Asuma took it pretty hard. In his mind, he sees this as failing Konohamaru's parents and the Sandaime." She looked out at the approaching port. "If you asked my personal opinion about this, Konoha has fallen from grace for what they had done to Uzumaki. That kid was a hero, not the Fox Reborn. He didn't deserve to get screwed over the way he did. If he is here in the Empire, maybe we can see him again, to apologize for what we had done." From below deck, Ino, Kiba, Shino and Shikamaru emerged. Unlike the elder jounin, the younger ninjas simply removed their jounin flak vests and hitayatesh and used several sealing scrolls to hide them. "Everyone ready?" Kurenai asked. The younger ninja nodded, while Akamaru barked. The boat made its way into port. Once the boat was secured and the crew began to remove their cargo, the passengers disembarked. Walking up the harbor, they reached the gates that would allow them to enter into Kimin. However, as with Konoha, there were guards at the gates. One was immediately identified as a ninja, given by his flak vest, while the other was a samurai. The ninja was older than his counterpart, and the two men were chatting each other as Kakashi and the others approached. The ninja saw them coming. "Caravan, citizen, pilgrim, tourist or—" Kakashi did the talking. "We're tourists from the east. We heard from some of our friends who had visited here before that the West is a pretty nice place for a vacation, and since our boss has given us some time off, we decided to come and visit, check out the sights." The ninja chuckled. "Well, you guys came at the right time. You guys showed up during the week-long Unification Festival. We're celebrating the unification of the northern and southern regions of the unified West. As for attractions, we got a couple in the north. If you like to gamble, there's North Lodge, a town about 70 miles from here. The Lodge Mountains also has a nice hot springs resort. Then there's the Dragon Temple and gardens in the city, and the Imperial Palace. In the southern region, if you plan on staying that long, we hold an annual martial arts tournament in South Ichiyama. And there's the Tears Point Memorial. What's the Emperor like? Kurenai asked. For someone so young, he rules with great wisdom and patience, the samurai replied. He is skilled in the samurai arts as well as in the arts of ninjutsu. Aside from being a skilled fighter and master tactician, he is also a brilliant politician, charismatic and at the same time, cunning like a fox. We have been blessed to have such rulers, both the Emperor and his wife, the Empress Consort. The Emperor is married? Shino asked. Yes. They've been married for 2 years now. His wife was originally from the east as well, the samurai replied. A former heiress who was forsaken by her clan. She's nicknamed the Lady of War, given how she is a trained ninja who fought alongside the Emperor during the Tsunakatsuki War. Beautiful, but deadly. Then there's the Prime Minister, the ninja replied. She's been with him ever since the Unification War, a red-headed woman with green eyes. She also trained the Empress Consort in the 6 months before their wedding. Both the Emperor and Empress Consort trust her with their lives. The Prime Minister herself is a skilled fighter and answers directly to the Emperor and Empress. Can anyone gain an audience with the Emperor? Ino asked. You can try, but not going to happen, the samurai said. But he does come down to the city for the festival. One thing about the Emperor is that he may be the ruler of the unified West. That doesn't stop him from having a good time with the common folk. But enough talk, can I see some identification before I can let you pass? Kakashi and the others handed their ID to the ninja. The ninja took down their names and handed them back to them. Upon asking for a map of Kimen City, the samurai produced one and handed it to Kurenai. Welcome to the unified West, and enjoy your stay, the ninja said cheerfully. Once Kakashi and the others were gone, the samurai went to perform another identification check on another visitor. The ninja, on the other hand, turned to a figure that was hiding in the shadows. General Kazuma, of the Shadow Company. The ninja, himself a member of the Shadow Company, excused himself and walked over to Kazuma. Report, the commander ordered calmly. Sir, 6 Konoha ninja posing as tourists has just entered the city, the ninja replied. He had worked at the Imperial Consulate in Fire Country and had recognized the ninja instantly, as the spy network in Fire Country kept detailed files on Konoha's finest. Kazuma nodded. Good work. I will inform the Emperor and his consort. Return to your post. The ninja bowed and returned to his duties, while Kazuma sank into the shadows. Imperial Complex, Hall of Sovereigns. Hinata Namikaze was on her way to the visitor's room, where her husband was already entertaining Yuki Fujikaze. The reason why she was running late was because she had a sparring session with a clone that had lasted a bit longer than expected. After a quick shower, Hinata was clad in a fresh indigo-colored ninja uniform, think INC1 from Dead or Alive 4, and was walking down the corridor. Lady Hinata? Hinata stopped and turned around. Kazuma rose from the shadows. General Kazuma. Hinata greeted with a nod of her head. What is it? There is a squad of Konoha ninja posing as tourists in the city, Kazuma replied. Hinata's eyes went wide. Konoha ninja? Here in the capital? Kazuma nodded. It has been confirmed by one of my ninja at the harbor. 7 in total, all Jonin-level ninja. He then gave the Empress Consort detailed descriptions on the ninjas' appearances. Hinata nodded. I will notify my husband of this matter. Thank you, Kazuma. Kazuma bowed and decided to remain on standby for further orders. Inside the visitor's room. So the Toad Sage decided to drop by for a visit? Koyuki Kazuhana asked as she sipped on her glass of Western red wine. The Spring Demio, known by her screen name Yuki Fujikaze, was a frequent visitor to the Imperial complex whenever she had time away from running Spring Country and working as an actress. I sure hope you didn't try and kill him, Naruto. The thought crossed my mind, Naruto replied mildly as he sipped on his own wine. But he's still alive. That's good to hear, Yuki replied. I would hate to see him die, after he convinced me to star in his Ika Ika movie. Naruto looked at the older woman as if she had grew a second head. Jiraiya did what? He convinced me to take the lead role for Ika Ika Paradise, the movie, Yuki repeated. Why? Is there something wrong? You have no idea, do you? What? That Jiraiya is some kind of pervert? No, Naruto replied. Once Yuki calmed down, Naruto dropped the hammer. He is a super pervert. His favorite hobbies include peeping inside the women's baths and checking out the hot springs. My personal nickname to him was Pervy Sage. Yuki raised an eyebrow. You're joking, right? I wish I was, Naruto replied. So, you and Hinata have been married for 2 years, and yet you have no kids. Naruto sputtered on his wine. Yuki! That's personal. The Spring Daimyo grinned. Just remember. I call dibs on being the child's godmother. Yeah. Naruto grumbled just as Hinata entered the room. Almost immediately, Naruto caught the look on her face. Nada? What's wrong? Kazuma reports that a 6-man squad of Jounin ninja from Konoha has entered the capital, Hinata said. Crunch. Yuki winced as she saw Naruto crush the wineglass in his hand, spilling wine all over his pants and onto the floor. Then she gasped. Konoha ninja? Here? Who are they? Naruto demanded. Kurenai Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka and Shino Abirame. Oh, and Akamaru, the former Hyuga reported. In an instant, Naruto summoned Kazuma. The Shadow Company commander entered the room. Yes, Chief? Who is in Kimen City at the moment? General Ni and a squad of her Hellcats are present, as is General Mamichi, Kazuma replied. Inform them of the situation and have them to escort the Konoha ninja here, Naruto ordered. Kazuma bowed. Right away, Chief. Kazuma quickly departed from the room. Then Naruto looked at the shattered glass in his hand. Ow! The imperial capital was bustling with activity. Not even Konoha had such a thriving nightlife. Not even during the Kyuubi festival. As the 2 port guards had explained, it was the tail end of the week-long Unification Festival. As the team from Konoha took in the sights, they saw that this place wasn't as much different from Konoha, from the shops to the manner of dress. Even the money was the same. The only difference was that there were patrols of samurai and ninja in the streets. Squads of 2, sometimes 3. They even identified ninjas by the same style of flak vests. You hardly even see samurai back in the east, Ino noted. Kakashi nodded. The last shinobi war wiped out most of them. What's left are now an iron country. Same thing could happen here. But from what I can tell, even our most seasoned Jounin and ANBU units would have a hard time eliminating these samurai. If the Imperial forces are capable of destroying the Akatsuki, then they would be invaluable to Konoha as allies. Kurenai nodded as well. I can sense their chakra. Very strong indeed. Akamaru, in the meantime, was whining softly. The large dog did not like the crowded streets. Kiba patted the dog on his back. Don't worry, boy. The crowd is thinning out, he said, reassuring the dog. So what's the plan? Kurenai asked as Kakashi looked at the map. We find a hotel for the night, Kakashi explained. Then we head for the Imperial Palace and see if we can gain an audience with the Emperor. Kurenai nodded. Then she felt her senses going haywire. Kakashi sensed it as well. Rapid movement, both from the rooftops and on the ground, coming in fast. 5 kunoichi, armed with steel ninjato and kunais and clad in the standard ninja uniform with khaki flak vests, similar in design of the same type of vests that Konoha uses, landed and surrounded the Konoha ninja, who quickly got into a defensive stance. As the civilians backed away, 5 Anabi-geisha female samurai rushed in, katanas drawn. Like their ninja counterparts, they also wore the flak vests which identified them as the Hellcats, the all-female fighting force under the command of Yujito Ni. "Stay where you are!" one of the Hellcats shouted, ready for anything. Kiba growled and was preparing to fight his way out, when Ino stopped him. "Kiba, no. Fighting will only make things worse," she warned. "We're here for an alliance, not to make war." Kiba understood, and backed down. 2 of the ninja parted, allowing the commander of the Hellcats to step through. Blonde hair, brown eyes, mean expression. There was no Hittite identifying her, as she needed none. She was dressed like the others, save that her flak vest was solid black. The 2 women who had parted for their commander closed ranks again. Kurenai recognized the woman almost immediately. "Yujito Ni, of Kumogakure no Sato." Jinchuriki to the 2 tails. "Looks like the Emperor is friends with Kumo." Yujito nodded. "And you are Kurenai Yihi. My reputation precedes me. I am honored. However, you are mistaken. I no longer serve the Cloud. My loyalty is with the Emperor. Make one wrong move, Konoha ninja, and my Hellcats will rip you to shreds." At that declaration, the captured ninja's eyes went wide. Not because of Yujito's threat, but they knew that they were from Konoha, and that they were caught. It was then Kakashi received a second shock. The copycat ninja felt something sharp on his neck. Looking down, his eye widened as he recognized the blade. Well, well, well. If it isn't copycat Hatake. Looks like the boss was right. This is my lucky day. Kakashi's eye went wide. The owner of the blade was none other than Zabuza Mamachi, former Miss Swordsman, thought to have been dead back in Wave, was alive, and had Kakashi at sword point. "Zabuza, you're alive," Kakashi muttered. "How? For a ninja who tells others to look underneath the meanings, you sure are dense," Zabuza said. "Let's just say that I knew that Runt Gato was going to betray Haku and me, so I had a little insurance policy in the form of a blood clone." He grinned maniacally. "You and I have some unfinished business, Hatake." Before Yujito could reprimand her bloodthirsty comrade, a third party made their appearance. Emerging from the ground by way of the gathered shadows, was the general of Shadow Company, Hideo Kazuma. At that moment, the villagers knew that if the head of the Shadow Company was involved, then usually it meant bad news for the offending party. "It's a member of the Shadow Company, the eyes and ears of the Emperor, here, in this town. What are they doing here?" At that moment, a wave of demonic killer intent washed over the warriors present, both Imperial and from Konoha. For the ninja of the leaf, especially to Kakashi and Kurenai, it felt awfully familiar. With a roar, the nine-tailed fox made its grand entrance in a geyser of flame, standing next to the seeker. Instead of her normal size, the most powerful of the beasts was around Akamaru's size, if not bigger. Most surprising was the fact that the townspeople did not run away screaming in terror at the sight of the nine tails. The Hellcats stood at attention and bowed, as did Yujito and Zabuza. "Kyubi-sama," Yujito greeted. "The ninja from Konoha have been apprehended, as per the Emperor's orders." The massive fox nodded. "Good work." Then the nine tails turned to the petrified leaf ninja. "Just like you Konoha scum," the nine tails sneered. "You have a very bad habit of coming into places where you are not wanted." Kiba was the first to get back his voice. "Oh yeah? What's it to you, demon? Or would you rather be called Naruto? Now you done it," Zabuza muttered as he inched to the side. Even he knew better than to raise the ire of the vixen, as he had learned the hard way. As the townspeople wondered that the idiot was saying, Kitami quickly reacted. One massive tail lashed forward, catching the dog ninja by the throat and lifting him into the air. "Kiba!" Kurenai shouted helplessly as she watched her former pupil being hanged from the air. Then the Konoha ninja watched as the nine tails transformed from a demonic-looking fox to a shapely woman with long red hair tied into a single braid, and clad in a crimson ninja uniform with black trim, a la Dead or Alive's Kasumi, and sandals. A black fox's head was on the back of the uniform. Her eyes were still red, as the tails snaked around her form. "This is the only time I will tell you this, you little mutt, so pay attention," Kitami snarled. "The kit and I are not one and the same. We are completely separate entities. Just like you people to get the jailer mixed up with the prisoner," she concluded as she slammed Kiba to the ground, the dog lover bouncing on the hard street once upon impact. From the sidelines, Zabuza winced. "That's gotta hurt." As Ino rushed to heal the bruised Kiba, Kitami willed the tails away, her eyes shifting from a demonic red to emerald green. Despite this, Kitami still had an angry look to her face. "Under any other circumstances, I would kill you where you stand. However, the Emperor and Empress Consort wants all of you alive and in one piece when I bring you to them. Any resistance from any one of you, and I'll let Zabuza have his fun." The Konoha envoy gulped. Despite it being the wrong reasons, they had gained an audience with the Emperor and his wife. The only problem was whether or not they would survive the encounter. Kitami turned to Kazuma. "Inform the Emperor and Empress Consort that we will arrive with the Konoha ninja momentarily." Once Kazuma was gone, Yujito had her Hellcats escort the captured ninja to the Imperial Complex. On the way, the Konoha ninja passed the Suna and Mist consulates, of which were easily identified by the ninja guarding the compounds, as well as the flags of their respective villages that were flying from the entrance. Following the pathway out of the city, the group reached the Imperial Complex, the nerve center of the unified West. Beautiful, yet intimidating. The guards bowed to Kitami, to which she replied with a single nod. Turning towards the House of Sovereigns, the Nine Tails led the prisoners and their guards there. It didn't take too long for the group to reach their destination. Beyond the wooden double doors was the throne room. The doors themselves were guarded by a samurai guard, who bowed their heads in respect to the Bijou Queen. "The Emperor and Empress Consort will arrive shortly, Lady Akashiya," one of the samurai said. Kitami nodded and turned around. "Zabuza, Yujito, you are no longer needed. The rest of you Hellcats remain here." Once Yujito and Zabuza disappeared, Kitami turned to the Konoha ninja. "Watch what you say around the Emperor and his wife," she warned, of which was directed to Kiba and Ino. The throne room's guards opened the doors and the Konoha ninja were ushered inside. Kitami walked up the steps and stood beside and behind the throne on the left. At the far end of the throne room, the doors opened, and in stepped the most powerful couple in the Western Empire. His clothes stained with the wine from earlier, Naruto had changed into his black vest, pants and boots. He wore no shirt underneath, which showed off his muscular arms. The black Kage-style hat was on his head. Only this time, there was no mask to conceal his face. Hinata was at his side, looking at the gathered ninja with genuine disgust. The Konoha ninja were in shock, especially Kurenai, Shino and Kiba. Hinata was the wife to the most powerful man in the empire, the Akatsuki killer himself. Husband and wife sat down on their thrones. "Even after 8 years, the leaf continues to mock us by sending you here," Naruto said, his voice hard enough to cut steel. He looked at the prisoners that stood before him and Hinata. Kakashi Hatake, Kurenai Sarutobi, Shino Aburame, Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shikamaru Nara. 2 special jounin and 4 members of the Konoha 11. He turned to his wife. "Or should the number be 6? Isn't this the little reunion between old friends, Haim? And here I thought they would be happy to see us." Now Kakashi was puzzled. "Us? What do you mean by us?" Naruto raised one hand to his hat and removed it from his head, allowing the article to fall to the ground. "So slow to catch on, Hatake?" Kurenai's eyes widened in total shock, as did Kakashi. For a moment, the elder jounin thought that they were looking at Minato Namikaze himself. Minato-sensei," Kakashi whispered. Naruto shook his head. "I am not my father. I am the one Konoha had thrown away." He looked at Kakashi. "Remember what you said to me the day I was banished following the retrieval of the Uchiha?" "I most certainly do, as you told me off in front of the Konoha 11. You are worse than trash. You are scum." The reaction was instant. Even Akamaru was shocked. And at that moment they knew. The dead last, the demon of Konoha, Kakashi's former student, which he had all but written off as worthless and abandoned him in the aftermath of the Uchiha retrieval mission, was the Emperor of the Unified West. The same person who had taken down the majority of the Konoha 11, as well as several high-ranking jounin, and earned the nickname Akatsuki Killer for his actions which had brought about their destruction in the Sunakatsuki War. The hair was reddish and the whiskers were gone, but there was no mistaking his identity. "No freaking way," Kiba whispered. "It can't be." Ino gasped. Shino was silent, but despite everything, he was in the same state as his comrades. His former teammate, labeled as a S-class missing ninja, was the wife of the banished Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "Naruto," Kakashi whispered. Then his eye widened in horror as he came to a realization. "Oh my god. Sensei, your son, what have I done?" "The one and only," Naruto replied. "I am the Emperor of the Unified West, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. And I am the Empress Consort, Hinata Namikaze," Hinata finished. Only one thought was going through the Konoha team's minds, save for Shikamaru. "Oh shit." Chapter 4 Revelations. Be extreme subtle, to the point of formlessness. Be extremely mysterious, even to the point of soundlessness. Thereby you can be the director of the opponent's fate. All warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Imperial Complex, Hall of Sovereigns, Throne Room. For the team sent by the Konoha Council, this was not what they were expecting. The Emperor himself, the one who had decimated the Akatsuki in the Sunakatsuki War, as well as defeated the majority of the Konoha 11, several elite jounin and several clan heads, was their former teammate, the dead last who once proclaimed that he would one day be Hokage, but was banished from the Leaf in the aftermath of the Uchiha retrieval mission. And his wife, the former heiress of the Hyuga clan, once deemed worthless because she did not meet the standards of her clan, forsaken by her father, now an S-class missing ninja with a kill-on-sight order for her actions in crippling the Hyuga clan head, was now the wife of the Emperor, herself being the most powerful woman on the continent, second only to her husband. Both were written off as worthless, and yet, they were the Emperor and Empress Consort of the Unified West. But that was not what scared the ninja present, save for Shikamaru. Those present who had went to Suna to aid Gaara in the Sunakatsuki War saw the carnage that was left in the aftermath of that short, but deadly war which led to the Akatsuki's destruction. 50,000 soldiers from the Imperial Defense Force, as well as 6 Jinchuriki, and from the look of things, one freed-tailed beast had saved Suna from destruction. But that was just a fraction of what Naruto could muster, this Shikamaru knew. Naruto held plenty of ill will towards Konoha, but he was not Orochimaru. Naruto could have taken the jerk-ass route and unleashed hell upon Konoha. The ensuing invasion would have made the Sansound invasion look like a backyard brawl. But he didn't. Naruto had freed himself of his past, and made a new life for himself, leaving Konoha in the dust. Seated on their thrones, Naruto and Hinata Namikaze looked down at the cowering Konoha ninja with contempt. Hinata kept her emotions under control, her face neutral, but her eyes showed anger. Naruto, on the other hand, was outright furious. Blue eyes scanned the gathered ninja set before him, at the people who had dared to infiltrate his home. He knew the truth about his banishment, but that still didn't get the shinobi clans off the hook. There was his former sensei, the aloof Kakashi Hatake. The last time he had seen him was back in Hot Water Country, along with Kiba Inuzuka and the Inuzuka matriarch. Besides Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto hated his former sensei with a passion. In his eyes, Kakashi was a hypocrite, plain and simple. He once preached friendship, that those who broke the rules were trash, and those who abandoned their fellow ninja were worse than trash. Then he went back on his saying, abandoning him to train Sasuke. Kakashi was even the first to turn his back on him when the banishment order came down from the Konoha Council calling Naruto scum. Tsukumo Hatake would be rolling over in his grave if he had seen how his son had ended up. Speaking of Kiba, he was standing next to Kakashi. The feral Inuzuka and his giant dog looked like they were about to piss on themselves. always charging in headfirst without getting the entire story. Just like the rest of his family. Then again, growing up, Naruto was just the same. Like Kakashi, the Inuzuka clan was the first to turn their backs on him, including Hana. For that, the Inuzuka clan Kiba included were ranked high on Naruto's shit list. Which was why Naruto took great pleasure in beating down both Kiba and Tsum back in hot water country. Ino was just as bad as Sakura. Almost, anyway. Shikamaru had told him about Sakura's actions which led to her ninja registration being revoked, and Ino declared the official apprentice under Tsunade. At least she wasn't screaming for his head when the banishment orders came down. She had matured in the 8 years following his banishment, even outgrowing her childish crush over the Uchiha, but Naruto still remembered that day that she chose to support his banishment. Kurenai Yuhi Sarutobi, the Genjutsu mistress and captain of the Naudis Bandit Cell 8, he had no problem with. Then again, he hardly knew her. But even Naruto knew that she would look down on him with disgust, as if he was the Nine Tails reincarnated. Just as blind and pathetic as the rest. Hinata, however, still respected her former sensei a great deal, and since she was of the Sarutobi clan by marriage to Asuma, decided to show a bit of leniency. Shino Aburame was kind of difficult to read, but was just like the rest. Even during their days in the academy, the bug user would keep his distance, as if he was afraid. Shikamaru was doing a pretty good job of acting shocked upon seeing him. After all, no one would suspect the slacker of the Konoha 11 to act as an inside man for Naruto and Hinata. He would most definitely have words with the shadow user later. Kitami, on the other hand, watched the Konoha ninja squirm from her place beside Naruto's throne. The Nine Tails was grinning maniacally at the sight. But first things first. Kakashi was outright shocked at the newest revelation. Naruto was not the Nine Tails reborn. He was the son of Minato Namikaze. Oh God, Sensei, your son. Kakashi thought, his mind going back to all those times that he had neglected Naruto's training in favor of Sasuke. It was true, as they say, the past always catches up with you. Or in cruder terms, karma's a bitch, and she's back in heat. Kakashi slowly went down to one knee. Ino, Shino, Shikamaru, Kurenai, and Kiba followed suit. Even Akamaru bowed low, whining softly. Despite this revelation, they had a mission to complete. The gray-haired ninja knew that if there was a chance of his and Kurenai's former students assisting Konoha, then it would come at a heavy price. Minato-sensei, I am so sorry for what I have done to your son, Kakashi thought. Your Imperial Majesty, your Imperial Highness. Kakashi began, swallowing audibly. Accept our sincere apologies for our intrusion into your lands. But we have come seeking your counsel on a matter of great importance. Then speak quickly, Hatake, Hinata ordered, looking as every bit as the Empress consort she was meant to be. Had Hinata and her father had been on better terms, he would have been proud of her. Konoha is facing certain destruction from Oto, Kumo, and IWA, Kakashi explained. Konoha has no allies to come to her aid, and should we go to war, then Konoha will be destroyed. We have come as representatives of the Konoha High Council and the Godame Hokage to ask for military aid. Were you to ally with the Leaf, not only do we stand a chance of surviving, but the war could end in a truce before it can begin. The Council can pay any price you name. Please, your Imperial Majesty, help the Leaf. Naruto could hear the desperation in Kakashi's voice. But he was not moved. He knew that the Konoha Civilian Council only agreed to this just to save their own asses. Answer me this, Kakashi Hatake, Naruto rebuked as he rose from his throne and descended the steps, stopping in front of the man he despised. What can my country gain in the long run, should I agree to assist Konoha? Please, answer me that, sensei. He finished, his voice laced with venom as he spat out Kakashi's former title as it was bile. If looks could kill, then Kakashi would have been a pile of ash. If Itachi was still alive, then Kakashi would rather deal with him instead of his former student. Fortunately, Kurenai made the save. Sire, an alliance between the Leaf and your Imperial Empire would improve the ways of life between us. Also, the Fire Daimyo would be interested in an alliance between you and Fire Country. Nice try, Sensei, Hinata thought. Unknown to the gathered ninja, Shikamaru included, the unified West was in contact with the Fire Lord, as well as knowing of the Orochimaru's intentions to raze Konoha to the ground. Is that what you think, Kurenai Sarutobi? Naruto drawled. Sire, This time, it was Hinata that had cut her former sensei off, addressing Kakashi. Do you know what my husband and I see, Captain Hatake? She sneered, her voice laced with venom as Naruto returned to his throne. A group of ninja from a dead-end village, begging for salvation in the face of their destruction. A village who had chosen a potential traitor over a hero. The ninja from Konoha winced. They knew that they were right. Naruto continued the verbal assault. I see a group of ninja who want me to waste not only my time, but also my resources and my military on an impending war which does not concern me in any shape, form or fashion. The same village that has abused me, spat upon me, and scorned me ever since I was born. The Yondaime my father wished the village to see me as a hero. Instead, you treated me like I was the fox reborn. The same village that not only betrayed me, but banished me for doing my duty. At that, even Kitami winced from the anger that her former vessel was venting. Even she knew that the kid would not forgive Konoha for not only favoring the last Uchiha, but for banishing him, and that anger had festered and burned inside for so many years. Now it was being purged. Aside from the late Sandaime, my wife is one of the select few in that entire village who did not turn their backs on me. Aside from the both of them, I can count on my fingers the number of people who did not see me as the Nine-Tails incarnate. Sarutobi and his two friends, Tuchi and Ayam. They did not abandon me when my so-called friends needed me the most. They saw me not as the Jinchuriki, but as a real person unlike the rest of you. All of Konoha from the civilians to the clans left me at my most vulnerable point, but they remained loyal. Only 5 people out of the whole village who treated me like a human being. Naruto was silent for a moment, while the Konoha envoy lowered their heads in shame. They knew that he was right. He had given them his all blood, sweat and tears and was still looked down. It was at that moment that Naruto passed judgment. Your request for aid is denied. No! Ino shouted, rising to her feet. Naruto! Hinata, please! Konoha is going to be destroyed. It's your home. You have to defend it. Defend it from what? Civilians who think that they can interfere in shinobi matters? Hinata shot back. From people who celebrate the sacrifice the Yondaime made by trying to kill his legacy for something that was not even his fault? Or from certain shinobi clans who forsake their own children for their own political standing in the village? After what they had done to Naruto and after what my clan had done to me, Konoha had stopped being our home. This is our home now. Tears were now in Ino's eyes. What Hinata had said was true. Hinata had all but forsaken by her clan, but Naruto had gotten the worst of the raw deal. Both were loyal Konoha shinobi, only to get hosed by the village. Naruto continued after his wife. The unified West will not aid Konoha in your little war. This is a mess of your own creation. You should have destroyed Orochimaru when you had the chance. Take comfort that we will not destroy your village, despite the fact that you deserve it, but we will not save you from your own destruction either. However, you will be punished for your trespassing into our beloved home. With a snap of his fingers, the 10 Hellcats entered the throne room. Take them to the palace dungeons, Naruto ordered. For your trespassing in my domain, you will stay there for the night. In the morning, you will be taken back to the port, where you will be sent back east. Make sure you place Captain Sarutobi and Jounin Nara in a separate cell from the others, Hinata added. Just to make sure that they don't try anything rash. As the Hellcats grabbed each of the Konoha ninja, Naruto turned to the Hellcats. Get them out of here! Not one of the Konoha ninja offered any resistance as they were escorted out of the throne room. Not even Akamaru. Once they were gone, Naruto slumped into his throne. Despite having planned for an encounter with the former Konoha ninja, it still took a lot out of him. Yuki, having watched the encounter from the side door, entered the throne room. "Naruto, are you okay?" the Spring Daimyo asked, concerned for her friend. Naruto sighed. "Honestly, I don't know if I should play the unsung hero or the idiot. Hinata and I had planned on something like this, but seeing them after all this time—" "I know," Hinata replied, gently grasping her husband's hand. "It was hard for me too. Are you still considering helping the Leaf?" Yuki asked. Naruto shook his head. "No. Our decision is final on the matter. Hinata and I will grant the Konoha clans and the ninja who support Tsunade Asylum, crippling its shinobi forces, while the Fire Lord will finish the job." Yuki nodded. Naruto and Hinata had told her the circumstances regarding Naruto's banishment, and she fully supported the royal couple's plans in crippling Konoha. "Kitami, send for Shikamaru Nara and Kurenai Sarutobi after Naruto calms down," Hinata ordered. "And incapacitate the others so that they do not know. I can use a genjutsu to make them fall asleep," Kitami suggested. "That way no one will none the wiser." Naruto nodded. "See to it." Imperial Dungeons, hours later. Dark, dank and dreary. That's what the Imperial Dungeons looked like. It was used mostly by Rokubunji Oda as a torture chamber. Now, it was used to house prisoners facing execution for capital offenses, such as treason, mostly from remnants of Rokubunji Oda's forces, or those who tried to assassinate the emperor and empress consort. In short, Zabuza, who also served as the empire's chief executioner, had plenty to do. So long as there were those who opposed the emperor's rule, he would use his oversized sword to deliver swift justice to those who threatened his boss and his wife. Hours had passed since the emperor and empress consort's judgment, and the Konoha ninja were forced to face facts. The emperor was not only the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash, but he had flat-out refused to help in the inevitable war which will ultimately lead to Konoha's destruction, and that the empress consort was the former Hyuga heiress. No one spoke, since none could get over Naruto's cold words which were spoken to them. "The unified West will not aid Konoha in your little war. This is a mess of your own creation. You should have destroyed Orochimaru when you had the chance. Take comfort that we will not destroy your village, despite the fact that you deserve it, but we will not save you from your own destruction either." It also gave the Konoha prisoners time to reflect on their mistakes. In one cell was Shikamaru and Kurenai. Next to them were Ino, Shino, Kakashi Kiba and Akamaru. Down the corridor, one of the prisoners was screaming bloody murder, cursing the emperor for killing Oda and stealing his land. In the first cell, Ino was hugging her knees. Kiba was punching the wall, muttering, "Stupid, stupid, stupid," to himself with each punch. Shino was slumped against the wall opposite Ino. Akamaru was on the ground, whining softly. Kakashi was pacing the cell, berating himself over his actions as sensei of Cell 7. In the second cell, Shikamaru simply sat on the cot, arms folded while Kurenai was brooding. "Troublesome, Kurenai-sensei," Shikamaru muttered. "Very troublesome." Kurenai smiled sadly. "Hinata always had a soft spot for Naruto. Leave it to him to stick to Hayashi. Even during the Chunin exams in Suna, he supported her, especially during her fight with Niji. Despite everything, I'm proud of her. Naruto had succeeded where Hayashi had failed. He broke her out of her shell and saw her worth." "You have no idea, sensei," Shikamaru said, remembering that Hinata had fought alongside Naruto in the Tsunakatsuki War. "Then again, Naruto has once again proven to be the most unpredictable ninja," Kurenai finished. She wondered what would be the Hyuga clan's reactions once they found out that Hinata was the most powerful woman in the unified West. She snorted. Emperor's whore. If Hayashi was on better terms with Hinata, he would have been jumping for joy that Hinata is married to the most powerful man on the continent. From the cell next door, Kakashi had heard Kurenai's comment. "I'm so stupid. Why didn't see this sooner? He was Minato's son," he lamented. "Why didn't anyone tell us? I think both Sarutobi and Jiraiya knew," Kurenai said, speaking of her deceased father-in-law and the missing Toad Sage. In the back of her mind, she wondered whether or not Asuma knew. She would have words with her husband once they returned to Konoha. If everyone found out that Naruto was the son of the village hero, then the roles would have been reversed, Shino said. He would have been the village prince, rather than Sasuke. It's the most logical conclusion that in Konoha, the name that people will respect is Namikaze. Naruto would have been pampered, while Sasuke, despite having the Sharingan, would have nothing. Maybe it's better this way. And it's our fault that he ended up this way. Ino sniffed. We all thought that he was the Ninetales reborn. We drove him away because of our fear. Kakashi sighed as he sat down on the cot. I underestimated him. I always tell them to look underneath the hidden meanings, yet I did not take my own advice. He unified the West in such a short time and brought about a peace not seen since the time of the Six Paths. Out of everyone here, he probably hates me the most. Kurenai smiled sadly. I know. And the people love him. He would have made a great Hokage if the council hadn't screwed him over. From what I've heard, he has the Ninetales and the remaining Jinchuriki under his command. Shino pointed. The people and his soldiers are ready to die for both him and Hinata. Ino nodded. Loyalty. Something that we all lacked. We favored Sasuke and banished a hero. Kiba, having finished venting out his frustrations, slumped down next to Ino, who began to work on his bloodied hands. Tell me about it. We all fucked up big time by kissing the Uchiha's ass. The memory of his encounter with the Ninetales was still fresh in his mind. Naruto never quit. Even when we fought in the Chunin exams, he never did quit. Even when Orochimaru screwed up his chakra, he never gave up. He fought on. He remembered the 3-on-1 confrontation with the Emperor in Hot Water Country. I think it's safe to say that he has surpassed all of us. Some friend I was. Outside in the dungeon's corridors, General Kazuma and Kitami appeared. Masking their chakra so that they could not be identified, they stood before the cell containing the 4 Konoha ninja and 1 massive dog. Kitami went through several hand signs while whispering, Kitsune style, gentle sleep. Within seconds, Kakashi, Ino, Kiba, Shino and Akamaru were out like a light. Once they made sure that they were asleep, Kitami turned to Kazuma. Bring the slacker and Sarutobi to the visitor's room, she said before departing. Yes, Lady Akashiya, Kazuma replied. Motioning to the jailer, he ordered him to open the cell containing Kurenai and Shikamaru. The turning of the lock made both Kurenai and Shikamaru jump. Then the door opened and Kazuma was standing in the doorway. Shikamaru, Nara and Kurenai Sarutobi? Kazuma asked. Yes? Kurenai replied while Shikamaru nodded. Come with me. The Emperor and Empress Consort will see the both of you now. Wait, what about Captain Hatake and the others? Kurenai asked. Kazuma shook his head. Sorry. Only you two. Please come with me. Hall of Sovereigns, Visitor's Room. Kurenai and Shikamaru were escorted to the visitor's room inside the Hall of Sovereigns by Kazuma and were told to wait. After Kazuma left via the shadows, Naruto and Hinata had made their appearance. How you been, Shikamaru? Naruto asked as he approached the lazy Nara. Good, despite everything. You? Shikamaru replied, just as Kurenai's eyes went wide as the realization had struck her. Same, Naruto replied as the two men shook hands. Kurenai was on Shikamaru in an instant. You knew? You knew that Naruto and Hinata were the Emperor and Empress? She shouted. Why didn't you tell Asuma? Or your teammates? He did, as does Granny Tsunade, Naruto replied. They both found out shortly after the Akatsuki were destroyed in Suna. As why Shikamaru did not tell them, both Granny and myself asked him not to. Ino's a gossip and word would have reached Danzu and the others. I wanted your reactions to be genuine and honest. Kurenai looked like she was on the receiving end of 1,000 years of pain. But she quickly gathered her wits. It was you who had taken Hinata during the Suna Chunin exams? She asked Naruto. The Emperor nodded. It was me. I also freed her from that damned seal. You definitely succeeded on that, Kurenai replied. Hayashi was very upset when he found out that you removed the caged bird seal off of Hinata. She turned to her former student. Look at you! Empress consort to the Emperor. Congratulations, Hinata. I always had faith in you. Hinata smiled. Thanks, sensei. The red-eyed woman smiled back. Then she looked at the ring on Hinata's finger. Married? The former Hyuga nodded. 2 years. One of the conditions I set for her was to become a better ninja. Kitami and I trained her. I wanted an empress who can carry herself on the battlefield, rather than some spoiled, pampered wives of the daimyos back east. Too bad Hayashi didn't see it that way, Kurenai said, remembering how Hinata had crippled her former father back in Wave Country. She then turned to Naruto. How long was Shikamaru your inside man? Since the Tsunakatsuki War, Naruto replied. My spy network back east was the one who passed on news of Orochimaru's planned attack on Konoha to Shikamaru, who in turn told Granny. After all, no one would suspect the slacker of being an informant. So you already know about the invasion, Kurenai said. Naruto nodded. And my answer still stands, Sarutobi. I will not help Konoha. But why? And Naruto told her about the conspiracy which ultimately led to his exile, as well as the conspirators responsible. Shikamaru, who had told Naruto and Hinata the plot in the first place, had all but confirmed it. Kurenai did not know whether or not that extended to Hitomi, but knowing Danzu, it probably did, as she was part of the Sarutobi clan by marriage. She may be a Konoha jounin, but her loyalty was to her daughter overall. So let me get this straight. Asana Haruno bribed the civilian side of the council to vote for the banishment, while Danza threatened the shinobi clan heads to vote for the banishment, or else their children would be turned into living weapons for his root? Kurenai surmised. Shikamaru nodded. In a nutshell, yeah? Now you see why Hinata and I refused to aid Konoha, Naruto said. But I still have a grudge with Orochimaru, as he was the one who killed old man Sarutobi. Which is why Hinata and I have decided on a course of action that will destroy Orochimaru's war machine, and at the same time, cripple Konoha. By the time you and the others return to Konoha, we will have executed Susanu's wrath. Hinata continued. After giving Kurenai a brief explanation of the plan, she turned to Shikamaru. By that time, Iwa and Kuma will try and kill each other, while at the same time, Orochimaru will be caught in the crossfire. By destroying his fragile alliances with the Cloud and the Stone, Orochimaru can't invade Konoha. That's where you come in, Shikamaru, Naruto said. Once it's known that Orochimaru won't be able to attack Konoha, you will tell Tsunade to resign her post as Hokage. More than likely it will come down to either Hayashi or Danzu who will become the Rokudaime Hokage. By that time, I will have notified the Fire Lord and he will pass judgment on Konoha. And that is... Kurenai prodded. Half of the shinobi support Tsunade, including the clan heads, save for the Hyuga, as well as a sizable number of Chunin and Jounin, Hinata said. The second half of Susanu's wrath is a mass evacuation, or exodus, if you will, of the major clans and shinobi. They will head to Wave Country, where they will be evacuated here. But half of Konoha's ninja force supports Tsunade, Kurenai replied. Then it dawned on her. By allowing the clans and more than half of the Chunin and Jounin asylum, Konoha's shinobi forces will be irreversibly crippled. Combine that with the egos of Haruno, Koharu, Hanmura, Danzu and Hayashi, Konoha will self-destruct. Naruto nodded. Correct. What about Hatake? Kurenai asked. Naruto's mood darkened. I have lost all respect for him. Made the beatdown I gave to him even sweeter. He favored Sasuke, even after I brought his prize student back, not taking notice of the Chidori wound in my chest. What my dad saw in him I will never know. But still, this puts a new light in why you were banished, Kurenai said. I know what you're going to say, sensei. Hinata cut in. But we can't expose Danzu. The corruption in Konoha is too deep. After Minato's death, the council has taken too much power, leaving the post of Hokage as a figurehead. But is there no other way? Kurenai asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. The other option is that I personally decimate the shinobi forces inside Konoha and let Kitami raze the place to the ground. I chose the lesser evil. The idea of offering the clan heads asylum, that was Hinata's idea. Kurenai gulped. Given how Naruto had unified the countries, beaten down the majority of Konoha's elite and decimated the Akatsuki, he could just as easily back his threat up. Sighing, Kurenai nodded. I understand. Kurenai, I must ask that you do not reveal what we have said to anyone, Naruto said. If Danzo or anyone here finds out what I have planned, then the game is up. You and the others can tell them that I am the Emperor and Hinata is my wife. But other than that, I will not aid Konoha. He stood up. Hinata followed suit. This meeting is now over. You have your orders, Shikamaru. Make sure Tsunade knows her part once you return to Konoha. Shikamaru nodded, just as Kazuma emerged from the shadows. Take them back to their cells, Naruto ordered. The Shadow Company commander nodded and did his duty. Morning came over the imperial capital. The 5 Konoha jounin and 1 massive dog were released from their overnight imprisonment. Upon seeing daylight, they saw Kitami waiting for them. The Nine-Tails/Prime Minister was direct and to the point. The Emperor has ordered that all of you will board the first boat at port, and will be sent back east. She retrieved a scroll and handed it to one of the Hellcats. These are your orders. Class S assignment from General Ni, and the Emperor and Empress Consort. You and your squad will accompany the Konoha ninja back east, then return here. I will accompany you to the harbor. The Nine-Tails gave a fanged, feral grin which sent chills down the spines of the Konoha ninja. Not even some Inuzuka or Anko Mitarashi was this scary. Let's go. First boat leaves in less than an hour, Kitami said. Kakashi nodded reluctantly and without any resistance. The Hellcats and their escort walked out of the dungeons. Imperial Palace. Watching from the bedroom window, Naruto watched as Kitami led the Konoha ninja out of the complex. Hinata soon joined him. Now it's up to Tsunade and the Fire Lord, Naruto mused. This is a very dangerous game we're playing, love, Hinata replied. Very dangerous. The blonde emperor nodded. I know. He looked at his watch. Come midnight, Susanu's wrath will be executed. You seem pretty confident in Zabuza and Yujito's cells, Hinata noted. Are you sure that they will succeed? I worked and fought with them for a long time. I have faith in them. They don't know the meaning of the word fail. That said, Naruto turned and walked back inside. Hinata stayed outside, watching the Konoha ninja until they were out of view. Inside the Pekora merchant houses in both Earth and Lightning countries, 2 sleeper cells of Zabuza Mamachi's Demon Brigade and Yujitoni's Hellcat unit began to make the final preparations for the mission given to them by the Emperor and Empress Consort. It was an SS-class mission of the utmost importance. Naruto had personally selected the men and women involved for their specialties in Lightning Jutsu, Earth Jutsu and Genjutsu. Inside the Earth Pekora branch, the sleeper cell donned ninja uniforms identifying them as Kumo and Oto Ninja, while in Lightning Pekora branch, the cell there were dressed as IWA and Oto Ninja. Their mission: prevent Konoha's destruction by causing the alliance between Orochimaru, IWA and Kumo to fracture. They understood that it could well be a suicide mission, but that was only if they failed. And one thing about the Hellcat unit and the Demon Brigade was they never failed. Come midnight, Operation Susanu's Wrath was a go. As the Unification Festival reached its climax, ninja in both Kumo and IWA began to die. In Kumo, it was ninja wearing the uniforms of both Sound and Stone, while in IWA it was Lightning and Sound. While Naruto and Hinata mingled with the more prominent clans inside the Imperial Palace and later, with the civilians down in Kimen City, Susanu's Wrath was underway. The ninja in both Kumo and IWA did not know what had hit them, as the sleeper cells targeted the high-ranking Jounin and Chunin. The Genjutsu specialists captured several of the strongest ninjas from both sides, brainwashed them into fighting their own comrades, ultimately leading to the attempted assassination attempts on the Tsuchikage and Reikage respectively. By dawn the next morning, Kumo and Iwa would be at war. Not with Konoha, but with each other and Oto. Meanwhile, the two sleeper cells had silently retreated back to their respective Pecora merchant houses, and destroyed the evidence of their participation in the operation. There would be no explanation as why both sides had attacked the other. Orochimaru's explanations would fall on deaf ears, as the next battleground would be Rice and Oto itself. Not even Orochimaru could stop the inevitable invasion from two villages. Imperial Complex, Office of the Emperor and Empress, 2 days after the Unification Festival. The scrolls were delivered earlier that day. Both were from the Pecora branches in Lightning and Earth. Upon opening them, Naruto read them, and his expression went from unreadable to that of satisfaction. Hinata had caught the expression when she entered the office. "What is it?" she asked. Naruto said nothing as he handed her the scrolls from Earth and Lightning countries. Soon, her expression mirrored that of her husband's own once she had verified that the scroll was genuine, as only Pecora employees used only those scrolls. Written in both scrolls were the words, Operation Susanu's Wrath, Success. Oto fighting two-front battle between Iwa and Kumo. Konoha, 6 days later. On the way back to Konoha, Kakashi and the others had plenty of time to get the backstory on Naruto from one of the Hellcats, who was a veteran of the Unification Wars. Following his banishment, he had met up with Yujito Ni, who, like Naruto, had been screwed over by the Kumo Council. After fleeing to Kimen City, the pair had made a name for themselves by assassinating Rokenbungi Oda and securing Kimen, before launching into his War of Unification. 1 year to conquer the northern region, and another year to conquer the southern region. Shortly afterward, he was named Emperor of the Unified West. Once he became Emperor, Naruto showed that he was a capable ruler as well as a skilled warrior. Given the fact that Yuki had filmed most of her movies in the West, it was safe to say that Naruto had made a trade alliance with Spring. And the alliance with Suna, given how Naruto had came to the aid of Gaara when the Akatsuki invaded. Not to mention how he was able to beat down most of Konoha's finest. They couldn't pin it on the fox this time around. He had gone from dead last to the most powerful man on the continent. Hearing about Naruto's exploits in the war and as Emperor had crushed what little remained of the Konoha ninjas' morale. They were not looking forward to returning to Konoha to give their report to Tsunade and the council. The trip by boat took 5 days. And another day by foot to reach the Leaf. After greeting the guards at the gate, Ino and Shino returned to their respective homes, leaving Kurenai, Kakashi, Kiba and Shikamaru to make their report to the Hokage and the council. Konoha Council Chambers. The council was immediately convened upon Tsunade's request. Both Ino and Shino were still absent, as they had a lot to think about the past couple of days, leaving Shikamaru, Kakashi, Kurenai and Kiba at the mercy of the Konoha Council. The returning envoy stood before Tsunade and her advisors. The shinobi and the civilian council members were filed on either side of the council chambers. All were anticipating the news of whether or not the Western Empire would come to their aid. "Well?" Koharu prodded. "Did you gain an audience with the Emperor? What did he have to say?" Kurenai and Kakashi exchanged glances. Then Kakashi began to speak. "As ordered by the Godame Hokage," he began, his voice cracking, "we infiltrated the Western Empire. However, we were captured and brought before the Emperor. This also coincides with a secondary mission given to both Captain Sarutobi and myself, find Naruto Uzumaki and see if he would return to the Leaf." At that moment, the council was in an uproar, until Tsunade called for silence. "Why would you even consider allowing the demon to return to the Leaf?" Asana Harino demanded. "We banished him 8 years ago." "Indeed," Danza seconded. "I for one am also concerned about this, Lady Hokage. Our decision was final in regards to the Kyuubi brat. Not even you can override the council's judgment. We are in an impeding state of war, Shimura," Tsunade shot back. "And since you and my advisors like to flaunt the law, allow me to repay the favor. In the event of war, the Hokage of Konoha is automatically granted unlimited emergency powers thus even overriding the will of the Konoha Council for the sake of the village. As quoted in the Konoha Charter, the Hokage of Konoha's word is absolute, meaning that even banished ninja can safely return to Konoha and fight, in exchange for a pardon. Danzu, Koharu and Hanura growled internally. They knew that Tsunade was right. But they wisely kept their mouths shut. Despite the power they wielded, they still were on thin ice with the Slug Sage with their orchestrating Naruto's banishment. One wrong move and they would not survive Tsunade's wrath. As if we needed the demon to return to this village, one civilian member said. The shinobi half of the council knew better. Even they knew that the village was worse off because of Naruto. While the civilian council sang the praises of the Uchiha, Konoha had lost every single alliance and trade agreement it had gained. Even Jiraiya and his spy network, once invaluable to Konoha, was also gone. Most of the villages and nations said that unless the banishment was reversed, then they would do no business with Konoha. Even after 8 years, the council was still blind to the fact that their village was better off when Naruto was still a member of its shinobi ranks. But the shinobi council's hands were tied, as Danza had threatened them not only to vote for the banishment of Uzumaki, but never to say a word, if they valued the lives of their children. How does this coincide with the mission? Asana asked. Shida put 2 and 2 together. Wait, are you saying that the demon is in the employ of the Emperor? Kurenai shook her head. No. Naruto Uzumaki is not in the employ of the Emperor. Heist Emperor. Silence reigned throughout the council hall. Hayashi and Hanabi both looked surprised. Even Sasuke listened on in interest. The same Naruto that was considered the dead last of the Rookie 11 was now the most powerful man on the Western continent. The same man that had soundly beaten most of the high-ranking jounin. It took a moment for Hayashi Hyuga to connect the dots. It was him. That damned demon took my daughter! There's more. Kurenai continued, her tone smug as she turned to Hayashi. We also came into contact with former Konoha Chunin Hinata Hyuga. And you did nothing! Hayashi sneered. You know she is in the bingo book, Sarutobi. You always did have a bleeding heart for that disgrace. Of course I did nothing, Kurenai replied. That disgrace, as you call her, is Naruto's wife, making her the Empress consort. Attacking her would in effect bring upon the wrath of the Empire down on us all. From her seat on the council, Tsunade mentally counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and… As expected, bedlam ensued. We are saved! A second civilian member shouted. That Kyuubi brat will do anything to come back to Konoha. All we got to do is stroke his ego and tell him that he can come back. When the war is over, we can throw him out again. This time, it was Kiba who spoke up. No. You're wrong. We were all wrong. How so? Saminizuka asked. Naruto and the Nine Tails are completely separate entities, Kiba explained, remembering the team's confrontation with the humanized fox. Kakashi nodded, confirming Kiba's testimony. It's true. He then told the council of their encounter with the Nine Tails, followed by their meeting with the former ninja-turned-emperor. As Danza listened on, he was seething. Bitter irony that he once tried to make Naruto into an ultimate weapon for Konoha, but had failed when Hiruzen Sarutobi denied him the chance. In a twist of fate, Naruto had become a weapon, the ultimate weapon of the unified West. That damned Kyuubi brat! I knew that banishing him was a bad idea, the old Warhawk ranted. He is even stronger than his father. Not even the Uchiha could beat him. And he's the Emperor of the West. That position should be mine. Such power would be useful in controlling all of the countries. Too bad that Naruto would more than likely have him and his route executed should he try anything funny. If the boy is the Emperor, then we are saved! One fat cat from the civilian side shouted, interrupting Kakashi. That is until Kakashi dropped the bombshell. He has denied our pleas for assistance in the war with Oto, Iwa and Kumo. The copycat ninja deadpanned. His hatred of the leaf runs deep. We have betrayed him in his darkest hour, because we were blind to the facts. We all thought that he was the Kyuubi in human form. Minato would be turning over in his grave if he saw what this village has done to his child. Wait, are you saying? Some began, her face going pale. Tsunade spoke for him, her voice grim. Yes. The council, in its ignorance, has banished the son of Minato Namikaze, and his wife, former Whirlpool ruler Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, who in turn is related to my grandfather, Harashima Senju, and my granduncle, Tobarama Senju, the Shodame and Naidame Hokages, as well as myself. Yes, the Senju clan is related to the Uzumaki clan, formerly of Whirlpool. Noble blood runs through Naruto's veins. The shinobi side of the council looked ill, while the civilian side erupted in shouts of denial. Impossible! The boy can't be the sole survivor of the Namikaze clan. It has to be another of the demon's tricks. Enough! Tsunade shouted, silencing the civilian council. This has gone on long enough. It is because of the influence of the civilian council that we banished the son of the village hero. This is a shinobi village, and civilians have no say in ninja matters. Therefore, I am dissolving the civilian council until further notice. Her voice rose over the objections. If you do not like my decree, then maybe a visit to Ibiki and Anko will change your mind. At that, the civilians effectively snapped their mouths shut. One thing for certain, the civilians were completely scared of the chief interrogator and his assistant. Silently, one by one, they walked out of the chambers. Once the civilians were gone, another round of talks began. Surely there is something that we can offer the boy in exchange for his aid in this war, Hanira said, grasping for straws. Shikaka shook his head. What can we offer him? The position of Hokage? He is the Emperor of the West. A pardon and his name cleared? Or maybe an apology for how he was treated over the years? Or maybe a rank to Jounin? Not even that would interest him. If anything, from his exploits and his track record, he is stronger than the last 4 Hokages combined. If what Captain Sarutobi and Captain Hatake speak are indeed true, then we can forget about having the Yandame's legacy helping us. He sighed. Minato would be rolling over in his grave as to what we have done to his son. So what? Chusa Akamichi butted in. That leaves us with 2 choices. Either we give in to their demands of handing over Sasuke Uchiha, the Hyuga heiress, recognizing it as a major shinobi nation and stepping down, and handing over the forbidden scroll of sealing the latter of which we do not have. Or Konoha makes its last stand. Danza deadpanned. I must admit that banishing the boy was good for the leaf at the time, but now, we face destruction. Destruction because of your own stupidity, Tsunade thought crossly. Turning to Shikamaru, Kurenai, Kakashi and Kiba, she dismissed them and remained behind as the Shinobi Council continued to argue over what to do next. No one noticed Sasuke Uchiha leave the room shortly after the Konoha envoy. Finally, Tsunade got tired of all the arguing and dismissed the clans for the day. Konoha, Market Square. Shikamaru made his way to the Pekora merchant stand, where Maki Asashina and her fellow merchants were busy hawking their wares and exotic materials from the unified West. The lazy Nara immediately identified Maki by her crimson flak vest and katana, and made his way over to her. Maki saw him coming. Before leaving the Fire Capital, she had received word of the attack via a fox summon from Hinata. "Ah, Shikamaru," she greeted. Retrieving a package from underneath the stand, she handed it over to the pineapple-headed slacker. Leaning in, she whispered into his ear. To anyone else, it looked like she was flirting with him. But Shikamaru knew better. "I bring word from the unified West and from the Emperor," she whispered. "Susanu's wrath is a success. Tell your Hokage to begin the next phase of the plan once word reaches here that Orochimaru will not invade." "Troublesome," Shikamaru replied, but rushed off back to the Hokage Tower. Training Ground Number 3. Sasuke found Kakashi at the old training grounds. The gray-haired Jounin stood near a post, lost in his thoughts. But he knew that the Uchiha was there. Sasuke remembered this spot as well, as this was the location of their bell test. The post was the same that Naruto had been tied to in his youth. "I thought you might be here," Sasuke said. Kakashi remained silent. So it's true? About the Dobe being emperor? When Kakashi nodded, Sasuke continued on. Guess I can't actually call him Dobe anymore. Given how he managed to unify the western continent, as well as beat down most of the Konoha Jounin. Should have known that he had on a mask. Not that I blame him. He walked over to the post and placed one hand on the wooden beam. A sardonic smile crept across the Uchiha's lips. I remember the bell test you made us take after we made Genin. Naruto was tied to this very post when we failed to get a bell off of you. He sighed. All of this is my fault. If I hadn't tried to defect to Orochimaru, then none of this would have happened. Naruto should not have been banished for my crimes. If anything, I should have been the one walking out of that gate. In the 8 years following Naruto's banishment, Sasuke had changed for the better, surprisingly. Despite the fact that it had cost him the trust of the shinobi clans of Konoha, Sasuke had trained harder than ever once he was fully recovered. It had taken Naruto's banishment to see that his obsession with vengeance had ultimately caused the destruction of Cell 7. He had distanced himself from Kakashi and Sakura as a result, and hardly spoken to Sakura for the next several years. Until 3 years ago, he received a marriage proposal from Asano Haruno. Since Sasuke needed to rebuild the Uchiha, she was offering Sakura's hand in marriage. Sasuke blanched at the proposal. He would rather spend time in the forest of death with the critters than to be married to the pink-haired banshee. Speaking of which, is it true? That demon is the Emperor of the West? Sasuke and Kakashi winced as Sakura Haruno stormed in their direction. The disgraced Chunin was now being groomed to take over her mother's mercantile business, which had taken quite a hit with the rise of the Pekora merchant houses. Ever since having lost her shinobi status, Sakura had focused her attention into seducing Sasuke, with no success, and running the day-to-day operations of her family's business. It's true, all right, Kakashi confirmed. Naruto is the Emperor of the West. Sakura folded her arms across her chest. It's a lie. You've probably been fooled, Hatake. You know as well as I do that Naruto can use shadow clones. There's a meeting at my mother's home. The civilian council which Tsunade had ejected are talking about sanctions against the Pekora merchant house, as well as summoning Naruto back to face trial. There's a problem with that, Sakura, Sasuke pointed out. Since the civilian council forgot, let me remind you. The Fire Lord himself personally intervened, saying that no one is to make a move against Uzumaki under any circumstances. Since he is the Emperor of the West, he is now protected by diplomatic immunity, as is Hinata. We attack any one of them, and Orochimaru will be the least of our worries. Sakura snorted. As if that dead list can do anything. He loves Konoha too much to raise a sword against it. Kakashi shook his head. People do change when you haven't seen them in almost a decade. Naruto and the Ninetales are not one and the same. I should not have doubted Minato-sensei's sealing abilities. He sealed the Ninetales inside Naruto's body in order to save Konoha. The Nine-tailed fox is a woman. A very hot woman, despite the tails and demonic chakra. Whatever, Sakura replied. Mom and the more prominent members of the civilian council are filing an injunction against Naruto, denouncing him and Hinata as traitors to the Leaf, as well as denying him as the son of Minato Namikaze. The second injunction is aimed at T-Country, demanding that they hand over the demon's wealth immediately, or else they will find themselves suffering from a trade embargo with the Leaf. Good luck with that, Kakashi snorted. T-Country's on friendly terms with the unified West. So threatening them would be moot at best. You haven't seen what kind of damage that Naruto can do, Sakura. Sasuke and I have. We've seen the aftermath of the Akatsuki invasion, and given the fact that his army are battle-hardened samurai and ninja, they can easily overrun Konoha and destroy it. Sakura snorted again and walked off. At a ninja-only bar and grill, Ino and Shino had just finished telling the other members of the Konoha 11 and several high-ranking jounin the news. They did not take it very well. Most of them had assumed that Naruto and the Ninetales were one and the same. But after Ino had told them what had happened and with Shino backing her up, they knew that they screwed up big time. What was even more shocking, as Niji had pointed out, was that Naruto had fought and beaten most of the Konoha 11, several elite jounin and clan heads following the deaths of Haiden and Kazuku. On top of that, he was the architect behind the destruction of the Akatsuki, as well as retrieving the surviving Jinchuriki and allowing them to live in the West. Well shit, Anko Midarashi said. I always knew that kid wasn't the Nine Tails. If he was, then Orochimaru would have long since been pissing on this town's ashes. If Ichiraku was still alive, he would have been proud of him. We have done a very unyouthful thing in condemning Naruto, Rock Lee lamented. We all thought he was the Fox Reborn. But to have united the Western lands in such a short time and bring about peace to the war-torn lands. Mato Guy nodded. Indeed, my youthful student. He has proven to have both the will of fire, as well as the flames of youth burn brightly in him. Can't believe we all fought him, and lost, Tenten said as she poked at her lunch, having lost her appetite. Guess it shows that we all became complacent in our abilities. Looks like Naruto had never stopped training, since he could just as easily wipe out Konoha without missing a beat. Niji Hyuga had taken the news the hardest. I'm such a fool. I always lived my life by fate, given the fact that I was born into the cadet branch. Naruto proved it to me that one does not live by fate when we fought the first time, and I threw it back in his face when he was banished. What he told me when we fought again really had me thinking about my life, especially after Hinata had disappeared. There really is no such thing as fate, only choice. And Konoha had chosen poorly in banishing the son of the village hero. Chuji's eyes went wide. You mean? Niji nodded. Yes. I overheard Hayashi and Hanabi talking with the Hyuga Council before I came here. Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze, and husband to Hinata, making her the empress consort to him being the emperor. The Hyuga Council has declared that Hinata's marriage to Naruto is invalid and immediately nullified and are in the process of demanding that she returns to Konoha. He scoffed. That will not happen. Hayashi has lost face to the point that he will risk the destruction of the Hyuga just to get Hinata back. Chuji slumped back in his seat. And Naruto and Hinata have refused to help us. We're screwed. We are so screwed. The others couldn't help but to agree. Office of the Hokage. So Konoha has dodged a bullet? Orochimaru has his hands full with IWA and Kumo? Tsunade asked. Yeah, Asahina verified it. Susanu's wrath is a success, Shikamaru replied. Once it's known in Konoha that Orochimaru will not attack, you will resign your post as Hokage. The Fire Lord will do the rest. The Godame nodded as she leaned back in her chair. We'll have to work fast. More than likely it will be Danzo who will be chosen for as Rokodame. Are you sure that Orochimaru and Oto will not hinder the exodus when the time comes? Naruto's spy network has been getting around-the-clock reports on the assault on Oto. Once the damage has been done, he will personally deal with the snake himself. Tsunade nodded. You're dismissed, Shikamaru. The shadow user nodded and left the room. Tsunade almost felt bad for the snake. Keyword being, almost. If Kumo and IWA don't end up killing him, then Naruto would most definitely will, as he had to answer for killing their former master. Tsunade took out a bottle of sake and poured herself a cup. Toasting the memory of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the slug saged down the warm liquid, and waited. Waited for the news of Orochimaru's impending demise. Until then, she would sit back and watch as Konoha go nuts with the fact that the so-called Kyuubi brat was not only the Emperor of the West, but also the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Chapter 5 Exodus. Ruins of Otogekure, Sound Country, 72 hours after the battle. Not even the Tsuneakatsuki War had matched what would later become the Oto-Iwa Kumo conflict in brutality and intensity. The war had engulfed all of the land of sound and parts of lightning and earth, threatening to even pour out into neighboring countries. The three shinobi villages of Kumo, Iwa, and Oto were all poised to destroy Konoha. But then, for all accounts and purposes, the Triple Alliance self-destructed. Kumo and Iwa had both lost a sizable amount of ninja, and blamed the other and Oto. Naturally, Orochimaru had denied the claim, but neither side was listening. Then all hell had broken loose. Orochimaru had found himself in the middle of a two-front war, a nightmare for any ninja, with IWA in the west and Kumo in the east. The Snake Sage had come to a horrifying realization: there was no way out for him. He was severely outmanned, and not even his test subjects with the Cursed Seal or the revived Sound 4 could stave off stone and lightning. Even Manda, his personal snake summon, would fall in the ensuing battle, having been brought down by Kumo and Iwa's own animal summons. As for the Snake Sage himself, he would be severely weakened. Not by the loss of his sound ninja force, but due to the fact that his current body was nearly burned out, and that even if he could transfer to another body, it would do no good. 3 days after the battle had begun, a cessation of hostilities was declared by the new Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of the late Inoki, and an interim Reikage. Both sides had endured massive losses, and both sides had come to the conclusion that it was all Orochimaru's fault. A shaky peace treaty was signed and Kumo and IWA left the field of battle, leaving Oto and the Land of Sound a virtual wasteland. It was then that once Kumo and IWA were back within their borders, the true mastermind of the Oto-IWA Kumo conflict had revealed itself. In the ruins of Otogekyu no Sato, Orochimaru knew that he was dying. But the last thing he expected was the Kyuubi brat making the save for Konoha. Too bad he forgot that said Kyuubi brat had a bone to pick with him regarding the murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Orochimaru had attacked Naruto, who disarmed him and used both his own katana and Orochimaru's signature weapon, Kusanagi, to lop off both of Orochimaru's arms before crisscrossing the blades in a scissor pattern on Orochimaru's neck. Flashback. Ruins of Otogekyu, 30 minutes earlier. A weakened Orochimaru was on his knees, glaring at the son of Minato Namikaze, who held both Kusanagi and his own sword at his neck. The Snake Sage knew that he would never get the chance to burn down Konoha. He would never see the Hokage monument crumble and fall. He was finished. Why? Orochimaru demanded, defiant in his final moments. Why defend a place which has shunned you? Forsaken you? Naruto smiled evilly. Oh, don't worry, you old snake. I'm not doing this for Konoha. But I can't let you burn the place down. The honor of destroying Konoha is mine and mine alone. Then why kill me? We can destroy Konoha together. Spare my life, and I will be in your service. Naruto shook his head. So you can try and take my body like you tried to do with the Uchiha? No thanks. I can do without backstabbers. I dealt with plenty of those during the Unification Wars. No, you are too much of a threat, Orochimaru. Besides, you have to answer for your own slights against me. You murdered the closest thing I had for a father figure in the Tsunoto invasion. Your former sensei, the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Time to answer for your crimes. You'd kill me over that old fool? You should be thanking me. If it wasn't for my interest in Sasuke, you would still be stuck in that damned village. You would not have been forced to leave in order to become stronger. You are what you are now because of me. I made you. Spare me your explanations. Your time is up, Orochimaru. Naruto replied as his grip tightened on the swords. You can go to hell, Namikaze. After you. With a move of his arms, Naruto Namikaze decapitated Orochimaru, and thus avenged the death of his mentor. End flashback. Naruto Namikaze watched as the massive form of Katami's Nine Tails unleashed her foxfire stream upon the destroyed village, burning it to ashes. Gaara's Suna ninja would conduct the mop-up operations, using the information Naruto had received from Kabuto in regards to Orochimaru's hidden labs, right before ending his life as well. His katana was sheathed, while he held Kusanagi in his other hand. A specialized seal was on the handle, suppressing its power. Naruto will take Orochimaru's sword home as a trophy of war. As Otogekyu no Sato was engulfed in a sea of flames, Kitami reappeared, having reverted back to her human form. It's done, Kit, she said. Otogekyu is no more. Naruto nodded. Konoha was safe, for the time being. Now, it was up to Tsunade and the Fire Lord. He had 5 ships on standby in water country, ready to move the clan heads and their families to the west. Now, it was time to return home. Konohagakure no Sato, 1 week after Otogekire's destruction. Konoha was breathing a sigh of relief. Orochimaru was dead, his sound ninja decimated, and the land of sound was destroyed. The civilians, full of themselves as always, claimed victory, saying that it was the will of fire which drove Orochimaru's alliance to self-destruct, and that they didn't need the demon emperor and his whore to save their skins. Oh, the lies we tell to make ourselves feel better. It was after the celebrations had concluded that Tsunade had summoned the council and dropped the bomb. She was resigning her position as Hokage. In these past several weeks, I have come to the realization that this village, once founded by my grandfather, has lost the will of fire. We have become complacent and arrogant in our abilities and in our dealing with people. It is because of this, I am stepping down as Godame Hokage. I will remain in Konoha until the end of the month. Then I will travel west to offer penance to the son of the Yellow Flash, and hope that he forgives this foolish old woman. In the days following Tsunade's resignation, things got even more hectic. Mostly regarding the Emperor of the West and his wife. The main branch of the Hyuga clan had voted unanimously to declare Hinata's marriage to Naruto invalid and issued an order for her to return to Konoha immediately, lest she would end up suffering the wrath of the Hyuga clan. The order was ignored. For Naruto, the civilian clan found out that Naruto had bank accounts in both Tea and Spring countries. They had sent envoys there, with orders to the banks demanding that they hand over the Namikaze family's wealth so it can liquidate it and used to further Konoha's selfish desires. Both were sent back empty-handed. 5 days after Tsunade had resigned her post from Konoha, she had received word from a smaller slug summon that the Fire Lord was less than a mile off from Konoha with his guardian ninja and a battalion of his private army. Perfect timing, Tsunade thought as the small slug disappeared, just as a squad of Konoha Route A and B led by Sai approached her while she was inside the ninja-only bar and grill, enjoying a drink. "Lady Tsunade, your presence is requested inside the council chambers by the Rokudame-elect," Sai said. "Can't this wait until after I'm finished?" the former Hokage asked, doing a good job of acting annoyed. "I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, but the Rokudame-elect has ordered a mandatory meeting of all clan heads, their successors, and special jounin," the Inquisitor replied. "Please come with us." Sighing, Tsunade downed the last of her sake and headed for the Hokage Tower with her escort. Konoha Council Chambers, minutes later. Sure enough, the Konoha Council Chamber was packed with nothing but shinobi, from the clan heads to the special jounin when Tsunade entered the room. Tsunade took notice of the Route A and BU and the Hyuga main branch ninja that stood guard inside the room. Seated in the Hokage's chair, in the robes of state and the Hokage's hat, was Danza Shimura. The 2 council elders were seated on either side of the Warhawk-turned-Rokudame. Only this time, Hayashi Hyuga sat next to Koharu while Asana Haruno sat next to Hamura. Tsunade also took notice of Sakura Haruno standing among the ANBU and Hyuga ninja. "Ah, Lady Tsunade," Danza greeted smoothly. "So nice of you to join us." "All right, I'm here." "What do you want, Lord Hokage?" Tsunade demanded, showing Danza the same disrespect he had shown her during her tenure as the Godame. "You could at least congratulate me on my ascension to the seat of Hokage," Danza replied. "Aside from taking oaths of loyalty, which the clans have not taken yet, I am here to inform you, Tsunade Senju, that your right of free passage is hereby revoked." Tsunade cocked an eyebrow. "Excuse me? Last time I checked, Shimura, my right of free passage was given to me in Jiraiya once we became sages." "True," Danza said. "But you're needed here in Konoha. As for Jiraiya, I have tracked him down to Spring Country. If he knows what is good for him, then he will not refuse my summons to return. The Spring Daimyo will not interfere with Konoha business, even thought she did grant him asylum." Tsunade snorted. "Needed? You mean you want me here to keep an eye on me?" Danza shrugged his shoulders. "Call it what you like. You may be a sage, But you are still a shinobi of the leaf. I cannot, no, I will not let you go west to that brat and his whore of a wife. Tsunade smirked. Still sore over the fact that same brat mopped the floor with you and your precious root Anbu? Danzu ignored the insult. Furthermore, I am reversing your judgment in regards to Sakura Haruno. I felt that it was unjust. Effective immediately, she is reinstated as a shinobi in the Konohagakure shinobi force with the rank of Jounin. Furthermore, as your Rokudame, you are hereby ordered to take Haruno back as your apprentice and to terminate your apprenticeship to Ino Yamanaka. As Inochi and Ino raised their voices in protest, Tsunade looked at the smirking Sakura and the regal Asana. And how much did Asana bribe you to make this decision? Tsunade asked. That is none of your concern, Asana replied. You will do as the Rokudane commands and take back my daughter as your apprentice. Fuck no, was Tsunade's reply. Before Danzu could reply to Tsunade's remark, the doors to the council chambers opened and 5 more Root Anbu marched in with a bound Maki Asahina. Deciding to place Tsunade on hold, Danzu turned to the Imperial Ninja/Pekora merchant. Captain Asahina, do you know why you are here? Despite being bound, Maki showed no fear. Enlighten me, you old crow. Maki Asahina, you have been brought before the Konoha Council to answer for the crimes of murdering 3 Hyuga main branch ninja. Hayashi replied. Ninja. Second, the Pekora Merchant House will be ordered to pay reparations to the Hyuga clan and the Konoha Mercantile Guild. Your ninja attacked me, Maki replied. It was self-defense. The Godame ruled it as such. And to quote your former Hokage, fuck no. And that is another thing that I am overturning, Danzu replied. You have killed Konoha ninja from a respected and honorable clan, which carries an automatic death sentence. Do you have anything to say before your sentence is carried out? Maki didn't say anything. Instead, she reacted. While they were talking, Maki had freed her bonds. She elbowed the root to her left in the face, driving the cartilage into her brain, killing her instantly. The second root Anbu to her left drew her katana, but Maki quickly disarmed her, and was armed with her own katana, the second root Anbu lying on the floor in a pool of her own blood, her throat slashed. In an instant, 5 Hyuga main branch ninja and 5 root Anbu surrounded the young kunoichi. The other root in the room had their weapons drawn, keeping the other shinobi at bay. You have no idea who you are fucking with, Maki replied. I can just as easily carve through the 10 of you without blinking an eye. Enough of this. Kill her, Hayashi shouted. 50 seconds later, the 5 Hyuga ninja and the 5 root Anbu were all slain. Maki was covered in blood spatter, but was still alive. Her flak vest had taken some damage, but other than that, she was unharmed. Suffice to say, the shinobi clan heads and their children were impressed with her skill. You have sealed your fate, Hayashi shouted. You will not leave this room alive! Looks like self-defense to me, the Fire Lord said from the doorway. Just in time. Tsunade thought as the Fire Lord entered the room, followed by his guardian ninja and a squad of heavily armed ninja from his personal military force. Lord Demio. This woman has killed members of my clan. I demand justice. Hayashi demanded as several root Anbu cleaned up the bodies of the fallen ninja. The Fire Lord turned to Maki. You are free to go, Captain Asahina, he said. Your actions were deemed justifiable in my eyes. Maki bowed and departed from the room, while Hayashi sputtered out curses to the smirking Asahina. Once she was gone, the Fire Lord turned to Danzu. Why is it every time you idiots make me so angry with your rampant stupidity I have to personally intervene? Did you forget that the Toad Sage answers directly to me, and not to the Hokage? Or did you forget that I personally signed the decision in regards to the Haruno girl? Or that this village is still a shinobi village because of my grace? He turned to Tsunade. Tsunade Senju, I am hereby restoring your right of free passage, as well as relieving you of your responsibilities as a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. He then turned to the shinobi present. As a matter of fact, I am extending this to all of you. For the next 14 days, any shinobi from the lowest of genin to the elite jounin is free to leave Konohagakure no Sato. You will not be labeled as missing ninja nor placed inside the bingo book. Any attempts to restrain any ninja wanting to leave by genjutsu, force, blackmail, bribery, or seals, he threatened, directing the last shot at Hayashi, will result in an automatic death sentence to the offending party, regardless of their status in this village. In an instant, Asana was on her feet. You can't do that, she objected. I just did, the Fire Lord replied. And to make sure that my orders are carried out, I am leaving a battalion of my most loyal soldiers here to make sure that no one interferes for the next 2 weeks. Cross me, Shimura, and you will have the honor of being the Hokage with the shortest term in the history of the village. That said, the Fire Lord stalked out of the room, his guardian ninja following close behind. As soon as they were gone, Tsunade turned to the gathered ninja. In 6 days, I will be leaving Konoha for good. If you wish to come with me, then you are free to do so. With that said, the slug sage departed from the room. Meanwhile, the gathered shinobi were talking amongst themselves. They were seriously giving the idea consideration. Hayashi saw that his fellow clan heads were clearly considering the Fire Lord's decree, and tried to make the ninja see reason. You can't leave. We are Konoha shinobi. We must stick together and show a unified front. Your ancestors were part of this village ever since it was founded. The Leaf has put a major investment in your training and that of your children. Maybe instead of worrying about that drunk of a sage, you should start worrying about your future, and that of your own children. Chuza, Inochi, Shikaku, Tsum, Shibi, Asuma and Kakashi all exchanged glances. Then Inochi rose from his seat and stepped towards Danzu and the others. For a moment, Hayashi thought that his words had gotten through to them and Inochi would be the first to swear loyalty to the Rokudame. Until Inochi unfastened his Hatchet and dropped it to the floor, where it made a sharp CLIN cast. The metal struck the floor. I am thinking for my future, and that of my family. And it's not in this village, Inochi replied before walking out of the room. Soon, Ino did the same thing, unfastening her Hatchet and dropping it to the floor alongside her father's. Then Chuza, and Chuji, and Shikaka, and Shikamaru, and Shibi, and Shino. Wait a second! You can't do this! Asana objected as the procession passed the Hokage and his advisors, the sharp sound of Hatayatesh landing on one another making the Rokudame even more angrier by the second. Clink. Sum has dropped her Hatchet into the growing pile. You are all Konoha shinobi! Your loyalty is to the Hokage! Sakura shouted. Clink. Kiba tossed his to the ground. Clink. Asuma and Kurenai's Hatayatesh landed on the pile at the same time. Clink. Anko flipped off the Hokage and his advisors before walking out, having discarded her Hatchet. You are jeopardizing your future as ninja! Kohara shouted. Clink. Mato Gai's Hatchet joined the pile. Clink. Tenten and Rock Lee's Hatayatesh followed suit. Sasuke? Sakura shouted. Clink. Sasuke dropped his Hatchet at Sakura's feet. I'm done with this town, he replied as Kakashi dropped his own Hatchet and followed his rival's team. With this act of defiance, unknown to Konoha, it was the beginning of the end for the Leaf. With the exception of the Hyuga main branch clan, the Hyuga Cadet branch clan, led by Niji Hyuga, the main clans of Konoha, the Aburame, Yamanaka, Akamichi, Nara, Inazuka and Sarutobi, as well as a sizable number of Jounin and Chunin had decided that it was best to leave Konoha rather than serve under a power-mad and corrupt government. Since Tsunade was heading for the Western Empire, those that were leaving had decided to throw in their lot with the former Hokage and head west. Niji, however, had an ulterior motive in leaving Konoha. The reason being was that he was romantically involved with Tenten. And since he was part of the cadet branch, any child born from their union would be subjected to the caged bird seal, something that Hanabi had reminded him plenty of times. Deciding that a new life out west was more better than a lifetime of servitude and humiliation, the entire cadet branch had turned in their Hatayatesh as well, crippling the power of the main branch. The clan heads prepared for the move. Among them, Shikaku and Shikamaru had slaughtered their deer and preserved its meat for the travel to the west, Chusa and Chuji helping. Ino and her parents had sold the Yamanaka flower shop to one of the civilians who was a loyal customer, but decided to stay behind in Konoha. When the Konoha Mercantile Guild refused to sell them supplies, it was the Pekora merchant house that made the save by offering supplies at half the normal cost. Even Ibiki Marino, Konoha's resident torture expert, and his younger brother, had decided to put in their lot with Tsunade. Since Konoha's numbers were still small and that there were no genin at the academy this year, having about half of Konoha's experienced ninja leaving the village was a serious blow. Before she resigned, Tsunade had pilfered the files of all of the clans and high-ranking Chunin and Jounin, as well as raiding the village's treasury, removing the Senju family fortunes, as well as those of the Uchiha. The clan heads had already taken their cash out of the city's banks and were using their combined resources for supplies for the upcoming trip. Tsunade even went as far as to retrieve the ashes of the first four Hokages, Hashirama and Tobarama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze, as well as the ashes of Dan, Nawaki Senju and Kushina Namikaze from the Konoha graveyard and sealed them in several scrolls. The daimyo's decree was enforced with vigor. When a Hyuga main branch ninja tried to stop Niji from resigning, he was immediately killed on the spot. All in all, 50 ninja and villagers were executed for violating the daimyo's law, and over 200 Konoha ninja and their families had decided to leave. Konoha, Day of the Exodus. Morning came over Konohagakure. Tsunade looked at the gathered crowd before her. With the exception of the Hyuga main branch clan, the Hyuga cadet branch were present, as were all of the other clans and over 200 Chunin and Jounin. Watching nearby were Asana and Sakura Haruno, the two elder council members Koharu Yutane and Hanura Midokado, Hayashi Hyuga and his daughter, Danzu Shimura, and a sizable amount of Root A and BU and Hyuga main branch ninja. The Rokudame and his entourage did not look very happy, as the ninja leaving were the most experienced and the most promising in the shinobi world. Shizen stood at her mentor's side, Taunton in her arms. "Everyone's ready, Tsunade," she said. Tsunade nodded. "So many, there are so many of them." "No argument there," said a voice she hasn't heard in over 8 years. Shizen and Tsunade turned to the source of the voice. Jiraiya stood by the slug sage, having appeared in a poof of smoke. Despite everything that has happened, she was happy to see the old perv. "If the situation wasn't as serious, this could be a great scene for my latest novel," the old man said. He then took a serious expression. "I know everything, Tsunade. I went to the west to try and convince the kid to defend Konoha, but after what I learned convinced me otherwise." He looked at the Rokudame and his lackeys. "This village was our home. But after Minato had died, it had lost the will of fire." "So true," Tsunade replied. "Grandpa and Uncle Tobarama would be rolling over in their graves if they could see how this village has ended up. Konoha is finished. So what's the plan?" "We head south, towards Wave. Naruto has several ships standing by to take us to the west." Jiraiya looked at the gathered ninja that were leaving alongside the slug sage. "Are all the people here ninja?" Tsunade nodded. "And their families?" A small number of civilians had left for the fire capital and the surrounding towns. "We got all the clans, save for the Hyuga main branch, and about 200 Chunin and Jounin. Even Enko and Ibiki wanted out." Jiraiya also took notice of Sasuke Uchiha, standing with Shikamaru and Shuji, chatting. "I'm surprised to see that the Uchiha is coming." "Me too. But I can't complain. But enough talking. Let's get this show on the road." With that, what was soon to be known as the Konoha Exodus has begun. Imperial Complex, House of Sovereigns, 3 days later. A meeting of the Imperial Council. "Operation Susanu's Wrath is a success," Naruto reported. "Oto has been destroyed, and Orochimaru has been slain." "And the refugees from Konoha?" Kokoro Yamada asked. "I have received word that they are on their way to the coast," Naruto replied. "They are being led by Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju." "Senju, now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time," Kokoro said. A very long time. You know about the Senju clan? Hinata asked. In a way, the older woman replied. On my father's side, I am a direct descendant of the Senju. Care to explain? Naruto asked. My clan ancestor and co-founder was Toka Senju, a master genjutsu specialist who was a close associate of one of the co-founders of Konoha, Hashirama Senju. Kokoro explained. When Konoha was founded by Hiroshima and Madara Uchiha, Toka had met and fallen in love with a ninja from the west. His name was Hiro Yamada, the founder of my clan. Back then, the West was relatively peaceful, and not locked in the years of civil war. So Hiro's specialty was that he was an expert healer, right? Hinata asked. Correct, Lady Hinata. The Yamada clan had replied, pride in her voice. You can say that he was the forerunner of the medic ninja. In fact, he was the creator of several medical ninjutsu, including the mystic palm jutsu. However, Hiro was called back to the west when the wars had intensified. Hashirama allowed Toka to leave with him. By the time Tobirama Senju ascended the position of Hokage, all contact was lost. To tell you the truth, Chief, I am very surprised to hear that a Senju from the east is still alive. Since you claim ancestry from the Senju, then you would have no problem in backing that claim up, Naruto said, interested that he had a distant relative sitting on the council. Kokoro nodded. I can send you copies of my family tree, if you are interested. Since Naruto had also claimed ancestry from the Senju clan through his grandmother, Haruka connected the dots. Chief, you do realize that Yamada is a distant relative? Naruto nodded. Yeah. Ironic that I have family in the West. But we can settle that later. Right now, we have to prepare for 300 new arrivals. North Kimen will be a good place for the arrivals. Located within the imperial capital, North Kimen was a wooded district that used to belong to the most powerful clans supporting Rokenbungi Oda. When Oda was killed, those supporting the fallen warlord had fled with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Naruto had then seized control of their assets, had them liquidated and used them to finance his war. When they returned with their own personal army to take back Kimen City a year later, Naruto had a surprise for them. He had just learned the Hirishin. Combined with 2 shadow clones, the clans and their armies were wiped off the map. Now, North Kimen was empty. There was plenty of room in Kimen City, but Naruto chose North Kimen because it was the one place where he can keep an eye on the Konoha refugees. The clans got their own compounds, while the Jounin and Chunin he would have set up in 3 dorm-like buildings. When will the Konoha refugees arrive? Ryuji Shinzen asked. In 4 days, Naruto replied. Granny Tsunade has their dossiers with her, so Hinata and I will be busy with assigning them with duties similar to that of what they used to do in Konoha. And what about Konoha? Sunsure asked. If they do take up arms against you, then what? Easy. We'll let IWA and Kumo know that it was Konoha's very own Root Anbu that conducted Susanu's wrath. Naruto replied, grinning. We'll frame Konoha and their Rokudan for the attack and let Danza deal with the headache. En route to the unified West. The exodus had taken 2 days' march from Konoha to the coast of Fire Country. It was made possible for the fact that the ninja had carried their loved ones as they hopped through the trees. Once they reached the coast, they were greeted with the sight of 5 supply ships, ready to carry them to a new world. Tsunade had assigned the clans each to 1 ship, along with a sizable number of Chunin and Jounin under their watch. Both generations of the Yamanaka, Akamichi, and Nara had been assigned to the first boat. Asuma and Kurenai were on the second boat. The Hyuga Cadet Branch clan, led by Niji Hyuga, the Inuzuka, Tenten, Rock Lee, Kakashi Hatake, and Mato Gai boarded the third. The Abdurrahim clan, along with Sasuke Uchiha, got on board the fourth. And Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizen took the last boat out. With Konoha behind them, the clan heads decided to come clean about the circumstances behind Naruto's banishment. Shikamaru had told Ino and Shuji, who in turn confronted their parents about it. In the hold below deck, the 3 clan heads confirmed Shikamaru's claims, while the Jounin and Chunin listened on in shock. Inochi slowly nodded, as Chose's expression was grim. Yes, Ino. Much to our shame, we agreed to the banishment in exchange for your lives. We had originally planned on banishing the Uchiha. Shikaka seconded. But Danzu approached all of us and issued the ultimatum. In exchange for your safety, we banished an innocent ninja for doing his duty. But is what Shikamaru said true? About Naruto being the son of Minato Namikaze? Chuji asked. It is, son, Chuza replied. Shikaku, Inochi and myself, we were all friends with Minato. We came up together in the Shinobi Academy. When he married Kushina, we were all there. And when Naruto was born, oh, Minato was so overjoyed. But that was short-lived when Madara used the Nine Tails to attack Konoha. So Uzumaki is not the Nine Tails reborn? A Chunin asked. No, Shikaku replied. He is the son of the Yondaime Hokage, and the former container of the Nine Tails. The tailed beasts are not demons as the civilians called them, but rather beasts that are more attuned to nature and the elements. And how do you know this? Yoshino demanded. I read when I'm not hurting deer, her husband replied. The Konoha library had plenty of books detailing the Six Paths Sage and the Jinchuriki. On the ship with the Hyuga and the Inuzuka. Team Guy, along with Kakashi, has just finished listening to Tsume's confession in regards to Naruto's banishment. They were not very happy. Especially Kiba and Hana. Not only were your lives threatened, Tsume continued, but those from other genin teams that showed potential, Guy's team, Niji Hyuga. Hana looked sick. Her 3 dogs were also upset. We screwed Naruto over big time, she lamented. You wasn't the one who threatened to kill him the next time he appeared, Kiba said. He was justified in beating us down the way he did. Just think, the dead last the Emperor of the West, and his wife who was written off as worthless by her own family, the Empress Consort, Tenten said. The same guy that unified the West and rallied the remaining Jinchuriki under his banner, not to mention both he and Hinata had fought and destroyed the Akatsuki. Naruto could have just as easily turned his armies upon Konoha once he became the emperor, Niji said, lost in his thoughts. But instead, he freed himself of his past. Hinata could have killed me, Hanabi or Hayashi, and would have been justified in her actions. His fingers gently rubbed over the caged bird's seal. There is no such thing as fate. There is only choice. He told me that in T-Country. He was right. Kakashi just simply listened on in silence as he tied a headband over his Sharingan, silently vowing that he would make it up to Naruto, no matter what it takes. On the ship with the Aburame and the Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha was currently blowing chunks overboard. Shibi had just told the others about the true reasons behind Naruto's banishment. Almost immediately, the last Uchiha felt sick to his stomach. Which is why he was currently vomiting over the ship, while the ship's crew looked on in amusement. Almost immediately, Shibi emerged above deck and saw the queasy Uchiha. On the ship containing the Yamanaka, Inochi Yamanaka, as well as Chuza Akamichi, had witnessed Sasuke losing his lunch. A silent exchange between the 2 clan heads ensued, followed by a simple nod of the head from the master bug user. Inochi's body went limp as he performed the mind transfer technique, Chuza catching Inochi and setting him down gently on the deck. Seconds later, the Yamanaka clan head had possessed his Aburame counterpart. I take it you heard, Inochi/Shibi said as Sasuke wiped his mouth. I don't feel so hot, Sasuke moaned. Is it because of your actions which led to the banishment of Uzumaki? Or the fact that the clan heads were forced to choose a hero over you in exchange for the safety of their children? Or the fact that your former teammate is the son of the Yellow Flash? With the exception of the last one, since I was present in the chambers that day, the last Uchiha replied. But why? You could have rose up against Danzu and the others. That would have ended in a civil war. And with the Hyuga clan backing them up, Konoha would have been destroyed, its shinobi forces depleted, and our children kidnapped and taken into root. At least now I can understand why the other clan heads hate me, Sasuke admitted. But I am curious. Why did you decide to leave Konoha and come with us? Shibi/Inochi asked. Redemption, mostly. That, and I would rather fight Gaara and Orochimaru at the same time before I marry Sakura, Sasuke admitted. That woman is batshit insane. Her mom, too. I always thought that Hayashi would be jumping with joy when he found out that Hinata was the Empress of the West. Kinda hard when the one person you thought was weak effectively ends your shinobi career, Shibi/Inochi said. Do you really believe that redemption can be earned instead or bought? I destroyed a friendship because of my vengeance and caused a loyal ninja to be banished. Naruto will never forgive me for this betrayal. You admitting that you screwed up, that's taking the first step, Shibi/Inochi admitted. But Naruto was never known to hold grudges. People change, Yamanaka. Especially when you don't see them for 8 years, the Uchiha replied before heading back down deck. So true, Shibi/Inochi said as Yamanaka broke the mind transfer, giving Shibi control back of his body. The scene played out as well on the remaining 2 boats, Asuma and Kurenai telling the assembled Jounin and Chunin about what they had learned from Tsunade while they were making the trek to the coast, while Tsunade and Jiraiya did the same on their boat. Reactions were varied, but everyone thought the same thing. Leaving Konoha was the best decision they had ever made, lest they would found themselves in a virtual police state under Danzu. But given the fact that they were heading for the Western Empire, which was ruled by a banished ninja, it was a risk that they had to take. Back in Konoha, a war council was meeting inside the half-deserted Hyuga compound. The 2 weeks had passed without any further incident. Following the passing of that deadline, Danzu had Konoha placed under martial law. Root Anbu and Hyuga ninja patrolled the streets in a show of strength. It was a new era for Konoha, as Danzu had envisioned. Once Konoha had regained its strength, all it had to do was wait until the fire daimyo had passed on. Then he could declare war on the unified West. Hayashi was going through the final numbers of the ninja that had left Konoha. All of the clans, as well as the traders in my clan, and approximately 175 Jounin and 160 Chunin had defected from Konoha. On top of that, that damn drunk cleaned out the treasury and the library of all jutsu and techniques. Over 300 of our most experienced ninja, gone, Asana Haruno shouted. And we just let them walk out of the village. Furthermore, we lost Sasuke Uchiha. Despite the promise of power and wealth, he left along with that drunk of a sage and that perverted hermit. Hayashi looked grim. Even more so, that damned emperor can remove the caged bird seal from Niji and the other branch members. He did it for Hinata, and he can just as easily remove it for the cadet branch in order to cement their loyalty. That damned brat is a threat. He must be dealt with, no matter what the cost. Hayashi calm, Danzu replied. I have already taken steps in dealing with the situation. We will simply bring in some fresh blood, clans who are loyal to the leaf. The wise will cultivate our favor, and those who challenge our power will not be around to argue. Second, we will open dialogue with IWA. I think they will be very interested in discovering that the Emperor is the son of Minato Namikaze. About 5 miles out of Konoha, a squad of the Imperial Defense Forces Demolition and Explosives Division has just returned from a covert mission inside Konoha. The 9-man team was disguised as Root Anbu, and had performed their duty with no fuss from the real Root Anbu that were patrolling the streets alongside the Hyuga ninja. The commanding officer of this special assignment, ordered by the Emperor himself, was Maki Asahina. This was her last assignment before she would head for Spring Country, where the Empire has just recently opened up an Imperial consulate in the Spring capital. Clad in her ninja uniform with the crimson vest, Maki watched the unsuspecting village with a pair of binoculars, just as the 9 ninja appeared in a poof of smoke. Mission accomplished, Captain Asahina, the senior ninja, a man by the name of Sho, reported. He then produced a small remote detonator and handed it to her. Maki accepted the detonator and flipped the safety off. I always wanted to go out with a bang, she mused as she pressed the button. At the same time, back in Konoha. What about the Empire's allies in Suna, Wave and Spring? Kohara asked. We will move against Wave first, Danzu replied. We'll use several squads of ninja, cross the bridge and annex the island. The people have no ninja village, and after we make an example out of several of them, they will not resist. I will transform Wave into a forward operations base and seize the Imperial Consulate located there. Then I will move against Spring. Anyone who is an ally to that damned Emperor and his whore of a wife is an enemy of the Leaf. But in the meantime, we must tread carefully and rebuild Konoha's forces," Hayashi pointed out. "I agree," Danzu replied. "In the meantime, we will denounce the Kyubi brat and his whore as traitors to the Leaf." Outside of Konoha, Maki and the Imperial Ninja watched with satisfied grins as the Hokage monument, containing the faces of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Minato Namikaze and Tsunade Senju, detonated from the demolition charges, basically several satchels full of exploding tags wired to remote blasting caps from their hiding places inside the mountain, destroying the massive faces, and sending chunks of rocky debris to the village below. The falling debris had caused massive damage to the Hokage Tower, the building soon collapsing onto itself. Aside from the monument, the demotion team had also planted charges inside the former clan homes of the Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and the Namikaze estate also went up in a series of explosions. Not even the Uchiha district was spared, as the entire district was also destroyed. All in all, 0 body count, maximum property damage. As chaos ensued inside Konoha, Maki and the others headed south for Wave. As Danza and the War Council rushed outside, they were greeted with an unnerving sight. The faces of the first 5 Hokages that were carved into the mountain had fallen from the mountainside, demolishing the forests beneath the massive mountain, as well as the Hokage Tower, which was crushed under the debris. Danza was furious. He knew that Naruto was the one responsible. Almost immediately, Danza had ordered the invasion of Wave to take place once the fires were put out. However, by the time Danza had ordered the invasion of Wave Country, they had found that the Great Naruto Bridge was also demolished, effectively blocking access to Wave. Disappointed, the Root Anbu and Hyuga ninja returned back to Konoha. Kimen City, the imperial capital. It was mid-morning when the 5 ships arrived at the imperial capital. Tsunade and Jiraiya made out the former wreckage of Kumo, along with the Nibi Jinchuriki and the Demon of the Mist standing at the entrance of the town. Along with them were Konan and Yahiko. Once the boats were secured, the refugees from Konoha began to disembark. Tsunade and Jiraiya told the others to remain behind as she approached the 4 ninja. "Lady Tsunade. Lord Jiraiya. Welcome to Kimen City," they greeted. "The Emperor and Empress sent the 4 of you to greet us?" Tsunade asked. "Yeah," Yahiko replied. "Consider us your personal welcome wagon. The chief has told us to inform you, Jiraiya, the clan heads and chosen successors, to meet with both him and Lady Hinata at the Imperial Palace for a quick meeting. Everyone else will head for North Kimen and settle in. Miyana will take you to see the chief. Konan and Yujuto will lead the others to North Kimen. Preparations have already been made for the clans," A continued. "All clan compounds are identified by their clan insignias. The Chunin and Jounin will be set up in 3 dorms until they can find their own place." Tsunade nodded. She turned around and faced the refugees and relayed the order. Soon, Asuma Sarutobi stepped forward, followed by the clan head and their successors of the Akamichi, Aburame, Inuzuka, Hyuga. In this case, the cadet branch had voted Niji as clan head, with Tenten tagging along, Nara, and Yamanaka. "Follow me," he said as he and Yahiko led the clan heads, their successors and the 2 sages to the Imperial Palace, while Yujuto and Konan took the remaining refugees to North Kimen. Imperial Complex, House of Sovereigns. The main feeling that the Konoha clan heads were feeling was mostly apprehension. Here they were, strangers in a strange land, summoned for a quick meeting with the Emperor, the son of Minato Namikaze, as well as his wife. The same person who was once known as the knuckle-headed ninja of Konoha with a penchant of making the impossible possible was the most powerful man in the West. Of course they had a right to be scared. Fortunately, Shikamaru had set things in perspective, that Naruto was not looking for vengeance on Konoha, despite the fact that they deserved it. If Konoha decide to bring war onto his doorstep, which is a possibility, since Danzo was now in charge, then Naruto would have no problem in destroying the leaf once and for all. I had given the clan heads a quick history about Naruto and the Western Empire. It was true that Naruto had rescued both him and Bee from being killed, as well as rescuing the other Jinchuriki, who had made their home throughout the empire. It was also true that the Ninetales was a vixen and the chief prime minister of the empire. And it was also true that it was Naruto who had eliminated Orochimaru and destroyed the alliance between Oto, Kumo, and Iwa. And Yahiko led the Konoha ninja inside the House of Sovereigns, stopping only when they reached the doors to the throne room. The Emperor and Empress Consort are inside. Try not to piss them off. They're not as forgiving. Inside the throne room, Naruto and Hinata Namikaze sat on their thrones, Naruto dressed in his white shirt, black vest, pants and boots, while Hinata was in her ninja uniform, hair tied behind her in a ponytail. Kitami stood beside Naruto's throne, dressed in one of her elegant kimonos. The doors to the throne room opened, and Tsunade entered the throne room, followed by Jiraiya and the clan heads and chosen successors. It was already known that Naruto and Hinata were the most powerful couple in the West, but to the clan heads and their children, it was unnerving, to say the least. 8 years was a long time, and in those 8 years, Naruto had matured. He was still unpredictable at times, but proved to be a capable and effective ruler. Hinata looked regal, despite being dressed in her ninja uniform. If she was surprised to see Neji and Tenten representing the Hyuga clan, she did not show it. Tsunade went down on one knee, followed by Jiraiya. Soon, the other clan heads and their successors followed suit. "Rise," Kitami ordered. Once they did, Naruto began to speak. "Let's get one thing straight. I already know why you did what you did, as it was Shikamaru who had told me in the aftermath of the Suna Akatsuki War. But that doesn't mean that you're off the hook. As you can already tell, my mistrust of the leaf runs deep. If you are looking for redemption, it's not given here. It is earned. You, as well as all of the ninja who had came here from Konohagakure, are on probation for 1 year. Prove your worth to the unified West, to my wife and to me, and I will grant you clan status and citizenship." He turned to Neji. "Neji Hyuga, for you, I will sweeten the deal. The same rules still apply, but if you and the cadet branch show your loyalty to the unified West, I will make you clan head, and I will also remove the caged bird seal from your head." Then he turned back to the others. "If you have any problems or questions, our door is open. But I will say this once, so pay attention. If you try and screw me or Hinata over, if I hear one whiff of treachery from any one of you, you will be a head shorter. Are we clear?" The assembled ninja nodded. "Glad we understand one another. The rules in this town are just about the same as they were in Konoha. Don't steal anything, treat the people with respect, and everything will be fine. Jiraiya, Tsunade, remain behind. We have much to discuss. The rest of you are dismissed. Settle in and get your bearings around town. I will have your assignments for you in a couple of days." The clan heads bowed and walked out of the room. All except Asuma. "Something on your mind, Sarutobi?" Naruto asked as he leaned back in his throne. "My nephew, is he well?" Asuma asked, knowing full well that Maru respected and admired Naruto a great deal. The Emperor nodded. "He is. He's with the garrison at the Suna consulate. Because of his actions in the war against the Akatsuki, Gaara promoted him and his 2 friends to Jounin. Can you talk to him? I've missed so much out of his life." Asuma asked to the point that it sounded like he was pleading. Naruto slowly nodded. "I'll see what I can do." Asuma nodded his thanks and made his exit. "Was that her?" Some asked as the clan heads and their children left the House of Sovereigns. "I smelled foxes surrounding her." Kiba nodded. "Yeah. That's the Ninetales, all right. Quite amazing to see how the Emperor has the most powerful of the Bijou under his command." Shibi noted. "Even more amazing that he did not have us execute for screwing him over." Shikaka added. "If it wasn't for the hair color, he'd look exactly like his dad." Chusa nodded. You think we made the right choice in coming here? Inochi nodded. Most definitely. It will be hard at first, but in the end, things will work out for the best. I would rather take my chances with a banished ninja-turned-emperor rather than that crazy warhawk and his ass-kissing henchman. In the meantime, we should get settled in, some said. Inside the imperial palace, the Emperor of the Unified West and his wife were seated with the two surviving sages and were talking over dinner. How was the way in? Hinata asked. Very scenic, Tsunade replied. Is it true? About Orochimaru? I took his head myself, Naruto replied. And I took his sword as a trophy. Kabuto is also gone. Zabuza took his head as well. Susanu's wrath was a huge success. I did what I said I would do. That you did, Jiraiya said. So what now? Danzu is now a credible threat. Once the Fire Lord croaks, he will be hell-bent on destroying you and your allies. I know, Naruto replied. He tried to kill one of my merchants, I believe you know her. I had her reassigned to the Imperial garrison down in Wave Country. That was Danzu's intended target, because of my support base there. So after talking it over with Tazuma and the Wave Council, they agreed to letting my troops destroy the bridge, thus hindering Danzu's attempts to invade. Just a week earlier, we received a formal notice from the Rokudaime-elect and what remained of the Konoha Council. Hinata continued, saying that the Pekora Merchant House is ordered by the Rokudaime and Civilian Council to pay reparations to the Konoha Mercantile Guild, as well as a notice from the Hyuga main branch declaring our marriage to be null and void, and that I must return to Konoha immediately. The arrogance of the council and their crazy Hokage. Naruto snorted. It did get a good laugh from the council when we showed it to them. So I relayed an order to Captain Asahina and told her to send Konoha a message, hence the destruction of the Hokage monument and the former clan's homes. Asahina blowing up the Uchiha district was a bonus. The message is clear. I can destroy Konoha whenever and however I want, but I will let them live with the disgrace that they had brought upon themselves. And what if Konoha had a tree and attacked the unified West? Jiraiya asked. I'll tell you the same thing I told the council, Naruto replied. I'll simply turn Kumo and Iwa loose on them, blame Konoha for Susanu's wrath. Let Danzu deal with stone and lightning. Fair enough, Tsunade said. What do you have planned for the clans? I don't know just yet. Hinata and I still have to go through the files you gave us. But off the top of my head, Zabuza needs some help with the interrogation and torture division of the Imperial Defense Forces, so Inochi, Ibiki and Anko would be at home there. We also got a ninja academy in East Kimen, so some of the ninja can teach, others can patrol the city and the countryside. There's plenty to do here in the West. Konoha is the least of my worries at the moment. And if blaming Konoha on the attacks on Kumo and Iwa don't work? Jiraiya asked. Then I'll let Kitami finish what she started. Only this time, she will be a willing participant in the matter, Naruto replied. In the back of their minds, the two remaining sages almost felt bad for their former village. Keyword being almost. Chapter 6 Burying the Hatchet. Journal of the Emperor, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Entry 1. It's been 2 weeks since the destruction of the Sound and of Orochimaru's death by my hands. 2 weeks since I allowed the Konoha clan's asylum to cripple Konoha's power. I told the clans that I would not make it easy for them, and so far I have kept my word. But they are resilient, and do not back down from a challenge. I should start off with Tsunade and Jiraiya. At Hinata's request, I assigned Tsunade to the hospital along with Shizen and Ino. I also notified Tsunade about Kokoro Yamada, and of her connection to the Senju. Tsunade was surprised to find out that she had family still living, and they survived the generations of war. The slug sage and the clan had hit it off pretty well, and I discovered another thing about Kokoro: she likes her sake as well. Jiraiya could have retired and I would have to deal with him peeping in the women's hot springs. But he was needed back east, as his spy network was still situated in Spring Country. So now, he is working with the intelligence network out of the Pekora Merchant House in Spring, still independent. Aside from the Fire Lord, he also sends me intel regarding movements regarding IWA, Kumo, and Konoha. Inoichi Yamanaka is at home with the IDF's interrogation and torture division. When he resigned, he brought Ibiki Marino, Enkel Mitarashi, and all of Konoha's interrogation division with him. Zabuza found a friendly rival in Ibiki. They both can be seen at the bar trading war stories and slamming back tall glasses of beer at the end of the day. Ino, on the other hand, enjoys working at the hospital. One day, as Hinata and I made our rounds through the capital, we both spied Haku and Ino having lunch together at the local barbecue shack. Just recently, Inoichi has reopened his flower shop with his wife and Ino. Kimen City was lacking in that department, and almost immediately, the Yamanaka flower shop turned out to be a huge success with the people. Shikaku Nara is now the vice commander of the Jounin forces in the IDF, his authority second to Rose Shinto's father, Commander Jiro Shiento. Those two are opposites, but Jiro can see that the lazy Nara is a gifted tactician. The area in which the Nara clan had settled in is known for its deer. Something that Shikaku easily fell back on, given how he herds deer in his spare time. The Nara were also known to be expert herbalists, of which the Akimichi obtained their special pills and the Inuzuka military pills from. Old habits die hard in this case. Shikaku's knowledge in herbal medicines can prove to be invaluable to the imperial forces in the long run, which is why I allowed him to resume his research into his herbal medicine. The southern region's island chain has several herbs I know that will interest him very well, which is why I allowed him to have several Pecora merchants to deliver the herbs to him. As for his son, maybe I have a sadistic side to me. I think Kitami and Zabuza has definitely rubbed off on me. I assigned Shikamaru to act as my proxy in the Suna consulate, which means he has to deal with Temari. Which leads me to the Akimichi. Chusa works alongside Shikaku in the IDF. Han had picked a fight with him while he was passing through the imperial capital on his way to the southern region to visit Rashi. The fight took place at Training Ground No. 28, where the already established clans and the Konoha refugees watched the ensuing fight. Suffice to say, the training ground was leveled, and the match ended in a draw. But Chusa had earned the respect of the former IWA ninja. And even though Han would not admit it, he was impressed with the Akimichi's skills. His son works at the Ninja Academy alongside Tenten, Rock Lee and Mado Gai, Chuji teaching basic taijutsu, a skill he excelled in back in Konoha. Moving down the line, Asuma and Kurenai Sarutobi. Given Asuma's background as a bodyguard for the Fire Lord, he was the 9th member of the elite guards. Almost immediately, he picked up a rival in Rose Shiento. Oh, and concerning him and Maru, I did keep my word and talked to Maru about his uncle being here. Maru was still upset over the fact that Asuma was here, but deep down, he was still hurting. So I came up with a plan. What can I say? I'm still unpredictable. I had Asuma and Maru face off in a match. If Asuma won, then both he and Maru will sit down and talk. If Maru won, then Asuma would no longer bother him. Maru won, and when it looked like the bonds that held the Sarutobi clan would forever be severed, Maru relented. Uncle and nephew sat down and talked inside the reception room. I am glad to say that Maru has reconciled with his uncle. Little Hitomi likes her big cousin as well. Kurenai had been teaching at the Konoha Academy in intermediate and advanced genjutsu. When her successor at the Kimen Imperial Academy had retired days before the Konoha refugees' arrival, she had overheard about his vacant position and had put in for it. Hinata talks to her on occasion as she teaches a course twice a week on weapons combat. I also teach at the academy, only I teach philosophy. Next on the list, the Hyuga clan. Who'd have thought that Niji and Tenten had hooked up? I suspect that one of the reasons why Niji decided to come here was to avoid his child being branded with the caged bird seal. That and the Cadet Branch clan would be allowed to flourish in the unified West without the hindrance of the main branch. As I've mentioned earlier, because of his leadership skills, the Cadet Branch— no, that's not right, make that the Western branch of the Hyuga appointed Niji as clan head. The former Cadet Branch numbered 80 in total, with half of that number Chunin and Jounin level ninja. For them, I assigned them to the Military Police Division, which patrolled the streets of Kimen City and the port. Niji, on the other hand, opted to work at the Imperial Academy alongside Rock Lee and Mado Guy as taijutsu teachers, while Tenten was a weapons instructor. In her part-time, she also operated a weapons shop, catering to both samurai and ninja alike. The Inuzuka were still high on my shit list, but that still didn't mean that they could make themselves useful. For Tsum and that boneheaded son of hers, they both were assigned to the IDF's tracker division. Hana worked as an assistant veterinarian. Let Kiba and Tsum chase down bandits and highwaymen for the next year. See how they like it. Next are the Aburaim. I forgot to mention that there is a clan similar to the Aburaim, as they also deal with bugs. Only difference was that instead of Kikuchu bugs, the Yokoyama clan used Laja giant hornets. Reminds me of Iwa's Kamizura clan, who also uses attack bees. Only difference was the Laja giant hornet is as big as your thumb and rather drain your chakra. It poisons you to death. Pretty useful for the recon division, which is where Shibi and Shino ended up. Of course, once in a while, I had to use the famed Ino Shikacho trio, both generations, to put down the occasional brigand or for an escort mission to the southern region. At least they get to travel, so they really can't complain. As for my former teammates, the idiot Hatake and the last Uchiha, I originally planned on assigning them to Zabuza's Demon Brigade, but decided against it. Tsunade had told me that Sasuke was training to become a member of the ANBU before the Exodus, so I assigned the both of them to the IDF's 2nd Division under General Kibagami. I still get bad memories whenever I see those two, so I avoid them as much as possible. But Hinata was right about one thing. Sooner or later, I will have to deal with the Uchiha, one way or another. Maybe I'll deal with him once the Imperial tournaments are over. Entry 2. The Imperial tournaments in South Ichiyama always draw a big crowd from both the East and the West. Ninja, samurai and fighters from the Empire and the East all come for a week-long tournament to see who is the best of the best. Aside from the major tournament here, we also hold regional tournaments in both regions, to keep the fighters' skills sharp. Just in case war rears its ugly head once again. Plus, the masses always love a good fight. But something unexpected happened. Sasuke had signed on to compete in the tournament. I had fought the Uchiha twice, at the Valley of the End, and in Suna once the Chunin exams were completed. Now, he is taking on the finest the unified West has to offer. And if by some stroke of luck he makes it to the finals, then he has to fight A, who is the current champion. Aside from Hinata and myself, Tsunade and Jiraiya were also present, as were Demio Fujike's. The major clan heads formed the north and south regions, and the Konoha heads. Aside from Sasuke, Niji and Rock Lee also signed up for the tournament. Those three have their work cut out for them. Entry 3. During the tournament, an envoy from IWA arrived seeking an audience with me and Hinata. The envoy was led by the recent, elected Tsuchikage herself, Anoki's granddaughter Kuratsuchi. Looks like Danza let it slip that I was the Emperor of the West, and that my father was Minato Namikaze, hoping that IWA would take me out of the picture. Our meeting was an interesting one, to say the least. Flashback. South Ichiyama, Southern Region. The largest city in the southern region, South Ichiyama was home to the week-long Imperial Tournament, of which the Emperor and Empress Consort were present, taking in the tournament fights with great interest. However, Naruto and Hinata were not at the stadium, since the tournaments were over for the night. The Emperor and Empress Consort was called into an emergency sit-down with an envoy from IWA, led by the godamed Tsuchikage herself, Kuratsuchi. Naruto was no fool. Which is why he had Tsunade and the elite guards here, just in case things degenerated. The Emperor and Empress Consort were in the reception room of the Ichiyama Hotel, seated in chairs. Kuratsuchi herself was also seated, her squad of Jounin-level ninja flanking her as well. Naruto was in his usual black attire, the long coat casually slung over his chair, while his wife looked stunning in her Kesagame dress. The godamed Tsuchikage was in her robes of state, while her ninja were in their standard Jounin attire. "So is it true?" Kuratsuchi asked. "Are you the son of Minato Namikaze?" "I am," Naruto calmly replied, The IWA ninja whispered among each other, while Kuratsuchi remained calm. So why is the son of our most hated enemy the Emperor of the Unified West? I was banished from Konoha 8 years ago, so I have no love for Konoha, Naruto replied. Especially for their current Hokage. Tsunade and a number of Konoha ninja are here because she asked for asylum, rather than serve under an oppressive and corrupt government. That I have to agree with you, Kuratsuchi said. In fact, it was an envoy from Konoha who had notified us about you. Knowing Danzu, he hoped that IWA would try and go to war with the Unified West. Naruto pointed out. Danzu hates me because he wanted me as Konoha's weapon, but he despises IWA and Kumo more, as he wishes to rule not only Konoha, but he could be an even bigger threat to the east than I could be. The Godame cocked an eyebrow. Oh? Naruto leaned back in his seat. I have no intentions of invading the west, as I have told your grandfather when he came to Suna following the Akatsuki invasion. I am very content with my life here. Kuratsuchi studied the younger man for a long moment. You may be the son of the Yellow Flash, but I mistrust Danza even more. The war with Kumo and Oto has pretty much left the stone with less than half of its forces. Kumo is even worse off than we are. If you agree to leave IWA in peace, I promise you as Godame Tsuchikage not to interfere with your Pekora merchants, nor your allies in the east. Naruto and Hinata exchanged whispers for a moment before Naruto turned back to Kuratsuchi. As long as you don't interfere with Suna, Wave or Spring, we will not attack IWA. Konoha is fair game, but not the fire capital itself or the daimyo, as he was the one who kept me out of the bingo book. Honor my requests, and I will not attack. My grandfather was right about you, Kuratsuchi said. You are indeed a wise and sensible ruler. I will honor your requests in exchange for Iwa's safety. Naruto nodded. Go in peace, Lady Tsuchikage. End flashback. I sent an imperial envoy to IWA with the non-aggression pact, of which Kuratsuchi had signed. IWA is out of the equation. Kumo is not that big of a threat, so I decided to leave them alone. But, if they attack Spring, then all bets are off. Entry 4. Sasuke Uchiha has blown through the competition. Only Takuma Chiba had given him a serious challenge. He has improved greatly since our last encounter. Who knows, if he defeats A, he might challenge me next. But as he fought his way through the tournament, I can see the determination in his eyes. I should know, since I had the same look in my own eyes when I united the West. Just as I was the hope for the people of the West, he holds the hope of the Konoha refugees on his shoulders. Maybe the will of fire is still alive in the Uchiha after all. Entry 5. The tournament is over. Sasuke Uchiha is the new champion. I had given it his all, but Sasuke had pulled through. The strange thing about it is that he had only one request, of which was relayed to me by the proctor. Sasuke wanted an audience with the Emperor, in other words, me. My first response to his request was no, but then that would make me a hypocrite, seeing as how I managed to get Maru and Asuma talking again. But it was Granny Tsunade that had talked me into making my peace with Sasuke. She told me that he was disgusted with how the civilian council had treated me just for doing my job. Kinda ironic how the one person I despised the most saw me not as the Ninetales, but as a loyal ninja to the leaf. I hope I will not regret this, as I agreed to the meeting. I will arrange to meet with my former teammate at the Imperial Complex's private gardens once we return to Kimin. I still mistrust him after all this time, but I have put Konoha behind me. I am not the demon brat that they made me. Here, I am respected and loved by all. I really hope that I am not going to regret this. Imperial Complex, Palace Gardens. 2 days had passed since Sasuke had made the request following his victory at the Imperial Tournament. Since then, he had slowly gained the respect of not only his fellow refugees, as well as the admiration of the people of Kimin. It had also gained the attention of a young kunoichi who worked alongside the last Uchiha, a fire user like himself, and also the last of her clan. The attraction was mutual to Sasuke. Then Asuma dropped by his dorm that morning to deliver a message, he was to escort Sasuke to the Imperial Complex for his meeting with the Emperor. His CO was already notified, and Sasuke was in the clear. The younger Jounin was then taken to the Imperial Complex, and told to wait for the Emperor in the palace gardens. Located at the back of the complex, Naruto had it done for Hinata as a wedding gift, think Shang Tsung's palace gardens, without the outworld-related stuff in it and the statues, seeing as how his wife loved flowers. Even Sasuke was impressed with the beauty of the gardens. Not even Konoha had something like this. The samurai believe that a perfect blossom is a rare thing. Sasuke turned around at the sound of the voice. Leaning up against the tree, dressed in his standard black attire, sans the long coat, was his former teammate. Arms folded across his chest, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze remained at his spot, looking at the sakura trees that Sasuke was admiring earlier. For them, they could spend their entire lives looking for the perfect blossom, and for them, it would not be a wasted life. He straightened himself up and walked towards his teammate. I had this place created for Hinata when we were married. She loves it here. Sasuke nodded, noticing for the first time that Naruto was taller than he was, if only slightly. It's very beautiful. For the record, I still don't trust you, Naruto continued. I almost refused this meeting outright. But after I managed to get Maru and Asuma back talking again, that would make me a hypocrite. So here I am. What do you want, Uchiha? I came to ask for your forgiveness, Sasuke replied. For what had happened at the Valley of the End, and for causing your banishment. You didn't cause my banishment. Danzu, those two old geezers who were Sarutobi's teammates, the Banshee's mother and Hayashi were responsible for that. The only thing I was guilty of was just doing my job. But answer me this, why? Why run to Orochimaru, and risk being labeled as a missing ninja, when you had everything back in Konoha? You were the little prince, and what was I? The demon brat, the dead last. Sasuke took the Emperor's verbal barrage pretty well. I guess I really have no excuse for what I did. I wanted the power needed to kill my brother, and Orochimaru was the best idea at the time. I didn't know that my actions would end up destroying Cell 7. It was after you were banished, while I was holed up in the hospital, that I realized something. You may have been the dope of the Rookie 11, but you never did quit. Tsunade told me about you being the Jinchuriki to the Nine Tails, and even a blind man could see that you are not the fox incarnate. Otherwise, you would have pulled a Gaara and long since burned Konoha to the ground. Glad to see you're not as stupid as the Scarecrow and the Banshee, Naruto thought. He then asked, why did you come here? Redemption, mostly, the Uchiha replied. When Konoha was originally founded, Madara had nothing to his name. Now, history repeats itself. Only this time, I will not make the same mistakes Madara, Itachi, nor my father had made. You killed Itachi, something that I could never do. You pretty much have a habit of making the impossible possible. But the most important reason why I came here was to counter Madara's prophecy, the curse of hatred. Curse of hatred? Naruto repeated. The six-path sage adopted two boys. The eldest would be known as the clan ancestor of the Uchiha, the younger the clan ancestor of the Senju. Even though the boys were not related by blood, the six-path sage trained them both in the shinobi arts. When the six-path sage was dying, he made the younger brother, the Senju, his chosen heir, because he held the ideas of which Hashirama Senju would base his ideas regarding the will of fire. The Uchiha clan head did not take that very well, I suspect? Yeah. The Uchiha felt cheated out of his birthright, and waged war against the Senju. Thus began a cycle of hatred that transcended history, culminating in the mutual hostility between the Uchiha and Senju. Madara and Fugaku believed that the Uchiha would end up fighting the Senju to the death. You being a descendant of the Senju through your mother's side, and me being the last Uchiha, Madara believed that it was fate that we would end up fighting to the death. So you knew about Madara? Sasuke nodded. He came to me, shortly before the Tsunakatsuki War, and led me to the underground chambers inside the main house of the Uchiha. There, he explained it all to me, that I was destined to fight you until one of us died. Before that, I found the papers regarding my father's plans for the attempted coup. Madara had used Itachi to slaughter the clan. Itachi was good, but he was no match for the eternal Magenkyu Sharingan. What do you think? Naruto asked. I think you said it best before you fought Niji in T-Country. There is no such thing as fate. There is only choice. It was my choice to reject the curse of hatred, because it had all but brought the Uchiha to ruin. It was my choice to leave Konoha rather than to serve under Danzu. And it was my choice to come here asking for your forgiveness. You offered my friendship, and I ended up shoving a Chidori into your chest as a result. Much to Naruto's surprise, Sasuke went down on one knee. Emperor Namikaze, I, Sasuke Uchiha, do formally dedicate myself and the Uchiha clan into the service of the unified West. I will not make the same mistakes that my father and Madara had made. If you ask it, I will even give you my life. For 1 full minute, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Then he ordered him to rise. I'm not going to have you killed, Sasuke. I'm not a bloodthirsty butcher. But like I've told the clans when I summoned them here, you must earn your redemption. But coming here and admitting your faults, that did take major courage from your part. I guess we both had some growing up to do. Ironically, Konoha was holding me back from reaching my true potential. So the banishment was a blessing in disguise. You've earned my forgiveness, but what I've said about your redemption will remain. Sasuke bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Naruto waved him off. Don't bother with that. Most people around here call me Chief. Goes back to when I was uniting the lands. There's something you should know about Shimura before I forget. He has the Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes went wide. What? Are you sure? The Emperor nodded. One implanted in his left eye, which he keeps concealed by his bandages, and a mechanical arm loaded with 10 of them. He must have gotten them after the Uchiha massacre. He was no match for my fox eye, though. But he is still more dangerous than ever. Will you go to war against Konoha? I hope not, but the Rokudaime and his lackey still has it in for me, despite me being the Emperor. He tried to invade Wave, but I managed to convince Tazuma to allow my units to destroy the bridge. Wave is safe for the time being. But sooner or later the unified West will be forced into a showdown with Konoha. By that time, the Fire Lord would have been finished with the creation of his new village and will strip Konoha of its hidden village status. A fate worse than death for a shinobi village, I'm sure. Sasuke replied. If Konoha's status as a shinobi village is removed, then they will lose all perks and benefits that comes with the rights of being a shinobi village. No military aid, no shinobi, Danzo and Hayashi will flip out if that happens. Before the conversation could continue, one of the Imperial ninja who was assigned to the complex appeared via Shunshin. Lord Namikaze, your wife is waiting for you inside the council chambers. The other council members are starting to arrive. Naruto dismissed the ninja. Naruto dismissed him as well. This meeting is over. Return to your post, Uchiha. Once Sasuke was gone, Naruto addressed the third party that was watching from the shadows. You think he was telling me the truth? Kitami appeared from behind the tree she was hiding. He sounded sincere, but only time will tell whether or not he will prove his worth. The Ninetales replied. I'm surprised you didn't end up fighting him. Naruto chuckled as both he and Kitami walked up the pathway. Are you kidding? Hinata would be pretty pissed if someone trashed her gardens. Seeing Hinata mad with her Bikogan activated is something no one wants to see. True, Kitami said. I do believe she did that on you several times. It had taken them a week, traveling from Spring Country to catch a boat, but the Konoha envoy had finally arrived in the imperial capital. Sakura Haruno and Hanura Mitokado, both representing the Konoha Council and the Konoha Mercantile Guild and Hanabi Hyuga, along with their escort, 3 Konoha ANBU and 3 Hyuga ninja, took in the sights of the imperial capital as they made their way to the imperial complex. Danzu and the Konoha Council had made it clear. This was an SS-class mission of the utmost importance. The Konoha envoy was to set their demands down upon the Demon Emperor and his whore. Failure to comply would result in a declaration of war upon the United West and their allies. Unknown to them, someone from Konoha had saw their arrival. As they passed the Suna consulate, Shikamaru had noticed the Konoha envoy and after excusing himself, ran for the Imperial complex. Inside the Imperial Council chambers, Naruto and Hinata was looking over the reports regarding the Medic Ninja Corps program that Tsunade had developed along with Kokoro Yamada. Ino Yamanaka stood before the Imperial Council, having delivered the reports herself from the hospital. Despite having united the West, Naruto still had to contend with uprisings from highwaymen, bandits, and remnants in both regions looking for their own slice of the pie. Naruto's methods in dealing with men like these were simple: lay down your arms, join the unified West, and enjoy the benefits and perks of serving under him, or face complete destruction. The smart ones chose to join up, while those continued to fight, and were summarily annihilated. The Imperial Medic Ninja program started by Lady Tsunade and Lady Yamada has proven to produce very effective results, Naruto said as he passed the reports down to Hinata and A. With each squad having a medic ninja, casualties will be down by more than half. Congratulations. Thank you, Chief, Ino replied. She had heard that Naruto preferred to be called Chief, rather than the more formal Your Imperial Majesty. She had also seen how he was a hard-working, and just emperor. Not to mention that Hinata had made an excellent match for him. But things between her and Haku were taking off as well. Before the meeting could continue, Asuma Sarutobi rushed inside the room, followed by a breathless Shikamaru Nara. Lord Namikaze, Lady Namikaze. Shikamaru panted. Troublesome. What is it? Hinata asked. There's an envoy from Konoha on their way here, Asuma reported. Shikamaru saw them as they passed the Suna consulate. He just told me. 9 in total, Lord Namikaze. Sakura Haruno, Hanmura Mitokado, Hanabi Hyuga, and 6 ninja, 3 from Konoha Anbu and the other 3 from the Hyuga. They should be here in less than 10 minutes. Naruto's eyes narrowed, as did Hinata's. Kitami and A were both wondering if Konoha had a death wish. The council members whispered among themselves. Ino gasped, as their past was about to come back to haunt them with a vengeance. Naruto immediately took action. Have the complex guards on standby in case they try anything, he ordered. Asuma, rally the guards and tell them to come here immediately. Naruto and Hinata were not taking any chances. The 9-member team of elite bodyguards were stationed behind the Emperor and Empress consort, ready to defend their Emperor and Empress from any threats. Kitami was also present, having changed out of her kimono and into her ninja uniform. You'd think they'd learn by now, Naruto mused. Hinata turned to her husband. You think Konoha would learn that they are not the strongest village anymore? Oh well, I'll send word to the Fire Lord and tell him to proceed with the plan. But first, we need to deal with our guests. They didn't have to wait for very long, as one of the valets had led the Konoha envoy inside the council chambers. Hanmura, Sakura and Hanabi were shocked once the news that Naruto was the Emperor of the Unified West was released, but seeing him seated with Hinata at his side was indeed something that were not expecting. Even more, they had been led to the council chambers, of which all of the council members had either cross nor angry looks on their faces. The 6 ninja remained at the door, while the 3 representatives stepped forward and stopped in front of the table containing the Emperor, the Empress consort, his chief prime minister, and his chief advisor. Naruto glared back at the intruders who dared to arrive uninvited at his doorstep. They glared back at him. You are guests in my home, Naruto noted. The least you can do is show the proper respect for your betters. You are no better than us, you. Sakura began before she was silenced by Hanmura. As I've said, Naruto repeated. You are guests in my home, and in my empire. You should choose your words very carefully, otherwise you will not return to Konoha alive. You are outnumbered, as my council not only advises me in all things pertaining to the unified West, but can kill each and every one the Konoha ninja 100 times over. That very much was true. Despite having the elite Konoha Anbu and the best of the Hyuga ninja backing them up, the Konoha ninja were still outnumbered. Hanmura straightened himself up and retrieved a scroll. Naruto Uzumaki, I bring word from the Rokudaime Hokage, Dan Uchiha. He unrolled the scroll and began to read off from it. By order of the Rokudaime Hokage and the Council of Konoha, Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya, along with the clans and high-ranking Chunin and Jounin, are declared traitors to the Leaf and are ordered to return to Konohagakure no Sato to face charges of desertion and dereliction of duty. Second, the Pecora Merchant House is to be liquidated. Its income and properties are now the property of Asana Haruno and the Konoha Mercantile Guild. Third, by order of the Rokudaime Hokage and Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, your marriage to Hinata Hyuga is declared null and void, and Hinata is to immediately return to Konohagakure no Sato to face the Hyuga clan's justice. At that, Ruji and Haruka snorted. Hinata, on the other hand, looked amused. Hanmura continued reading. Fourth, all monies from the Senju accounts and any and all monies from the Namikaze clan, as well as all jutsu taken from the Konoha library, as well as the Forbidden Scroll, are forfeit and to be returned to the Leaf effective immediately. This also include all monies which you have gained as Emperor of the Unified West, including said accounts in Spring and Tea countries. Fifth, under the Konoha Clan Restoration Act, Sasuke Uchiha is to be married to Sakura Haruno upon his return to Konohagakure no Sato in order to preserve the Sharingan. You are to also surrender the names of your shinobi and samurai clans and send them to Konoha in order for the Leaf to regain her standing as the strongest of the shinobi villages. The gathered council members looked at Hanmura as if he had lost his mind. Hanmura finally got to the last part of the scroll. And last, you, Naruto Uzumaki, the demon of Konoha, are to abdicate your throne and return to Konohagakure no Sato to face a war tribunal for crimes against the Leaf. The Jinchuriki under your control are also under the control of Konohagakure no Sato, and are to be initiated into the ANBU. He looked up, rolled up the scroll. So ordered by the Rokudaime Hokage of Konoha, Dan Uchiha. Hanmura handed over the scroll to the nearby valet, who in turn handed it over to the Emperor, who looked the scroll over, alongside Hinata and A. And what is to happen to the clan heads upon returning to Konoha? Hinata asked. They will be executed as an example to show that desertion from the Leaf will not be tolerated, and their children will be initiated into the ANBU. Hanmura replied. Hayashi will personally execute Niji Hyuga and the branch council. You think you can just waltz into my home uninvited with your paper shield and make such ridiculous demands of myself and of the unified West? Naruto asked as he shoved the scroll to the side. And what makes you think that I, let alone my wife, will bow to your demands? If you do not wish to see your allies in Wave or the Spring Daimyo suffer the wrath of Konoha once we invade, you will make the right decision and submit to the will of the Leaf. Sakura shot back. She then got a real evil smile on her face. Does this council know about your tenet? That you are the Ninetales reborn? I'm willing to bet that they would hand you over when they find out how much of a demon you are. Much to her surprise, Naruto glared back at her without fear. They already know about me being the Jinchuriki. Or former Jinchuriki. I freed the Ninetales from the seal a long time ago. He jerked a thumb in Kitami's direction. She's seated beside me. Sakura, Hanabi and Hanmura looked at the stunning redhead, who was rising from her seat, then back at the smug Emperor. They thought that Kiba was lying about the Ninetales being a redhead in human form. The killer intent washed over the Konoha Anvo. Even the Hyuga and Anbu were taken aback by the Bijou Queen's aura. Then they saw the 9 foxtails emerge from her backside. And they knew what Naruto was said was indeed true. All this time, they had abused the boy all for nothing. The same boy that was the son of the Yondaime. Be careful who you insult, Sakura Haruno, Kitami warned. You may not like the consequences of your actions. The 6 ninja went for their weapons, but Hanmura ordered them to stay their hands. The fact that Naruto was not the demon fox had definitely complicated things. Danza must have balls as big as temple bells to think he can boss me around, despite orchestrating my banishment alongside Hayashi, your buddy on the council, and that harpy of a Haruno. At that, Hanmura's eyes went wide. Of course I know, Naruto continued. I found out after the Tsunakatsuki War. I could have had Tsunade kill all of you at that time, Or better yet, I could have you executed, then invade Konoha and finish what the Nine Tails have started. It took me getting tossed on my ass to see that the corruption in Konoha is far too deep. And here you are, in my home, making demands as if I was a genin, the nerve. You have no choice in the matter. Sakura sneered. Are you willing to risk the destruction of your allies? No, because Konoha is weak, Naruto replied. Your threats are as empty as the village's soul. Tell me, did you manage to regain any of the alliances you had because of me? No. I thought as much. These past 8 years have all but weakened Konoha. Hell, even Kumo and IWA could invade the Leaf and still win. As for your demands, Hinata chimed in. You can take them and shove it. You have no choice in the matter. Hanabi shot back. There's always a choice, they said. You just made the wrong one in thinking you can make demands of the Emperor. That Emperor is a genin of Konohagakure no Sato. Hanura shouted, pointing at the Emperor. Oh, so now that I am the most powerful man in the West with an army, not to mention giving Konoha one black eye after the other by defeating Konoha's finest MIA genin? I don't answer to Konoha, its Rokudame Hokage, or to any of you. The unified West does not recognize the authority of Konohagakure no Sato, not its council or the likes of you. Then you will risk having Konoha invade Wave and Spring. Hanabi pointed out. Oh, you are such a fool, Hanabi, Hinata said. Danzo tried to send an invading force to Wave, but we ended up destroying the bridge. Spring Country's hidden shinobi village is up and running, has been for the past 5 years, and will defend their land and their daimyo from any and all threats. Mist and Suna will decimate your forces while we will sit back and watch. Your forces have been weakened, and would not stand even a siege, so don't you dare make demands of us. Hanura knew that Hinata was right. He had hoped that Danza's bluff could force the unified West into capitulation, but he could see that it had failed. Konoha had fallen from grace the past 8 years when Naruto was banished. The exodus of the village's most powerful clans and ninja has left Konoha on the brink. Furthermore, the Konoha refugees are under the protection of the unified West. Naruto continued. The Pekora merchant house will not surrender its resources nor its wars to the Banshee's mother. And I will not hand over the fortunes of the Namikaze clan, my clan. You are no Namikaze, Hanura grated. You're just an orphan, a nobody. Naruto didn't stop. We can care less what Konoha and Hayashi could think about our marriage. And we will not surrender our clans, nor will I surrender the Jinchuriki for Danza's intentions. Last, I will not abdicate my throne. He rose from his seat. You think you can dictate orders to me like a genin? I can kill you myself and send your bodies back to the Warhawk as a warning. But I will not do that. You're going to let us go? Hanabi asked. No. You are going to spend time inside the Imperial dungeons, Hinata replied. You will stay there for the night, and afterward, you will return home. I suggest you do what is good for you and allow us to walk out of here, Hanura replied. Otherwise you will have a bloodbath on your hands. The ninja here are Konoha elite. Do you think you have a chance against us? Naruto looked amused. Then he activated a hidden seal. Hanura, Sakura and Hanabi, as well as the 6 ninja fell to their knees, as the chakra-draining seals took effect, draining their bodies of energy, but not killing them. Once the Konoha ninja were effectively disabled, a squad of Imperial ninja entered the room, stripped the Konoha envoy of their weapons, and hauled them out of the council chambers. Naruto grinned as Sakura shouted death curses at him and Hinata. The seal was a basic one, yet effective. It was something that he had used before during the Unification Wars, and it had saved his life on many an occasion. Hinata looked at her husband, her expression mirroring that of her husband. You truly are unpredictable, love, Hinata said. And you love me for it, was the Emperor's reply. He retrieved the Konoha scroll. This can be useful to our advantage. How? Easy. The clans from Konoha and the ninja will need to know about this. Naruto turned to Asuma. I want all clans and ninja assembled in the North Kimen Public Assembly in 1 hour. Make it so, Sarutobi. Asuma bowed. Yes, Chief. What are you going to do? Sunsure asked after Asuma had left. Cement the loyalty of the refugees to my cause, Naruto replied as he retrieved his long coat and slipped it over his shoulders. This meeting is adjourned. Kitami, Hinata, you're with me. North Kimen Public Assembly, 1 hour later. Before Kimen had expanded into a city, the assembly once served as its town square. Then Rokubunji Oda had moved in and expanded Kimen's city tenfold. Now, the public assembly was filled with the Konoha refugees, with the clan heads taking the front. Sasuke Uchiha stood beside Neji Hyuga and Suminizuka, curious as to why the emperor has called for a meeting of the Konoha refugees. Standing in the clearing, longcoat fluttering in the gentle wind, Naruto scanned the gathered audience. The clan heads and their families were present, as were the Chunin and Jounin, some of which were on the rooftops, looking down at him. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya stood among the clans, wondering what Naruto had up his sleeve. Hinata was at his side, while Kitami and Ei remained behind. Less than 2 hours ago, an envoy from Konohagakure no Sato arrived on my doorstep. Naruto began, his voice radiating power. He brandished the scroll. They came to the imperial capital, and entered our home uninvited to order me and my wife around, making demands that I cannot and will not meet. He tossed the scroll to Jiraiya, who unrolled it and began to read it alongside Tsunade. The Rokudame Hokage has declared all of you traitors to the Leaf, and has ordered your return to the Leaf, where the clan heads will face execution, and their children will be forcibly initiated into his root ANBU. A chorus of "No!" erupted from the ninja. He and Hayashi Hyuga have declared my marriage to Hinata invalid and have ordered her to return to Konoha, where she will most likely face death. They have also declared that Sasuke Uchiha is to be married to Sakura Haruno in order to preserve the Sharingan. At that, Sasuke blanched. They also demanded the liquidation of the Pekora merchant house in order to line the pockets of the Konoha Mercantile Guild. Naruto continued, his voice unwavering. As well as any and all monies from your clans, the Senju clan and the Namikaze clans forfeit. Danza also demands that I send the clans of the Unified West, as well as the Jinchuriki under my banner to Konoha for the purpose of regaining the strength that it had lost through their own actions. And last, they demand that I give up my throne, and return to Konoha to face war crimes. By that time, the scroll had passed on to the elder Inoshikacho trio. The scroll contained the Hokage insignia, as well as Danza's signature. It had all but verified Naruto's claims. Even now, Konoha curses my existence. Danza wanted me as a mindless weapon when I was growing up, and following the Uchiha retrieval mission, had me banished when he saw that I could not be controlled. Even now, after the Tsunakatsuki War, he has seen me as a credible threat. I have no intention of going to war, but I will defend not only my interests back in the East, but my allies as well. He believes that a ninja should kill their emotions. I believe otherwise. It what makes us human. Oh, he knows how to work it. Jiraiya whispered to Tsunade, noticing that the young emperor's charismatic side was starting to emerge. I have no intentions of invading Konoha, or anywhere else in the East. Naruto continued. I am very content with what I have in the West. But if Danza continues down this path, he will be dealt with extreme prejudice. You still have your concerns with coming here, and that is understandable. But I have to know, where does your loyalties lie? Jiraiya noticed that Naruto did not say himself, or Konoha. That was a smart move. Then he saw Shikaku step forward to face the Emperor. You could have destroyed Konoha at any given moment, the Nara clan had said. You could have wiped all of us out of spite. But you didn't. You and your old man are a rare breed. You don't let the past dictate your actions in the present. After seeing that scroll and what Danza tried to do to our kids, I'll take my chances here. Same here, Inoichi said. Me too, Chuza added. You showed me twice that no one is bound to fate, Neji said. You truly can make the impossible possible, regardless of your lot in life. There is nothing left for us back in Konoha. My allegiance is with the unified West. You have the Inuzuka at your command, some said. Nara was right. Despite our earlier threats to kill you, you did not hold it against us. Konoha has indeed lost the will of fire. But it lives here. My father loved Konoha, Asuma continued, but he would be appalled as to what it had become. The Sarutobi clan is at the service of the unified West. Shibi and Shino exchanged glances. Then the elder Aburame spoke. The Aburame clan is at the unified West's disposal. Someone in the back then chanted Naruto's name. Seconds later, the clans and everyone else were chanting his name, in a show of support for the united West. Jiraiya watched all of this with a broad smile on his face. Oh, the kid definitely knows how to work the crowd, he thought. He made a mental note to talk to him later about taking over as the next Toad Sage. The following day, Naruto stood out in the courtyard, Hinata by his side as the Imperial Guards escorted the Konoha envoy from the dungeons. Hanura, Sakura and Hanabi looked worse for the wear, while their escort looked worse for the wear. Naruto had made it where, given their location of their cells, they could hear Ibiki and Zabuza's interrogation sessions, as the pair was pulling an all-nighter, dealing with some highwaymen. Psychological warfare at its finest. You will be sent back to Fire Country to give your report to the Rokudame, Naruto decreed. And give him a message from me. Any acts of aggression will result in my becoming very angry. I orchestrated the destruction of the Akatsuki, and I can do the same to Konoha. At that, the elder and the two women gulped. Seeing that his threat had the prophet effect, Naruto turned around and activated the fox eye. His eyes going from cerulean to gold, he began to perform hand seals, picking up speed, before clapping his hands, shouting, Imperial style, Demon's Gate Jutsu! Hanura, Sakura, Hanabi and the sixth ninja watched in awe as a massive steel gate, half the size of the main gates in Konoha, but still impressive, rose from the ground. Carved into the gates were the images of the tailed beasts from the one tail to the 9 tails. A massive lock was released and the doors flung open, releasing ice-cold air. After that, there was nothing but darkness. The Imperial ninja and samurai grabbed the Konoha envoy and, despite their pleas, threw them through the gate. The gate then slammed shut and dissipated, its power spent. The Demon's Gate Jutsu was one of the more powerful variants of the Hiraishin. It was a time-space jutsu, designed to move a large amount of people from one place to another in far less time. Naruto had used the Demon's Gate to send them back to the Konoha gates. By the time Hanura would give his report, the Fire Daimyo would have come into play, and Konoha would be finished as a ninja village. Konohagakure no Sato, Council Chambers. Things had changed since Danza had seized control of Konoha. The first thing he had done was to dissolve the council, and reformed it using nothing but loyal shinobi. The second thing he had done was to weed out any and all dissidents to his rule, and had them executed. Loyalty was to the leaf, and to him above all else. Dissension was not tolerated. Second, he made plans to send his Route A and BU scouts to kidnap promising genin from the minor villages and have them brought back to Konoha, where they will be initiated into the Route A and BU. Last, he sent Hanmura Midokado, Sakura Haruno and Hanabi Hyuga with his list of demands to the United West, with the threat or war on the allies of the United West. From the look of things, the mission was a failure. Seated at the Hokage's chair in his robes of state, Asana Haruno, Koharu Yuditane and Hayashi Hyuga flanking him, Danza gave the order to report, to which Hanmura had done in great detail, completing the report with the threat of Naruto invading Konoha should any of his interests and or allies are attacked. Danza dismissed the trio, but not before ordering the execution of the 6 Hyuga ninja and the Konoha ANBU for failing to protect the envoy. Failure was another thing that was not tolerated in Konoha. You either complete your mission, or die. So the Demon Emperor has refused our demands, Danza said. Very well. I was hoping that we could reach an agreement without any blood being spilled. But now, the time for talking is over. Agreed, Hayashi replied. I propose that we set up a forward operations base in Whirlpool Country, and build up our forces there. Once our forces are strong enough, we will strike at Spring Country first. Danza nodded. I agree with you, Hayashi. I will also send out my scouts to the minor villages in order to bring in some fresh recruits to rebuild Konoha's strength. It will take some time, but once Konoha is back on its feet, the shinobi world will soon fear the might of the leaf. After Danza had said that a root Anbu appeared via Shunshin. Lord Hokage, there is a courier ninja from the fire capital here to see you. Danza nodded, and seconds later, a courier ninja entered the room. He presented a scroll to Danzu saying, From the Fire Lord, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Danza looked at the seal. It was from the Fire Lord, all right. He broke it and began to read its contents. Hayashi and Asana were reading over his shoulder, and all three were shocked as to what the scroll's contents contained. In essence, it was Konoha's death certificate. Notice of liquidation. By order of the Lord of Fire Country, the village of Konohagakure no Sato is hereby stripped of hidden village status. All honors and benefits of Konohagakure no Sato are hereby revoked. This notice has been relayed to Kumo, IWA, Suna and Mist. All military aid is hereby ceased, and Konohagakure is ordered to repay the military aid given for the last 6 months to the Fire Lord. All bounties and placements in the Konohagakure bingo book are now invalid. All shinobi clans are stripped of clan status, and are ordered to surrender half of their clan's finances to Fire Country. All ninja are stripped of their ranks of genin, chunin and jounin and are declared civilians. Accountants from the Fire Capital will arrive by the end of the week in order to audit the village and to seize any assets necessary for the good of Fire Country. So ordered by the Lord of the Land of Fire. Oh God, we're ruined! Kohara lamented as she grasped her chest. We're finished, she managed to gasp out before keeling over. A medic ninja who had stayed in Konoha rushed over to the frail old woman and checked for a pulse. There was none. Kohara Yutane was dead from a heart attack, unable to face the fact that Konoha was no longer a shinobi village. She turned to Danzu, Hayashi and Asana. She's dead, the medic said. Hayashi sank back into his seat. Ever since the founding of Konoha, the Hyuga was one of the main noble clans. Now, the Fire Daimyo had stripped them of that honor and status. He was very, very angry. Word had spread throughout Konohagakure no Sato about the Fire Daimyo's judgment. Overnight, the Leaf Village had gone from being a shinobi village to just a plain village. Chunin and Jounin were stripped of their ninja ranks and reduced to civilians. Some even committed suicide or fled the disgraced village, seeing as how Konoha's bingo book was now useless. Upon hearing the news that Konoha was no longer a shinobi village, Hanmura had committed suicide. As expected, the audit team had arrived in Konoha the following day. Faced with spending 20 years in prison, the remaining shinobi clans surrendered half of their wealth. That did not mean that the Konoha Mercantile Guild had came out of this unscathed either. Most of Asana Haruno's assets were liquidated, and upon discovering that she had a hand in the corruption that festered around the leaf, she was ordered to surrender 75% of her assets. Asana was all but furious. The Mercantile Guild's lifeblood was that of being a shinobi village. With that gone, the Konoha Mercantile Guild was finished. Even more insulting was that the Flame Village's Hokage had signed a trade agreement with the Pecora Merchant House. The trade agreement, as she found out, made the Pecora Merchant House the main guild in the village. And the village got much-needed products much cheaper than what Asana had originally sold them for. The Haruno family had ran the guild since the village's founding, and now, with Konoha no longer a ninja village, the Konoha Mercantile Guild, as Asana knew, was finished. When Danza personally visited the Fire Daimyo demanding an explanation, the Daimyo gave him the reason why. Konoha had become too corrupt, and the Fire Lord had been working on a brand new village to replace Konoha. Tachigakure no Sato, or Fire Village. Danza then found himself stripped of his title of Hokage, where it was later bestowed upon the new Fire Shadow of Fire Village. Now Danza was just a nobody from a village that had all but dug its own grave. The root commander was all but furious. He had spent decades in loyal service to the Leaf, only to have it ripped out from underneath him. So what idea some people had gotten hurt or were in his way? What he had done was all for Konoha. Upon returning to Konoha, he had sent his entire Route ANBU to his underground headquarters. Then, he made long-term plans. Plans which include the destruction of the upstart ninja village and the assassination of the Fire Lord. Once those two were out the way, he would declare war on the one person who was the bane of his existence. Naruto Uzumaki. All roads led to him. Konoha's downfall had begun with him. Following orchestrating his banishment, he had resurfaced as the most powerful man on the western continent. As Danzo watched as his world crumbled all around him, he made a solemn vow. That vow was to wipe the Demon Emperor from this plane of existence. Chapter 7: The Final Victory. Imperial Complex, Kimen City, 3 weeks after Konoha's liquidation. It was early in the morning and the Empress Consort of the Unified West was awake. Hinata Namikaze was lying on her side, her head propped up in her hand as she watched her husband sleep. The former Hyuga heiress was dressed in one of her husband's old white shirts which she used as a nightgown, the shirt buttoned halfway revealing a generous amount of cleavage, and ending several inches above her knees. Her husband was naked from the waist up, on his back, still asleep. In the 2 years they had been married, they had gone through some serious trials and tribulations, both in their personal and private lives. They had their arguments, and even in some cases, had to put the United West's best interests over their own. But unlike Konoha, Naruto and Hinata held the reins of power. The most recent argument they had was over the Konoha refugees, mainly the branch Hyuga. Hinata had remained silent during the meeting with the deposed clans, but seeing Niji after 2 years, she almost lost her head. Then her husband had told him that he would remove the seals should the Hyuga prove their worth. Hinata wanted nothing to do with her former clan, especially the branch clan, given how they had treated her when she was subjected to the caged bird seal. Her original intention was to leave it on their heads as to show them who the boss was, but Naruto said something to her that made her reconsider. "You do that, Hinata, you're no better than him." Hinata relented, knowing full well that he was talking about her father. That was the one thing she feared the most, becoming like him, cold and emotionless. That was something that Naruto had remedied almost immediately. "You're nothing like him, Hinata," he had told her. "You are better than him. That has already been proven in your deeds and your actions here as Empress and as my wife." Hinata knew that he was right. She felt ashamed as to how she had thought in regards to her former clan members. Given the choice of fleeing an oppressive clan and regime, she would have left with them as well. But she sensed an ulterior motive in Niji leading the cadet branch to the imperial capital. But even she had to admit that Naruto made the right choice in keeping the clans here for their probationary period, both to keep a close watch on them and to see if they were really worthy of redemption. "Something on your mind, Hinata?" Naruto asked, eyes closed. "How long were you awake?" was the question. "A while," came the reply. The Emperor opened his eyes and was soon mimicking Hinata's position on the bed. "So what's bothering you?" "Just thinking about several things," she replied. "You have any regrets? About not making Hokage?" "Some," he admitted. "I wanted to prove to Konoha that even the dead last can be Hokage. But after I was banished, I had to face some hard truths. Konoha would never accept me as Hokage, even if they knew who my father was. So I guess the whole banishment was a blessing in disguise. It pretty much forced me to grow up. But now I have no regrets." "And what about me?" "I'm still pissed that I chased after the Banshee instead of courting you. I would have done it in secret as well. I can almost imagine Hayashi's expression if he found out that I was Minato's kid. Almost made me wish I was there when Shikamaru and the others told the council who I was." Hinata smiled. She could almost see the look on the council's face when they found out that the so-called Kyuubi brat was the most powerful man in the unified West. "But despite how things had went down, I have no regrets," Naruto continued. "Sure, we have our arguments and fights like any other couple. In some cases, you are right, and in others, I'm the one who's right, but in the end, we're still together." "What about you?" Hinata scooted over closer. If I wasn't as shy and as confident as I was now, I would have done more than just stalked you during our days as genin. But now, despite everything, I'm happy." While they kissed, Hinata's mind raced back to the previous day, where she had gone for a routine physical down at the hospital in the imperial capital. Even the most powerful woman in the unified West needed to make sure that she was in prime fighting form. Ino had done Hinata's blood work, since Tsunade still gets squeamish at the sight of blood. She had been ill for the past several mornings and her period was late, but this had all but verified her suspicions. She was pregnant. Pregnant with Naruto's child. Naruto has an heir to the throne. Well, now would be as a perfect time as any to tell him. "You look better," Naruto whispered as one hand rubbed the small of her back. "So what did Granny have to say?" Hinata bit her bottom lip. "You're going to be a daddy, Naruto." Naruto blinked. Then his eyes went wide. "Excuse me, what?" "I'm pregnant." Town of Konoha, Fire Country, 1 year after its liquidation. 1 year had passed since Konoha's termination as a ninja village. Since then, the disgraced Leaf was a shadow of its former glory. Home to over 100 clans, it now only had 3, one of which was the Hyuga. Following the liquidation of the Konoha Mercantile Guild, Asana had fallen into madness upon losing her fortune. Upon her suicide by cyanide pill, Danzo had initiated Sakura Haruno into the root Anbu and seized what remained of her fortune. For the past 3 years Danzo had plotted and prepared. His root Anbu now consisted of all remaining ninja who were stripped of their titles. Over 400 ninja who remained behind when Tsunade led the Konoha Exodus, which Danzo had initiated into his root Anbu. Add 200 remnants from what used to be the Sound and numerous missing ninja, and his numbers swelled to over 500. Speaking of Danzo, the aforementioned Warhawk was in his underground root headquarters. Flanked by Sai and a second root ninja, the old man strode down the hall with a purpose. After over a year of planning, he was preparing to destroy Tachigakure with his forces. The last member that he was planning to release from his private prison cell. This man has been here for the past 9 years, having been captured when he became a missing ninja, having originally defected to Orochimaru but was captured shortly thereafter when his ex-lover betrayed him. 2 more root Anbu guarded the cell door. Danzo nodded, and one of them unlocked the door and opened it. Inside, seated on the cot, with a special variant of the curse seal on his forearm, and having gained several pounds of muscle on his frame, was a white-haired man. "So, the big man himself decided to come and visit little old me?" the imprisoned man began. "To what I owe the honor of your visit, Shimura. Last time I checked, you were no longer the Hokage and this pathetic village was no longer a shinobi village. Be careful who you insult, Mizuki. Otherwise, you will not see the light of day," Danzo warned. "I could have you executed if I did not have a use for you." This caught the disgraced ninja's attention. "Color me intrigued. Go on. It will take some time, but soon, I will have over 1,000 ninja ready to destroy the flame, and to kill the Fire Lord. Once the Flame Village is destroyed and its remaining ninja join my ranks, I will declare war on the unified West. I will wipe out Spring Country and assimilate their shinobi forces. Then I will do the same to Mist. Once I finish off Suna and their demon of Akazakage, I will invade the United West and destroy their demon emperor and anyone who gets in my way." "So you plan on making war with that runt? What's in it for me?" Mizuki asked. "The head of Naruto Uzumaki, the emperor himself once we invade the unified West," Danzo replied. "Once he is dead and any offspring he had with that whore of a Hyuga, the world will be under the banner of the Leaf. I will usher in a new golden age. I will succeed in making Konoha the strongest of the villages." Now that caught Mizuki's attention. He had a bone to pick with him ever since the failed attempt to steal the Forbidden Scroll. Those words were music to his ears. "Okay. I'm listening." Hinata's Diary. Entry 1. 2 long years. 2 years had passed since Konoha was stripped of their hidden village status. Since then, life has moved on here in the West. Naruto and I had celebrated our 4th wedding anniversary, as well as the birthday of our child. Wait a sec. I should start from the beginning. After the destruction of the Otokumo Iwa alliance, the surviving members of the Lightning Daimyo's family returned with a small army and purged the remaining traitorous ninja from their ranks, and re-established their rule in Lightning Country. It was once we received word of Konoha's liquidation from the Fire Daimyo that I dropped the bomb on Naruto. I had gone for my routine physical and Tsunade, having been appointed as our private physician, had sent Ino to give me the news. I was pregnant. Naruto was ecstatic. It was almost as if he was a Konoha genin once again. He even leapt to the roof of the Imperial Palace and screamed the news to the capital. The guards A and Kitami looked on, amused at my husband's antics. Then we broke the news of my pregnancy at the meeting of the Imperial Council. The council was shocked, to say the least. The Namikaze dynasty finally had an heir to the throne. Then a literal fist fight had broken out following the declaration, over who would be the godparents of our child, until Naruto called for it to stop and announced that the godmother was Yuki, the Spring Daimyo having long since called dibs on being the godmother. Then a skin fight broke out over who was to be the godparents of our second child. Honestly, Haim, they aren't usually like this, Naruto whispered to me. I just stood there, shaking my head. As it turns out, I was not alone in my pregnancy. While we were going through the files of the Konoha ninja and working out their assignments, Naruto found a marriage certificate with Niji and Tenten's names on it, as well as a blood test, confirming Tenten's pregnancy. Now I see why Niji decided to come here along with the rest of the branch clan. He wanted a better life for his child, a bird free from its cage. Tenten was about 5 weeks along, meaning that she would have her child before mine. It was also because of this, I also reconciled with Niji. As expected, her son was born a month before mine. Niji named him after his father, Hizashi. Then our child was born. I think I shattered my poor husband's hand when I squeezed it too tight. Our firstborn was a son. We named him after Naruto's father. Minato Uzumaki Namikaze. The unified West, from the Laja Mountains to the Tears Point, rejoiced in celebration. Yuki was giddy with delight, as she now had a godson to spoil. Following our son's birth, Naruto stayed in the capital for the first 3 months. The Jinchuriki had received word of Minato's birth and had come to pay their respects. Even Rashi and Yudakata, who made his home in the southern region, came to visit. I can see it now, Naruto said to me as Yujito cradled Minato while Rashi and Han looked on in delight. 6 Jinchuriki, 5 uncles and 1 aunt. That's not counting Yuki, Kitami and the council. He is going to be spoiled rotten. Guess it's up to us to make sure he's raised right, I replied. After all, he is the heir. When Minato was 4.5 months old, the probation period was over for the Konoha refugees. Once the probation period was over, Naruto and I had looked over their files and checked on their exploits. After talking it over, we decided to grant the Konoha family's clan status and the Chunin and Jounin citizenship. For Niji and the cadet branch of the Hyuga, Naruto was true to his word. Not only did he granted the Hyuga clan status with Niji as the clan head, but he also stripped them both of the cadet branch label and of the caged bird seal. With the downfall of the Hyuga clan back in Konoha, Niji is now head of the new Hyuga clan here in Kimin. Aside from that, Naruto had also made peace with his former sensei, Kakashi. I always thought that both him and Anko would hook up. Instead, she is seeing Zabuza. Not that Hatake is alone. His girlfriend, a civilian member of the Pecora merchant house, just so happens to be a fan of Jiraiya's Ika Ika series. Who knew? Kimin City, during the Unification Festival. It was a known fact that if you were in the United West during the week-long Unification Festival, then you were in for one hell of a party. Such as the one in the Imperial capital. At the end of the Unification Week, a party in the market square would take place. Everyone was invited. Even the clans and the Emperor himself would attend along with his wife. Temari was nice enough to give the Suna garrison time off to attend. Even Gaara, who was visiting the Imperial capital on an inspection of the Suna consulate, attended. He was not alone, as he came with a companion, a Tsunade jounin named Matsuri. Of course, aside from the incident in which Gaara tried to use the sand waterfall funeral on Shikamaru when he caught him in Temari's bed, Temari had stopped him from crushing Shikamaru. Thankfully, things were pretty much routine in the unified West. Several of the elder Western Hyuga members were babysitting baby Minato, baby Hizashi, and several other Hyuga newborns as their parents enjoyed themselves. Maru Sarutobi was chatting with a local girl, a ninja who worked as one of the guards at the Imperial Complex. Zabuza and Ibiki were in the middle of an arm wrestling competition. Yuki Fujikaze, now pregnant with her first child, and her husband/bodyguard, a special jounin from Spring Village who she had met on the set of her last film, made an appearance. All in all, everyone was having a blast. Naruto and Hinata Namikaze had finally gotten to several chairs and sat down, having danced most of the night away, laughing, acting like a normal couple rather than the leaders of the unified West. Have I ever told you the story about the first anniversary festival when Zabuza got drunk and tried to hit on Sana? Naruto asked. The one where Sunshire chased after him with his family swords screaming bloody murder? About a dozen times, Hinata replied. Have I ever told you that I'm pregnant? Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Once, he replied. Hinata grinned and held up 2 fingers. Better make that twice, love. It then dawned on what Naruto was saying. Hinata was pregnant. Again. Naruto's journal. Entry 1. I'm a father. Again. This time, it's a girl. Hinata and I named her Mocha Kushina Namikaze. Come to think about it, Yuki's son was born several days after our son, the Spring Daimyo, having married a ninja from Spring Village while he was working as her bodyguard. We joke that her son and our daughter could marry once they get older. While Minato becomes the emperor, Mocha would be the next Spring Daimyo. Wishful thinking. As expected, when we announced Hinata's second pregnancy following the Unification Festival, another fight had broken out between the Imperial Council over the rights of being the kid's godparents. You think that you could at least show some sort of maturity over something like this? Sigh. Once Hinata was released from the hospital, we decided that 2 children would be more than enough. Good thing that Ino had started Hinata on some birth control. Minato will be the heir to my throne, and Yuki's been talking about a marriage agreement between her son and Mocha. Hinata and I talked about it, and we came to a conclusion. When the kids grow older, we'll let them decide. Entry 2. Minato's 3 years old today. I swear, that kid grows like a weed. Right now, Mocha is with her godparents. Hinata had convinced me to let Asuma and Kurenai Sarutobi act as her godmother, while I chose Maru Sarutobi, Moegi and Udan as her uncles and aunt, respectively. But that's not the most important thing that I'm writing about, surprisingly. I've been getting more and more reports from Daimyo to do about a well-organized group of bandits originating from the Lodja region. Han has his hands tied with a second squad of highwaymen, so I sent Jiraiya and Tsunade to bust some heads and take down the bandits. When they returned from their mission several days later, I was in for a shock. I know for a fact that both Granny and Pervy Sage are in their 60s, but now, they look 30 years younger. It wasn't a henge either, as Hinata had verified it. It was at that moment, they both gave me the story. They had tracked down the highwaymen to their mountain stronghold and proceeded to wreck shop on the muscle. Once the bandits were all dead, they found a bottle of what they thought was sake, along with his journals. Deciding to celebrate on a job well done, they both split the fake sake. It was when they were halfway back with the scrolls containing the stolen goods and money, that they finally read the journal. Aside the fact that the bandits were a sleeper cell of Oda remnants, the sake they thought they had drunk was in fact something that they had been working on in collaboration with the Jashin cult that I had eradicated in my unification war. An de-aging elixir for Rokubunji Oda. Come to think about it, he was about Danza's age when Yujito and I killed him. The elixir was the only one, as the ingredients and how to make the elixir was left to his memory, meaning that the know-how to make the elixir died with him when Tsunade knocked his head off. Aged 30 years, back in their prime when they were once teammates with the snake. God help us all as to what kind of mayhem those two can cause. Entry 3. I was right about there being other Uzumaki other than myself and Yahiko. It was shortly after Minato's birthday that they started to come into the city. By the end of the week, over 200 members of the Uzumaki clan were in Kimen City. Refugees that had scattered following the war which had all but leveled Whirlpool Village. With Yahiko as clan head, but answering to me, of course, I allowed them to establish a new village in the unified West, with Yahiko himself as the head of the village. Of course, that meant that both him and Yahiko would have to step down as members of the elite guard. They would still be on as reserve members, but anyone who is an active member has to reside in Kimen City. Where Yahiko was planning to resurrect Whirlpool was in the southernmost part of the northern region. Conan loved the southern part of the country, and Yahiko decided that moving south would be good for the clan. I gave them my blessings and allowed them to leave the guards. Of course, that meant that I had to fill in 2 spaces, now that Yahiko and Conan are gone. At Hinata's suggestion, she nominated Niji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha for the job. I had my concerns, but in the end, I decided to allow them to join up. If Sasuke is sincere about him seeking redemption, then serving as part of my guard will give him the chance he deserves. If he tries to stab me in the back, then the Uchiha line will be extinct. Entry 4. Jiraiya's spy network in the east has sent in a communique in regards to the former Leaf Village. It's clear that Danzu is planning something big. Remnants of Orochimaru's sound forces that had narrowly avoided being killed when the Otokimo Iwa alliance had self-destructed Ave resurfaced, and missing ninja originally in the Konoha bingo book have been seen in and around Konoha. You think that the Warhawk would get the hint and just lie down and die. But after my spies in Konoha, acting as monks on a journey to the reconstructed Fire Temple, managed to get some more information from several documents, and interrogating a suspicious route A and B that was trailing them, were my concerns verified. After all, no one would suspect a holy man from a backwoods country on a pilgrimage of being a spy. Danzu is planning on initiating a 4th shinobi war. First, by invading neighboring countries and forcibly adding conquered ninja to their ranks, until they are large enough to launch an invasion of the unified West. If that happens, there will be a major loss of life, mostly from my end. This, I cannot allow. I thought that once Konoha was stripped of its hidden village status, that the village would more than likely self-destruct. Guess I was wrong this time. Danzu will not stop until I am gone. So now, I must prepare for Konoha's destruction, and my ultimate victory. Kumo and Iwa have some beef with Danzu back when he was an active ninja. So I will use that to my advantage. I will be heading back east for an inspection tour of the Pecora houses, so I will have a meeting with the leaders of Kumo, Iwa, and their respective daimyos. If I want to go to war against Danzu, then it will benefit me to have some insurance. Trading outpost, near the lightning border. To call it a trading outpost would be an understatement. It was, in fact, a thriving town in neutral territory. The unified West, and the daimyos of the countries which housed the most powerful of the shinobi villages had signed a non-aggression pact, which allowed the outpost to conduct its business unmolested. It was also one of the few places in which ninja from rival villages could visit and a bloodbath would not ensue. The trading organizations which served the East and the United West Pecora Merchant House were the chief members of the trading consortium. At the moment, Emperor Namikaze of the United West, along with the Tsutsuke of Iwa, Kuratsuchi and the new Reikage, a veteran by the name of Rokuro Kinoshita. Kinoshita was by far the oldest of the rulers, and Naruto remembered him as the one who had been sent to Suna when Kumo demanded his wife. The designated rulers were inside a meeting room, while their bodyguards waited outside. Naruto sat at the head of the table, while the Lightning and Kumo envoys sat on the right side of the table. The Earth and Iwa envoys sat on his left. Here we are, Naruto began, the unified West, Earth and Iwa, Lightning and Kumo. I wouldn't have asked you four to come here if it wasn't important. So let's get to the brass tacks and dispense with the bull. Kinoshita barked. He did not forget the disrespect that this young upstart had given to him when he and his envoy had came to him back in Suna, but headed respect the son of Minato Namikaze for being the one who destroyed the Akatsuki, a feat that not even he himself could have done in his prime. But the lightning daimyo had made it clear that Naruto's wife was off limits. If Naruto could destroy the Akatsuki, then he could just as easily do the same with them. As you wish, Naruto replied. I am here because we each have a problem, Konoha. Kinoshita scoffed. Your former village? The Fire Lord stripped it of its hidden village status. Why should we be worried about them? Maybe to you, but not to the stone. Every time their root shows up, Kumo fights them back to their borders. Konoha's power may have been stripped, but that does not make them any less dangerous. Naruto replied as he steepled his hands. Even a cornered animal is most dangerous because it has nothing else to lose. That very much is true, Kuratsuchi said. We've also had skirmishes with Shimura's Route A and BU on our border for the past year and a half. You are lucky that you have not been affected. Oh, but I have, Naruto replied. In the past 3 months, I had to provide armed escorts to the Pekora caravans traveling through Fire Country. I had to order the merchants to give them a wide berth in the area surrounding Konoha. Jiraiya's spy network has been reporting that Oto remnants, as well as a sizable number of missing ninja from several villages, including those from Kumo and IWA, are gathering in Konoha. So Shimura is gathering an army under the Fire Lord's nose, the lightning daimyo said, concerned. It was her fire counterpart which had offered her and her family asylum when her husband was murdered by the Oto-backed regime. For that act of kindness from the Fire Lord, she and her family would be eternally grateful. Does this mean that Konoha is planning for war? Naruto nodded. Yes. I fear that with Konoha losing its status as a shinobi village, Danzo has completely lost it. But he wasn't all there to begin with. He retrieved several documents from a scroll and passed them to the two sides. My allies in Suna were chasing down a missing nin when they came across a hidden base in what used to be Sound Country. I just received those documents shortly before leaving my home for here. Turns out that Orochimaru and Danzo were working together. The plan was for Danzo to use his Route A and BU to assassinate both the Godame Hokage and the Shinobi Council, then sue for peace with Orochimaru. Once the alliance between Orochimaru and Danzo was cemented, they would then assassinate the Kages of Stone and Lightning and combine their forces into one massive army. They were both planning on starting another shinobi war, Kinoshita said as he read the incriminating documents. Unknown to the two ninjas and the daimyos, the documents were doctored fakes. Kitami herself had designed them using her own genjutsu to make them look like correspondence between the snake and the warhawk, making it look like the real thing. The blood and the motive, here in writing. If this was signed in snake venom, I would not be surprised. Naruto nodded. First by invading Wave, then Water Country and subjugating its ninja forces. The same thing would follow in Suna, Waterfall, until they would turn their sights to the unified West. My home. Kuratsuchi set the documents on the table. What are you proposing? She asked. Danzo is planning to finish what Orochimaru has started, Naruto continued. If he wages war here, he will destabilize the region. Not only will your respective countries and shinobi villages will be threatened, but once his forces are big enough, he will invade the unified West, and destabilize the region that I've worked so hard to bring peace to. What I'm proposing is simple. We invade and crush Konoha once and for all. We destroy Shimura and his army and burn the village to the ground. An enticing offer, Kinoshita said. But what do we benefit in teaming up with you? Last time I checked, the Hyuga are still in Konoha, Naruto replied. All of them main branch. Including Hanabi Hyuga. Kinoshita immediately caught on as to what Naruto was suggesting. After whispering an exchange with the lightning daimyo, Kinoshita came to a decision. Kumogakure no Sato will commit but only if we can obtain the Byakugan. So long as it's not my wife or the Western Hyuga, I don't care what you do. Are we in agreement? Kinoshita nodded. The daimyo of Lightning Country agrees to your terms. You have Kumogakure no Sato in your corner. And what does IWA get in return in exchange for this triple alliance? Kuratsuchi asked. The heads of all of the missing ninja will bring in a nice bounty for IWA. Naruto said. All of the missing ninja are A rank and higher, and will earn IWA some serious coin. This time around, a two-person conference was between the Tsuchikage and the Earth Daimyo. After a moment, they came to an agreement. Okay, Lord Namikaze. You got yourself a deal. But what do you get out of this? Kinoshita asked. You're handing over the Hyuga to us and the missing nin to IWA on silver platters. How do we know that you won't try the same thing that Danzo is planning on doing? You have a military alliance with Suna, and we have seen a fraction of the United West's strength when you along with Gaara crushed the Akatsuki. You can just as easily roll over the elemental countries and absorb them into your empire. If I was a bloodthirsty tyrant, I would have done it already, Naruto replied. But I have no intention of invading the East. Gaara and Suna have a military and trading alliance with the unified West, not to mention that Gaara is a close friend of mine from when I was a genin. The people of Wave showed kindness to me, Daimyo Fujikaze is the godmother to my eldest son, and Zabuza still has connections in Mist. I am very content with what I have back west. To answer your question about what do I get out of it, the satisfaction of seeing Konoha burned to the ground. Payback for 12 years' worth of hell. The Daimyos of Earth and Lightning, as well as the two Kages, knew of Naruto's background as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It was a miracle in itself that Naruto had not unleashed hell upon the leaf for all of the trauma they had put him through. If anything, they respected Naruto a lot more. Not because that he was a wise ruler, but the fact that they were still alive because he showed no interest of invading. Naruto's Journal. Entry 5. With the forces of stone and lightning in my corner, I had to sell my idea to the Fire Daimyo. He was easy to convince, once I laid out all of my evidence of Danzo's motives. He agreed that Konoha was a threat and gave me the authorization to invade and destroy Konoha, as well as the authorization for Danzo's termination. Returning to Kimen City by way of the Demon's Gate, I called for a meeting of the council, and told them of my intentions. They all agreed that Danzo was a threat, and that he had to be eliminated. So I activated the Demon Brigade and the Hellcats, as well as a sizable number of ninja and samurai to even the playing field. I even brought in Konan and Yahiko for the fun. Even Kakashi, Rock Lee, Mato Gai, Jiraiya and Tsunade volunteered. Kitami also decided to come, since I promised her that she could burn the village to the ground. Hinata wanted to come, but I refused. She may be the empress, but she was also a mother. I could not let our children grow up as orphans. Grudgingly, Hinata had agreed to remain behind. I used the Demon's Gate to transport myself, the elite guards, Kitami, the demon unit and the Hellcats to the trading post, and waited for Kumo and IWA to show up. Kumo, since they were the closest, arrived shortly after I did, while IWA arrived 2 days later. Our combined forces were about 600 to Danzo's 1500 ninja. But as always, I have a plan. Gotta close out now. It's time. Entry 6. The battle is over. Konohagakure is in our hands. The majority of the Root Anbu have been decimated. Only a small pocket of resistance remains as Zabuza and Yujito invade the underground headquarters where Danzo is holed up. One advantage I have over Danzo is despite being decades younger, I have experience in fighting wars. Despite our triple alliance, we were still outnumbered 3-1. But I quickly negated those numbers with the use of exploding clones, which decimated the majority of Danzo's forces. Then I used another batch of exploding clones to destroy the gates, and we came charging in. I made my intentions clear as I saw Danzo with his lapdog Sai. Danzo! The QB brat has returned. I bring the destruction of Konoha. With those words, the invasion of Konoha has begun. The Root Anbu were the major threat, as was Mizuki. Danzo sent him after me, along with Sakura. I had activated the Fox Eye and used it to cut down the ANBU with Raisin Shurikens and exploding Kagebushins. With Kakashi and Sasuke backing me up, we unleashed hell until we caught up with Mizuki and Sakura. I guess one can say that it was a reunion of sorts, Cells 7 back together again. Only this time, I was leading the assault with Hitaki and the Uchiha backing me up, and Sakura, now a member of Root, and Mizuki leading the defense of Konoha. I sent Sasuke and Hatake to catch up with the Banshee, while I dealt with Mizuki. This white-haired freak was responsible for several murders of Pecora merchants and Imperial civilians who were on their way to Wave and Spring. Regrettably, one of those murders was that of Maki Asahina. It was time for Mizuki to answer for his crimes. The battle had taken place in Training Ground Number 44, the Forest of Death. As expected, the hungry critters roamed the area, watching as our battle had taken place. Mizuki was a master of jutsu that kept me on my toes, as well as having a modified curse seal which transformed him into a bipedal, tiger-like form, giving him a boost in strength and agility. The battle between myself and Mizuki raged from the Forest of Death, the animals not daring to interfere, as they wanted to see which one of us will fall before moving in. I knew that Mizuki would not fall for the same trick twice when I kicked his ass the first time. As I've said before, I still live up to the title of being unpredictable, and that I still have some tricks of my own that I have not revealed. Mizuki was complacent in his superiority, thinking that he had the upper hand. But after I used the Hiroshin to get behind him, I flung 2 Raisin Shuriken at him. Mizuki turned around, assuming that the attacks did nothing to harm him, until I told him those 4 magic words. "You are already dead." At that, Mizuki fell to the ground in several bloody pieces. I turned from the sight and left the area, just as the oversized critters moved in for the feast. Turns out that there was a witness in that battle. Sakura had given Kakashi and Sasuke the slip and was preparing to attack me from behind with her katana. That was when I heard the familiar sound of birds chirping, followed by Sakura's scream. I spun around, and saw Sasuke pulling his hand back, having executed the Chidori on Sakura. The assassination jutsu had obliterated her lung and damaged her heart. "I'm sorry it had to be this way, Sakura," Sasuke had said with genuine regret as Sakura turned to face him. I could pretty much bet that she was looking at her one-time crush with a combination of betrayal and disbelief before falling over. I learned that Sakura had injured Kakashi, and that he was out of the fight. Sasuke had barely managed to stop Sakura from getting the jump on me. Looks like the Uchiha was sincere about his redemption after all. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Aside from Kakashi, Asuma Sarutobi and Mato Gai was also out of action, due to injury. But they would both survive. Asuma, however, would not be an active ninja again, due to the severity of his own injuries. Tragically, the Raikage, Rokuro Kinoshita, was killed in action, as were ninja from my forces, Iwa and Kumo. With the majority of the root dead and the Oto Reminats crushed, the surviving missing ninja decided that it would be best that they surrender. Iwa got what they wanted, the remaining missing ninja were restrained and taken out of Konoha. With their objective complete, Iwa withdrew from the field. As for Kumo, something unexpected. Hayashi Hyuga and the Hyuga Council were found slaughtered inside the Hyuga compound. As it turned out, Hanabi was against her father's wishes to continue the fight when it became evident that Konoha was finished. Which led to Hanabi seizing control of the Hyuga from her crippled father and the council. Once she had killed Hayashi and the elders, the other main branch Hyuga had no problem in seeing that Hanabi was in charge. When the Kumo ninja invaded the Hyuga compound, they were surprised to see that Hanabi was now clan head. Seeing that fighting off Kumo would be futile, Hanabi had decided to surrender the Hyuga to Kumo. For the duration of the invasion, the Hyuga would be under heavy guard. Once the battle was over, the majority of them were executed, and Hanabi and 10 Hyuga, most of them female, were taken back to Kumo. With the remaining Hyuga in their possession, Kumo returned home. As for myself, I received word from Haku. Danzu has been captured, the last of his root now dead. With Danzu in custody, the invasion is officially over. Since this town is doomed anyway, I ordered it to be stripped of any useful items from cash to jutsu, of which plenty was left behind. The Konoha hospital was transformed into a triage center as Tsunade, Ino, Shizen and the Yamada clan treated the injured. Once the injured were safely back home, I sent the Imperial forces back to Kimin, leaving only myself, Zabuza, Yujito, Kitami, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Once the village was cleared of people, I moved out to a hillside area about 10 miles out, where I had an excellent view of Konoha. I want Danza to see the destruction of his beloved village before I execute him for crimes against the unified West. Outskirts of Konoha, Fire Country, night. Kitami, Zabuza and Yujito emerged from the village, bloodied and bruised, but alive. The Root A and Bu had made their final stand inside the underground headquarters, but they were no match for the battle-hardened Imperial forces, Sai being the last to fall. With them, his Sharingan ripped from his skull and his arm containing the 10 Sharingan ripped from his body, the wound cauterized so that he would not bleed to death, was Danza Shimura. Naruto had set up a forward operations base 10 miles out from Konoha. The temporary base was set upon a hill with an excellent view of the village. Minutes later, the last surviving member of Konoha was at Naruto's feet. The victorious emperor looked down on his defeated foe, his expression grim. "You couldn't just leave me in peace, Shimura," Naruto snapped. "You tried to initiate a shinobi war out of pure spite. Now look at you. Your army is destroyed. Kumo has the Hyuga and IWA has your missing ninja. My forces have wiped out what remained of your root. You are the last one." In the face of his demise, Danza was defiant. "You little brat. You don't deserve to be the Emperor of the West. That title should have been mine. Your armies should have been mine. I would have conquered the East and brought it under the control of the Leaf." That earned him a kick to the head from Naruto, causing the crippled Warhawk to fall over. "I was hoping that you would be begging for your miserable life," the Emperor replied as Zabuza hauled him upright. "You are the last one alive, Shimura. Don't think I've forgotten that you were the mastermind behind my banishment. All of this, from what had happened when I was kicked out to this very moment, it is your mess. Your responsibility. In trying to make Konoha stronger, you sealed its fate. I should have killed you myself when I had the chance." Danza snarled. "Sachirobe should not have let you live." "Shame," Naruto replied. "Sarutobi respected you once upon a time. But you got arrogant. You tried to make me into a weapon. When Sarutobi blocked you, you had me banished. But life goes on. I will return home to Kimen City, where my wife and my children are waiting for me. You will not live to see the end of this day. In war, there are winners and losers. I'm cashing you out, Danzu. But the last thing you will see will be the Nine Tails destroying Konoha once and for all." Turning to Kitami, he simply said, "Do it." Giving Naruto a feral grin, Kitami vanished in a geyser of flame. Zabuza turned Danzu around to face Konoha, while Yujito tapped a pressure point on the back of his neck. The pressure point worked on his eye, keeping it open despite Danza's feeble attempts to close it. Kitami then reappeared. Now in her fox form, which was bigger than the destroyed Hokage monument, Kitami began to finish what she had started over 2 decades ago, decimating all in her path. As the former shinobi village was awash in a sea of flames, Naruto, his elite guards, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yujito and Zabuza watched as the Kyubi no Kitsune let out a roar and with one massive swing of her tails, decimated what was the Hokage mountain. Danzu watched, unable to turn away. The defeated Warhawk could not help but to feel sadness as he watched the Kyubi no Kitsune raise what was once the strongest of the shinobi villages. Then he heard Naruto whisper into his ear. "By the way, I lied to Kumo and IWA to get them on my side by saying you worked with Orochimaru. Take that to your grave." Before Danza could say, "What?" Naruto had moved out of the way and Zabuza stepped forward, oversized sword in one hand. With one swing, the last of Konoha's ninja was dead, his head liberated from his body. "Leave Danza's body here," Naruto ordered as Danza's corpse fell over. "Let the critters of the forest have him for dinner." Once Kitami returned to them in her human form, Konoha was in flames, its gates and village walls having been torn down by her tails, the mountain leveled and collapsed into a giant heap. The fires of Konoha were seen for miles, and would burn all night. Come morning, what used to be Kanohigakure no Sato, once the strongest of the shinobi villages until its own arrogance proved to be its downfall, was a smoking crater. People would come to avoid the ruins, saying that they were cursed. Even the animals who used to live there had moved on to other parts of Fire Country. His job finished, Naruto summoned the Demon's Gate, and in a flash, we're back in Kimin City. He dismissed the guards, Kitami, Zabuza, Yujito, and the two sages and returned to the Imperial Palace, where Hinata and their two children were waiting for him. With Konoha destroyed and Danza finally dead, he could breathe a lot easier and look to the future. Epilogue. The Namikaze dynasty would rule until the end of the Shinobi Age. No one knows the whereabouts of their descendants, but one thing is for certain. Their exploits will not be forgotten, as they are recorded in the annals of history. The speaker was a woman in her late 20s, early 30s. Her audience was an archaeology class in Tokyo University. The woman was very voluptuous, her figure showing from her business suit and skirt combination, the pair of black heels on her feet. Short dark hair framed her face, the bangs covering one eye, a la Rosemary's NGS4 hairdo. Her uncovered lavender eye with pupils scanned the captivated audience. Their descendants have not died out, as they are still alive to this very day, unaware of the legacy that they contain. But as with all legends and tales, it is just waiting to be discovered, she said as she closed the book from which she was reading from. One of her students raised her hand. The professor acknowledged it with a nod. Yes, Miyabi? A freshman student asked her question. Professor Kujikawa, what happened to the refugees from Konoha? Did Emperor Namikaze make his peace with the Uchiha and Captain Hatake? The professor, one Mayumi Kujikawa, nodded. He did. He made his peace with the Uchiha shortly after the refugees arrived in Kimin City. Hatake was a bit harder due to his favoritism. But the emperor was not a cold man. Stubborn, but he could not deny their redemption. As for the others, they married, had children to continue their family line, some of them died out, while others are like the Namikaze, still around to the present day. A second student raised her hand. Professor, how do you know so much about this subject? Kujikawa smiled. I've been into ancient history for as long as I can remember. It's a passion of mine. She raised the book, which was titled History of the Unified West. The book itself was authored by both herself and her husband, who was a famous writer and lecturer of literature. Most people could not agree if it was fact or fiction. But what they did agree on was that it was a very good read. The ninja system in both East and West could not escape the changing times, and ended up collapsing. Kujikawa continued. But the Namikaze dynasty continued to rule, as they too changed with the times. In the end, it was not an uprising of the people that had brought the Namikaze clan to ruin. So what was it? Miyabi asked. Nature, Kujikawa replied. Mother Nature herself. The Laja Mountains were always a volatile region, but in the reign of the last emperor, Naruto 12 Namikaze, the Laja Mountains erupted, which triggered a massive earthquake. Days later, the unified West was engulfed in a tsunami, the land sinking into the ocean. Kujikawa remembered that even all too well. Both her and her husband had assisted in the evacuation of the imperial capital, knowing well that the days of the unified West were numbered. Aside from that, they also pilfered the Namikaze vaults underneath the imperial palace using several storage scrolls to seal up the chests of gold, but leaving more than enough cash to their clan, so that they can rebuild once again. They also took family heirlooms, jutsu scrolls and weapons that had been collected over the years. The reason being? Mayumi Kujikawa was just an alias. One of many in her long life. Her birth name was Hinata Hyuga, now Hinata Namikaze. Before another student could ask a question, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. But more importantly, the end of the day. It was time to go home. As the students piled out of the classroom, Hinata sat down in a chair and took a moment to reflect. Her hand rubbed absently on the mark where Naruto had bit her on their wedding night. It was shortly thereafter that Kitami had taken both Naruto and Hinata to the side and explained the totality of the mark. As the both of you are mated, you will have fringe benefits, one of which is a long life. The Uzumaki were known for their long lifespans. When the both of you marked each other, that lifespan has increased 1,000-fold. Kitami. Last she heard, the the Ninetales ran a curio shop in Hokkaido. They had not aged a day over 30, resorting to using henges to make themselves look older, or in some cases, relocate to a different area entirely. This was the 7th time that Naruto and Hinata were back in Japan. The last place they spent 30 years in was in Hong Kong, where their descendants from Mocha's bloodline resided. Minato's bloodline resided in Japan, and one of them were in Hinata's class. Of course, aside from Mocha and Minato, Naruto and Hinata had countless children over the years. Some of their lines still existed, while others were extinct. Their daughter Yumi was a student in elementary school, a recent addition to the Namake's bloodline. Over the thousands of years, Naruto and Hinata had many occupations from assassin to daimyo to shogun to businessman. It was only recently that Naruto decided to write his memoirs, of which Hinata had been reading to the class. As for the other Jinchuriki, they were still alive as well. Utakata, they had left while he was in Hong Kong. Rashi and Han were in Okinawa, Yujito had settled in Seoul, Gaara made his home in the Mojave Desert, posing as an insane survivalist. B was somewhere in South America, and Fu made her home in England. Gathering her things and placing them into a shoulder bag, Hinata had decided that she had spent enough time walking down memory lane. Her husband was waiting for her. Tokyo University, campus. He stood in the midst of the students as they walked past him. 6 feet tall, with undisciplined reddish hair, a la Chris Arified hairdo, blue eyes, his muscular frame hidden underneath the black long coat and dark business suit. It was winter, and the Christmas holidays had just begun. The cold had never really bothered him, being a former Jinchuriki. He was known as Takashi Kajikawa to most people. A respected professor of literature here at Todai, as well as an accomplished writer. But to a select few, he was Naruto Uzumaki Namake's. Naruto didn't have to wait long for his wife to make her presence known. Bundled up in her own overcoat and scarf, shoulder bag slung over one shoulder, Hinata Namikaze approached her husband with a smile on her face. "Been waiting long, love?" "Nah. Just got here, Haim." "Ready?" he asked, extending his arm out. Hinata responded by slipping her arm through Naruto's own. The couple then walked off, until they were just another couple heading home for the holidays. Maybe one day, the Emperor will rise once again to lead, but now, he was just a family man ready to spend the holidays with his wife and daughter. The legacy of the Namikaze clan will continue. And that concludes the final part of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Naruto, Rise of the Emperor, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Snafu the Great, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.